Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
did. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, hearts dance in time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. It's not back. It's Decisive person. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Like, I actually think that they will actually conquer the demons, and they will be able to beat G2 this time around.
Ja, there we go. Oh, nice there. Yeah, Ali on flash.
Yeah, nice.
Look at the Kali.
Kali.
I can block.
Yeah, kill him.
Boom. Run.
Jojo can't move, he flashes away, Spirit Rush followed up though by Flatty. First one goes over, Kazel takes down one, not two, a third!
Control of that bot side because of Mirren's trading patterns. Oh, hang on, Jojo.
Yeah, Jojo gonna get hit, that's the power of Shield Bash, baby! Down and over on the Sundered Slayer! And Capstan has a spear versus a spare! Flashes in!
Nice, huge. I'm going. Nice.
Oh my God, nice.
Upset flashes forward, the base core will be enough with the rend. Flash away from the Rob, but the follow-up from Mickey.
Look how they celebrated game one. They don't believe themselves that they can win against us, you know?
You know what Targama said? How we celebrate game one, that he thinks that we cannot win into them.
Who, Targama?
Yes. Probably the only comment he said in like 2 hours.
Last embrace, flash to match. Targmas bumps him away, but you know an auto will all it take. 2 kills for Koi, a one-man Gnarlzy just won't cut it. A double shot back, a double kill for the Canadian mid.
Good job. Good job. When you're looking at the mid to late game, they have some of the best way of gaining leads. So I'm extremely excited to see what Fnatic will do.
Wait, no flash as well.
Nice! Good job, guys. Good job.
No flash, let's guys, reset.
Yeah, nice. Good job.
Job's not finished, we have tomorrow, then we go on the side. We go on the side tomorrow.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we can only promise you one thing, and that is chaos. From some healthy social media beef, clowns on the analyst's desk, and every single script being literally thrown out the window. It's only week 1 of playoffs. I'm Ginny, your host for today, and joined on the analyst floor this time around with Nymera and the literal clown in question, GB.
What can I say? You know, it suits me. I'm just that clown.
But you're not that guy.
I'm not that clown.
Either way,
Anything
what's
for content.
also really important here is the fact that the 2 lower seeds are actually the ones that were able to win the matchup and qualify for today, which is up around 2, but also a ticket for MSI.
And
But you don't get to go.
Yeah, I don't get to go. No, I don't. I'm just sat here with a big bit of cardboard, I guess. But this is such a huge thing for the teams which have won through from that from the lower seed. Of the matches we could have had, this was the least expected one, but they did it in great style.
Yeah, and I think it just continues from that chaos we had in regular season, where I think the excitement we've now seen in this weekend has made us so blessed because the games has just been fantastic.
That's a really great way to put it. I mean, going all the way to 5 games, I think the Fearless also really adding on to that. But something to highlight here is the fact that going into this week and going into playoffs, we really wanted teams to prove themselves. And if anything, the fact that MKOI and G2 are here today, they have proven to us that they deserve to be here, and they are so back.
I think particularly because they were the lower seeds, they had a little more than potentially the other seeds coming into it. I think for MKOI, beating out like their arch rivals in KC in the fashion they did, I think it's given a lot more belief than people had before. And G2, people were doubting them too. This is a great series of results for them.
No, absolutely. I think G2 came into that as underdog, but it still leaves the question over in Fnatic. Are they out to prove that they can finally win a title, or do they need to prove that they can even beat G2 to start with? You know, they still have the opportunity in the lower bracket. And same can be said from KC. They're still looking to prove that they can win back-to-back, but it's going to have to be through a lower bracket run.
Yeah, and that is a scary part as well, because at this point you lose, you snooze, whereas if you actually win today, you're basically chilling, because yes, you go to the final, but also you already know that the international ticket is guaranteed for you, which is a pretty comfortable spot to be.
It's not easy to do it though, is it? Because we've played, you know, some very high octane best of 5s in the last couple of days. I think particularly MKOI, 1 day of prep time coming into today as well. Yes, you'll have done some work coming through the week as well, but you have to practice for the game that's in front of you. Now go up against G2, who look great versus Fnatic. It's a hard mountain to climb.
Yeah, but even when we were talking to BB in that PGL after his series win against KC, he was pretty much expecting a 3-0 from KC. I imagine majority of G2's prep coming into today has been largely around
Did they
KC.
scrim each other with that in mind?
I guess we're going to have to find out. But what's also really cool is the fact that usually for NA to go home, they have to lose. But now for NA to go home, Jojo, he actually has to win, which is like a foreign concept. And I love the fact that he's also going up on Twitter, and it was, you know, a little bit of healthy trash talk, not just though from Jojo, but also APA. Like, what is he doing here?
I mean, he has the right to trash talk. I mean, it was not Fnatic this time around. You say, but his track record against us cannot be overstated. He's allowed to say these things.
Who are you supposed to be with?
I'm supposed to be with Europe, but I'm not a blatant liar.
We're on the side of truth, of analysis.
Exactly.
Right. Okay, well, fair enough. You know, there's a little bit of lore behind this. GB, you mentioned it earlier, where there was like a little doll that Vladdy put.
Yeah, Vladdy essentially after a game with MKOI as well had a little skit where he was basically dragging a trolley alongside, and it was Jojo as a baby inside. This time around, I like the layers of trash talk we're seeing from Jojo Poon, but more specifically, I also like what he's brought to the Rift recently. He has such a great split so far, and I'm hoping to see it continue.
We're going to be finding out about that. Shox and myself had a chance to talk with MKOI and G2 ahead of their game, and there was some really great analysis from both of these teams in the Merit Bonvoy pre-game check-in. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Elyoya and Jojo ahead of their game against G2, but after their win against KC. Very important moment for you guys. I would really like to talk about tomorrow, because G2 is like, you know, a team that you can't really sleep on. That game tomorrow, you win it, you have that MSI ticket, you can go home, right?
I need to go home. Like, I really need to go home, go to Vancouver, and it's going to be amazing. So we're going to try our hardest tomorrow to win for sure.
I mean, we'll send him home, just not the way he wants to. So I hope he's ready for it, you know. We are obviously right now staying a little bit humble still, of course. MKOI is a strong team, not to be underestimated. They have to, you know how they call it in sports, the clutch factor, I believe is this. They just have some crazy players, right?
Today was a really good series. I mean, you guys had that stamina to just keep going for all 5 games. Are you worried about that being the case again tomorrow?
Well, I'm not worried. Honestly, I'm even excited. I think if the series goes to 5 games, I know for sure we're gonna win it. I think our mental is just better after playing 4-2 split with Jojo Poon in scrims. I know, like, I cannot be defeated in a mental wise, you know. I'm training.
You want to elaborate on that? What's it like with him in scrims?
Just nothing. Is the same player as you see in stage. Nothing different.
It's exactly the same.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, 5-game banger. On that topic, they did say our mental is the best it can be. If it gets to game 5, G2 will never be able to beat us because our mental is much stronger. What do you have to say about that?
Obviously, it's quite funny, you know, that they have to fake it. They had to fight their way against K-Corp. It's gonna be funny games for sure. I mean, against Matt, especially against Jojo, he likes to talk a lot. Let's see if he can put it into action as well. Obviously, I feel like yesterday I have to give props to him. You know, he actually did well against Vladi, against the up and coming rising star Vladi. Anyway, today is about Jojo and Caps.
Yeah.
And let's hope he's ready against Caps because he's the GOAT.
Yes, sir.
You're going up against Caps, and I mean, just Alvaro in the interview earlier mentioned one of the best players that we have in Europe.
Yeah.
Skill ceiling is really high. Is that anything that worries you? Because we've seen you improve a lot as well over the last couple of weeks.
I mean, for sure, Caps is the greatest Western player ever, right? I think this Blitz, I mean, in a regular season, doesn't matter too much. I know G2 usually ramps up in playoffs anyway, so I don't think any of us are underestimating them, and we just focus on ourselves and what we can do, and I think, yeah, we'll be good.
Good philosophy to approaching the game. But Elioya, do you have any final words that you want to say to the G2 players ahead of the game?
Yeah, I mean, today Jojo Pion beat his father, Vladi. Tomorrow, I'm going against, Supa's father, Hansama. So it's your turn next. It's just a matter of time you end up falling to.
Jojo did say that Caps is the best Western player of all time. He was very respectful, but then Elioya said, oh, today you became Vladi's father, and tomorrow Supa's going to be Hansama's father. So, Skuma, do you want to defend your AD?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I think Hans showed an insane performance against Fnatic, and Supa as well, to be fair, like props to him, right? He played really insane against Kalist. So yeah, I mean, I still think that Hans is the best ADC in Europe, so I think it's going to be a really spicy matchup in the bot lane, and I can't wait for my bot lane to beat them in the 2v2 matchup.
All right, thank you guys so much for your time. Good luck in your game tomorrow. And guys, take it away. Thank you, Afia and Ginny from the past. Well, the Battle of the Fathers, like, what is this? Hansama's father, Supa's father, like, what's going on? Also, hi, Finn.
Hi. I mean, there's some paternity tests that is necessary in this league right now, because I think it's a bit of a question. I'm not sure Supa is Hansama's father yet. We're going to have to see the test results after today. But I really am excited for this matchup.
Absolutely, and I think you see it on your screen right now. MKOI, since Madrid, have not lost a series. They're on a 5-series game win streak. So the ramp-up coming into this round 2 upper bracket is, I mean, it's in their favor. They have the momentum.
The LEC fathers, right? Because they're winning, they're beating teams.
I mean, if they're Casey's father, then they're probably the #1 in line right now, aren't they?
I mean, that makes today's matchup even more interesting, especially considering the fact that MKOI has been ramping up, and then it brings a question of who can actually stop them. Because, again, G2 in playoffs is also a really strong team, and they've also been ramping up. So who's going to reach that ceiling first?
I mean, it comes down to multiple factors. I think, really, I expect today to go really far. I think it's going to be a lot of games, and I really hope I get to see at least 5 games, maybe more if we're lucky. But yeah.
Yeah, but for me, they were talking about it in the interviews as well. The AD carries, I think they had a massive step up, quite honestly. I think Supa in the regular season had some of the lowest damage numbers. Hansama was not far either. He was sitting at 7. This time around, with the numbers they actually brought out, they did so much for their teams in terms of not only carrying their own weight, but also putting them in a position where they could win. And I think you look at Hansama, who does have negative deficits in the early game, but still manages to do so much damage in the later stage. And of course, Supa. I mean, the guy was on fire yesterday.
And I also think it kind of is related to a kind of a meta shift we've seen in the AD carry role. I think at least 2 champions for me, Saya and the Senna, that hasn't really been prevalent at all in the regular season, now coming back. And I think both Supa and Hansama are some of the best AD carries on these 2 champions. And I really want to see if that same priority comes in today's series.
Yeah, and I think they go so unnoticed in laning phase because both of them are quite similar in the sense that they don't demand a lot of resources for their team. Sure, they get a push-up every now and then, but it's actually often their team leaving them to make sure they can play elsewhere on the map, and then still somehow be so relevant in the game when they've barely had any resources in them.
Yeah, and I wonder what happened to Hansama, because Hansama used to be this AD carry that always demanded resources, always demanded the winning matchup, and he always wanted to dominate his laning phase, but now he's so willing to take this kind of backseat role and allow his team to kind of flourish. I think especially Skewmon is the one really getting favored by that.
Yeah, you live and you learn, right?
Yeah.
You just look at that super damage. Well, not damage, but soul stacking. I did break it actually, but we can easily fix it. Just like Supa fixed his performance. I think the amount of stacking he was able to do on that center, you can easily see it, compared to so many others globally, he was just on fire on that pick, and you spoke about it, Finn. The meta shift, it's something that severely benefited them.
I mean, for me, the big one to look at today's series, if Sen is getting picked, is the 20-minute mark. As you see, usually I have around 60, but I think Supa getting up towards almost 70 at the 20-minute mark, way ahead of every other center we've seen globally. I think, to me, that just shows great mastery of the champion.
Or you just ban it.
I hope we not. I want to see the champion. I think it's one of the coolest champions to watch right now.
The Xayah and the Senna, both, as you touch upon, from both of these players have been phenomenal, especially when it comes to the team fights. It makes it impossible to lock them down. They have been very difficult. They've been very slippery. So I think like going up against each other today, it's just going to be the battle of the AD carries. But also the mid lane, I think Jojo going up against Caps, a lot of respect there too.
I mean, obviously, but not just based off respect, but also based on the performance they both have put out so far in playoffs. I mean, Caps still fantastic laning. Jojo against Vladdy, where everyone pretty much had Vladdy as favored coming into that matchup, did fantastic. Like, he was on fire against Jojo, against Vladdy's best pick, and I think going into the matchup against Caps today, his laning stats are still showing that he's actually able to contest with him, and I think this is something that we have to take a look at.
Yeah, and it is just that laning phase for me that's the most exciting part, because both of these players really put a heavy emphasis on the early game, and I really want to see who support jungle can kind of impact that the most.
All right, well, we're ready to find out as we're heading into the first game of the series. So casters, take this one away.
Nope.
G2 defeat Fnatic.
Me and Lavrov, since we joined G2, the pressure in our shoulders has been really strong. G2 basically won every split, and yeah, first split we already lost the final, which is like should not be a good sign, right? We maybe need like that little sparkle to be the best duo in the league.
The first seed chose this. They wanted the Spaniards, but forever they will regret the day that they crossed the mighty MKOI.
In the end, we kind of like to make it hard, and having 5 games practice on stage makes it even better, you know. I'm just hyped to play tomorrow because we even get more best of 5 practice. And then also, if we win tomorrow, I'm happy because we can go MSI already secure, which in the end is important.
For all 5 members is Kana in a flanking angle, but he found out first. He's getting taken through and through. Super gets a double with Yike running away. It's the ulti from Jojo to corner them. Koi played that so damn well.
This playoffs will be a good chance to show to everyone that this choice that G2 took wasn't the wrong one.
Mickey, Razork and Humanoid all able to escape. Upset, untouched, unscathed so far in this fight. Mickey dies. What's the flanking found? Kalist, it's an immobile. Jin, the follow-up there, this time hitting the ulti, but Kalist takes Wild Die. Super gets the kill finally, sets it up, and Koi with our ya. He does it again!
This was something that we needed to prove Europe that we are going for the title.
And we'll take it away, Ginny. Great toss as we get on into G2 versus Movistar Koi. A battle not only for the finals, but also for a spot at MSI. And the two teams that coming into this weekend, I think no one really expected to be here in the winners match.
No, I mean, I said it to Dylan on the podcast where I felt like that there was a clear top 2 after the regular season, that I thought Fnatic and KC had shown a higher level than what we had seen from G2 and Koi from the regular season. But then playoffs ends up always being a different beast. Koi find a way throughout their history to make upsets happen, and G2 seem to be in playoff form themselves.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of it just came down to yesterday for MKOI. Solid drafts. It really felt like they'd prepped really well for KC. Like Miran bringing out things like Galio, being able to flex up some of his champion pool, but even for G2 as well, like, the joke was the Gragas mid. We didn't get anything funky like that. It just felt like they had very solid understanding of how they wanted to play, and Cap stepped up massively in that series as well.
And that, for me, is one of the big matchups that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, because after Jojo had an amazing performance yesterday, going up against what seems to be playoff form Caps, we're guaranteed a banger mid lane matchup. So let's see what the priority is, and already Talia and Yone going to be taken away from that mid pool.
And I'm curious if the Azir is going to follow from the mid pool as well. It's kind of been something that started to creep up, and there it goes as well. So now the Vi, the Varus, these are the other 2 big picks we look at on their first rotation.
Also that Rumble.
True.
We know that Mirwin is happy to play the Rumble, and we're yet to see it come through from Broken Blade. G2 in their last series was quite happy to let it through, and they ended up falling short in their very first game against Fnatic to Oscar and Rumble as well.
But I think it is kind of like a game of chicken, because you're looking at both Mirren and Broken Blade had that Galio in the back pocket, and it's worked out fantastically both times we've seen it for them. So I'm curious if we actually just see the Rumble fall to the wayside and the party go towards something like the Varus over that pick here.
Unless you can pick it on something like the third pick on red side and then ban out the Galio coming into it, right? Would make sense that the Pantheon immediately locked in for MKOI. Also spells a possible RV pick for them. That combination, very powerful overall. And as you said, Reddy, like with how Jojo played yesterday, exceptional from him to outplay Carmine Corp. And as much as I said coming into this series that both these teams were seen as the underdogs in their individual series, I think coming out of those series, they were the better teams. These are the two teams that played better over Saturday and Sunday.
So I thought we were going to get the Xin Zhao and the Varus on the counter pick here, or the other pick here for G2. Just I think the Xin Zhao has been Skumon's best champion for him. He's been very aggressive and able to play for invades off the champion's early stats. But going for the Senna, I mean, the Xin Zhao still works here, and honestly, you're setting up for a heavy bruiser style build that just does well with all those heals and shields over the top.
I think locking in this bot lane is something we saw from them in their series versus Fnatic, and prioritizing the Senna early on in the series, we've already started to see how impactful the champion can be. Not only does it have a very good laning phase into many of the strong AD carries in the current meta, but she's very safe, and she just provides this guaranteed late game, given that no matter how far things fall behind, her ability to carry is always ever present.
Yeah, I think it does open up, though, for kind of scaling lanes is the only thing when you do end up picking it blind. And it looks like MKOI agreeing with this, taking the Smolder here, which I imagine will go down towards Soup on the bottom side. And Senna's just not something that will bully particularly hard. You'll be able to farm up perfectly fine and even rotate around the map as you need to. So I think for MKOI now, it seems like just going for a bit of a scaling team fight seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, seems like where they're going, picking up that Smolder and the Rel alongside to give it a bit of protection down towards that bottom side. Where will G2 decide to go? Importantly, no mid laners picked yet, so that Pantheon RE combination can be denied by G2. Obviously, there's a possibility that the Smolder is flexed towards that mid lane, but we'll see where G2 decide to go with that second set of bans. Looks like it's going to be the Wukong locked in instead of that Shin. Does fill a similar role, though.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you see the Smolder, you kind of know that MKOI aren't going to be going for anything particularly aggressive in the early stages. Obviously, Pantheon kind of wants to, but I do think you're in a position now where you can just look for those level 6, try and play for these big team fights, and use the fact you've got this Senna to enable Wukong in a lot of places. But you just have to be a little bit careful. Rel, obviously, having the Shattering Strikes to remove a lot of those shields can dissuade a lot of that early pressure.
I think G2's plan is going to be to ban out AP topsides, because in the event that this Smolder is going mid, the fact that they've locked in Wukong, armor stacking possibilities, then you also deny those AP options away from top. Perhaps you can force Koi to move the Smolder towards the bot side of the map. So taking away the Rumble, I think, makes a lot of sense. I wonder if they will even... Are they concerned about a Galio? Maybe even an Aurora would be considered in terms of bans. We've seen it a number of times from him in Silas. I think it's perfectly fine. But just this idea of removing some of these flexible AP mids that can go towards the top side of the map in the event that this Smolder is in fact in the mid lane.
I'm curious if they're trying to set up for an Ahri pick here for Caps as well. I think Ahri, alongside the Taliyah, have kind of been the big standout performers for Jojo. Even yesterday, he had an insane performance on that Ahri as well. Those charms seemed like they're point and click. So I think taking this here with the Silas ban could make a lot of sense. And then you end up leaving that counter pick for Broken Blade on the last rotation.
It also looks like Koi is thinking about an Ambessa with both the Warwick and the Jax taken away. Right now, there's a bit of a cheeky hover of the Veigar, but as discussed, the Ahri definitely seems to be coming through. A bit of a denial away from Jojo, if that is something that they were thinking about. So what direction do you really go? Prioritizing the Pantheon, you would expect something like an Ahri to come alongside it. Something that Medic was saying earlier was just how that combination is very powerful in the mid-jungle 2 versus 2. So now what options do you go for with that Ahri unavailable and the Silas taken away?
Well, you might be getting your Ambessa, Eddie, so it looks like that'll be it. I think a Rise could also be an option here. It's like you get that point and click CC to set up for the Pantheon. You've got the Realm Warp for that movement around the map. And Jojo, again, like the Realm Warp usage mid-fight yesterday was fantastic for him. So I think this could work out relatively well.
Wouldn't be surprised if we do see that Rise locked in. I'd be incredibly surprised if it's Katarina. There we go, the Rise is locked for MKOI. So they have a little bit of magic damage coming out from mid. Now we know the top lane matchup for G2. Immediate lock of the Camille into the Ambessa for Broken Blade.
So we did actually see this matchup come through before. It was Broken Blade playing the Ambessa, from what I remember, on the Saturday matchup. And in that matchup, we saw the Camille being able to get the advantage early on. But then later on, I mean, a lot of ganks were invested toward the top side of the map from skirmishes to really put that Camille down. And something that Finn was discussing extensively was that when you have a Camille into Ambessa lane, you really need to be giving resources to this Camille to set her up for success. So in this early game plan, I'm expecting G2 to leave their bot lane isolated and start playing towards this top side of the map.
It is a little tough though when you've got the Wukong, because traditionally Wukong kind of wants the level 6. Now he's still decent in the early skirmishes, but if you just look at the CC and the damage the Pantheon can provide, if I'm going for a 2v2 play top, I'm kind of favoring the Ambessa and the Pantheon in those early stages. So I think this definitely gets a little bit tough for skirmishes to try and have that set up. So it'll be more about trying to desync on the Wukong and find nice timings where you can affect that top lane without the Pantheon presence.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if it's start playing through mid, then use that pressure, use that push priority from the Ahri to get into other lanes, to look for 3v1 dives towards the top side. But MKOI yesterday showed how well they can deal with those dives. Jojo and LEC absolutely popping up in the series versus Carmine Core. Let's get into it though. A battle for the finals of the LEC and for a spot in Vancouver, going all the way back to Canada for MSI.
One of the Canadians is going home. Either it's Dylan Falco or it's Jojo. They're going to get that trip. And I did hear Dylan say that, I mean, he definitely really wants to go home in the podcast. And he actually talks about how it would be awesome to have the opportunity to play against Jojo, because then they would have that opportunity to fight. And his wish has been granted. They're going to get that matchup. And I'm very excited to see how things play out. Level 1s have been a big deal this weekend in terms of control and making sure that, in particular, those early Raptors are not stolen away. You can see Alvaro hovering around as LeBron fishing for a hook.
Jojo, he's going to get hooked. He's going to get CC'd. There's the charm follow-up into the last embrace. It's just going to be damage, nothing more doing here from G2. Jojo forced back. With the minions just spawning, he can teleport back into the lane to be there in time, but if he does complete that recall, he'll be a little bit late to the first wave unless he expends the TP.
Yeah, it does mean though on the bottom side, like you end up starting with the W for Han Sama, you have the charm for Caps as well, so pushing power for both those lanes is going to be removed quite a bit. And yes, you will be a little slow on getting back to lane here as Jojo, but because you don't have the Orb of Perception, that wave isn't going to be cleared out particularly quickly. So I think he's fine, as you see, to just waddle back and should be able to actually get the push at some stage or control over the lane because you started with the charm.
Gets there just in time for the first minions to die and still CS's it. So much ado about nothing for Jojo in that early push. In the other lanes, looks like Broken Blade is trying to get the advantage against Mirwin up towards the top side. Jungle is pathing to opposite sides of the map. There is a ward on Elioya's blue buff, so they know that he has not started there at least.
In terms of early prio, it looks like G2's in a great position. They've got that early push in the mid lane. Things will start to shift as Jojo gets a few levels under his belt, and I'd say around level 5, the wave control changes pretty dramatically in the Ryze versus Ahri matchup. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, there's not a lot that Smolder can do into this matchup, so MKOI's bot lane is going to have to play pretty defensively, and on the top side of the map, it looks like Broken Blade is getting that early push as well. So 3 pushing lanes for G2. At least in the early game, gives skirmishes a lot of freedom to do what he wants. Broken Blade will have to be cautious though, as LEC is pathing towards the top side of the map. There is that ward on his blue buff, which has now faded away.
I do like the way that skirmishes has kind of gone from this top to bot clear, trying to, as we were saying, like desync from LEC. Because on the reset then, you can get the bounce back off of that top side and actually look for some sort of plays, especially as Broken Blade will have access to his full kit at that stage. You can try and look for something. Even looking down now, just an early ward from Broken Blade just to make sure that he's going to be safe and spotted if LEC is going for any tricky business in the top lane.
Love the ping that also came out from skirmishes onto the walls, expecting LEC to be around here. Immediately, Broken Blade backs off his lane. He moves into the river. He drops that ward down so that he can spot any early ganks. And all of a sudden, he lets the wave push back out. So good communication from the side of G2. As now, on the opposite side of the map, LEC likely communicating with his bot lane that skirmishes is in the area and may even be threatening a dive in the near future. But given the wave states, it looks like nothing too crazy is going to happen for now.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a trade of the Scuttle Crab to kick us off. LeBron going in with the hook onto Alvaro, forces him away, uses that Riptide for a little bit of extra damage. Caps was forced back in mid lane, but Jojo is now relatively low on mana, so doesn't really have too much kill threat. LEC was looking for something, but just places a ward towards where the Razor Beaks will spawn and then backs away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard when you do start the charm in the early matchup, because traditionally you want to start with the Foxfire, use that to get your electrocute proc alongside your auto attacks, but going for the charm means you have to delay Foxfire and the Orb of Deception, so a lot of your early trade patterns get nullified. So Jojo now getting to push back out and get some nice damage on the caps, but I think it'll just be about trying to control this wave and look for a reset for himself.
Yeah, you can see Lebrov coming across to try and cover him a little bit as well, and you're doing a good job of tracking him. Hook's gonna land him onto Jojo. He's force low, 200 HP, has to flash, but Jojo's just dead. You knew Lebrov was there! And he still gets hooked and he still dies!
Big whoopsie from Jojo. And a charm from Caps just sets it all up. I thought maybe not getting hooked underneath the tower would have helped him to survive, but just too much damage between both Lebrov and Caps.
I mean, nothing but a misplay there from Jojo. A degree of disrespect as he thought that, hey, I have all the kill threat here, Caps can't step up to me. But all it took, as you rightly said, was a single charm to help First Blood go the way of G2. Jojo, he's not going to lose too much. The good news for him is Caps doesn't pick up the kill, and he's still able to TP back in time to hold on to a CS advantage, but a small gold swing going the way of G2 for now.
I mean, I think the bad news for him is this. Like, he has no summoners now, and the ability of Wukong just to gank that lane is going to become massive, especially when Caps dings over to 6 and gets that Spirit Rush up. So you see a good trade coming out from the MKOI bot lane. Super and Alvaro had a really good series yesterday up against Carmine Corp, and I actually think that Super overall, probably the best AD carry so far in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been doing a fantastic job, and like to echo what Goldberg was talking about yesterday on the desk, it feels like he's kind of become that late game insurance plan for MKOI. The Smolder obviously just giving that story more emphasis, but the fact that he kind of gets left to his own devices to try and be by himself, then start to scale up into the later portion of the game and just be a menace in team fights says a lot. But I think yesterday we saw a little bit of a different story where Alvaro and Supa felt much more like they were trying to play through a strong 2v2 against Kalist and Targamas and see if they could take over a bit there.
I just love it when players have those statement games, especially after things like the All-Pro comes out. He's the only MKOI player that wasn't a part of any of the top teams, and then he just has a performance like that. It just goes to show why the team believes in him and what he's capable of doing. We'll see if he can pull it off today, as right now he's grouped up with his jungler.
Oh, Alvaro's going to go in, hooked out of the knocker, but the chase continues onto Lebrov. Last Embrace will get the CC onto Elioya. Lebrov with the Titan's Wrath, not enough shielding. Super on the board for MKOI.
Huge pick by MKOI. You could see Jojo was basically keeping Caps and Skewmond entertained around that mid lane, baiting them to try and go for him, and just open up then for MKOI to pick off Lebrov as he's trying to join in, because he'd also burnt his flash in that last engagement.
I will say, I think Lebrov roaming around a little bit too much, I would say. The early lane dominance that we were seeing from Hans and Lebrov has kind of now largely been conceded. They built about a wave of an advantage in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and you can see the experience differential that's now built up between Hans and Lebrov. Of course, Lebrov did get that kill in mid lane, but the consequences of that is now Super finds himself with a small gold lead. And remember that while the center stacks are important, Super's building stacks of his own.
Yep. Currently sitting at 42, 225 really the breakpoint that we look for on the Smolder. There are smaller breakpoints before that point, but 225 is when you start to get that mini Elder Dragon buff that allows you just to rip through team fights. So a bit of a weird quadra kill because of it earlier this morning in the LPL, where someone flashed away and just carried the Scorching Breath to his team, gave him extra kills. I'm sure Super will be very happy.
It was a well-earned quadra.
Oh, 100%. Really well-earned. I'm sure Super will be very happy if he gets one of those today. Lebrov looking up towards this top side. Hans Summer and Lebrov have been moved into mid because Grubs are spawning in 7 seconds time, and that's the reason Super and Alvaro are up here in top, matching into Caps.
Yeah, you can see even Jojo's aware of it, though. He's hovering very much to the bottom side of his lane, making sure that he doesn't want to get caught out by anyone. So I think this would just be conceding it for MKOI. Looks like Elioya moving up here just to make sure he can get his top side jungle and keep his bottom lane safe in case any sort of funny business starts to move up towards his top side. Oh, maybe the late contest.
Jojo stepping in. One grub already down for G2. Skewmon trying to get forward to steal it away, another one with the smite. Elioya will secure it. Camp's looking for a flank, but it's very easy to collapse on him. He is respecting the fact that Jojo and Elioya can just jump in. Super across the wall, sneezing on them, but not really landing any of those germs. And in the end, it will be 2 grubs to 1 in favor of G2.
Okay, so a gentleman's agreement as neither team tries to overforce anything. Level 6 unavailable for both supports meant that without that big CC, I imagine that they were both a little hesitant to fully commit to a fight. Of course, no significant leads gained either side as Both AD carries are just happy to scale up. And one of the things I will say about Fearless, and we obviously bring this up especially as we find ourselves in these best of fives, is we have such a diversification of AD carry styles now. It's not really a scaling AD carry meta or a hyper-aggressive one. You tend to get so much variation because you're forced to change up your AD carry pool.
And keep my eyes on Caps though. He's wandering down towards his bot lane, and there's a potential lockup from Broken Blade coming through, baiting Mirren in a little bit here.
Jumps in, Broken Blade has that Hexagol made, and Mirwin dodges away from the charm. Dawning Shadow coming out though. Mirwin with the public execution is publicly executed. Grand Star pull in by Elyoya will get one in response. So far a 1-for-1. Caps, another charm is going to connect. But Elyoya healthy enough to get underneath the tower. The question is, will G2 force a dive here with Skewmund and Lebrov on their way across?
Alvaro's on the way as well, trying desperately to get in, but splash forward.
Cyclones gives you movement speed though, and Elyoya can't get away from Skewmund. Aegis Assault blocks the decimating smash or the crushing blow there from Skewmund. Alvaro joins the fray. Lebrov looking to walk away. Skewmund, even with a Shadowing Strike coming out, he's ignited. Magna Storm as well. Skewmund's gonna die here. Probably to the minions. It's Alvaro who claims the kill.
That's such a big turnaround for MKOI, because it's not only the fact that they got the kill in the bottom side, Jojo was pushing in that top lane and crashed a big wave into the top side turret, and because Broken Blade died in the exchange, he wasn't able to TP immediately up to that top side to pick it up. MKOI winning on both sides of the equation.
I very much agree, Dagda. We look back at the play and you saw it on the minimap. Caps looking to make this play that he's made with Broken Blade many times before. Attack the side lane, try and get Broken Blade back into the game a little bit more. He ends up being traded though as Elyoya throws the ultimate in, and it's at this point where G2 should have just been happy with the trade. But they think that they've gotten so much damage down onto Elyoya, it should be an easy pickup kill for Skewmund, and then they can turn their attention to the tower. But Elyoya plays it super well. He flashes away, he connects the stun, and then he has his E to help him get away to safety, allowing for the TP re-engage and a kill and exchange. And as you rightly said, Dagda, you look at the mini-map and you can see this Ryze just free farming in the top lane, picking up waves. I think he even picked up a plate as well. And so Jojo very happy with his current position.
Credit to Alvaro as well, not just giving up on that chase, knowing that Mirwin could TP in and they could go for the kill. Even with Lebrov there wasn't really any way for Skewmund to get out. So it's about 1,000 gold ahead here for MKOI. First item complete on Super and on Jojo, who's got that Rod of Ages stacking up.
But I think one of the things for MKOI has been how good they've actually been with their leads. It started obviously for a long time with them, but I think they've really improved over the course of this split on their patience, how they set up for picks, how they set up their vision, how they kind of corral teams into difficult choices on the map. And I think this is where you do start to get a little nervous as G2, because this is not an MKOI that will just make often a silly mistake, but might be a TP behind Jojo here.
Yeah, immediately looking for Jojo. Hexagol Ultimatum available to Broken Blade. The Realm War. Jojo's going to try and flash back into it, but the Hexagol Ultimatum comes out, and Jojo cannot escape. Caps gets the kill, 1-0-2 now on Azari.
I do wonder if he messed up the timing there, because the timing of the flash, it seemed that he was a little bit late to actually get back into the ulti. Either way, it was a cool idea, and he doesn't quite get the execution off. G2 find themselves another pick, and again, it comes back to what we saw them doing a lot against Fnatic. These side lane TP plays, constantly punishing Oscar in particular, but trying to find picks to either get Caps gold or Broken Blade gold so that they can develop into these strong side lane threats.
As I said, they don't make silly mistakes regularly, and they don't kick off, but yeah.
He almost got out. I think I'd have to watch the replay again, because I did see a silence above his head as the Hexagol Ultimatum comes out, because it obviously stops you going through the Realm Warp. Because it's CC, right? So you can't leave the Hexagol Ultimatum. But I'd have to see a replay to know for sure. Maybe it was just a mistiming error there from Jojo. Does burn his flash and burns his teleport to get back up towards the top lane. Oh, thank you, observers. Let's have a look.
So we get the lockdown coming through from Broken Blade, TP coming through from Caps, and then see as he starts to come through. No.
Yeah, silence.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Pops above Jojo's head. You can't escape the Hexagol Ultimatum even with the Realm Warp, because you're locked in the spot, right? So it's basically CC stopping the Realm Warp.
Yeah, but I thought there was a small window because it actually hadn't connected. But I guess the initial cast still actually prevents you from using it.
Let's be honest, the minutiae of it may escape us, but what happened is Jojo died.
Didn't escape.
I'm sure Vandrill is out there making a 10-minute long video on it right now. All that G2 care about is he died, and all that MKOI care about is they didn't pause it and report a bug.
That's true. Now, Herald is going to be spawning in about a minute's time. Of course, when you've got these two scaling AD carries, your first thought is not, let's try and force a fight immediately. They just want to continue scaling up. We learned from the analyst desk earlier that a good average for Sennas in the current meta is about 60 at 20 minutes. Hans Sama seems very much on pace, 44 at 14 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, we look over at Super, and he's at 106. So if we assume that 225 is that breakpoint, he's also about just under halfway at about 14 minutes into the game. So it seems like both AD carries primarily just farming in the mid lane and kind of reaching that scaling point. And I mean, it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup because you've got these two hyper-scaling AD carries. I do want to give the slight edge to Hans Sama just because I think the range on Senna gets so monstrous, but I'm happy to be proven wrong and I'm excited to see what Super can do.
I think it's just also the issue for G2 is how strong the side lanes for MKOI can be. Mirren has been doing a relatively good job of kind of keeping pace with Broken Blade, but as you start to go on, it's Elyoya just having an option to ult into a side lane to help you out, and you've got lockdown from both Mirren and also Jojo for that. So.
And we often talk about the ability to play through sides. And as you say, having the Realm Warp, having the Grand Starfall just gives you so many more options to play through sides than Caps, who has to run down a lane or TP towards it, and Skewmon, who can be very sneaky, can go invisible as he tries to gank, but can struggle to have as much impact on multiple portions of the map.
Now, I do just want to make clear to our audience at home that there is a bit of an overlay disconnect. The summoner spells that you see on your screen are coming off cooldown a little bit faster than they actually are in-game. Right now, Jojo is still about halfway with both his flash. Ooh.
LeBrock going in for the hook here. Charm's going to land as well onto Alvaro. Knocked up in the bouncy castle. Dawning Shadow coming out as well, and Alvaro's first fall in the fight. Elyoya on the retreat. Jojo on the back line, but he doesn't land the overload onto Skewmon, hooked out of the Realm Warp. Super now stepping forward into the last embrace. He pops the barrier to heal to try and mitigate some of this damage, but he just can't do it. Cap still chases forward, and Elyoya through the flash still dies.
G2 get everything they need in that fight, picking off all the members of MKOI, apart from Mirren, who's just left in that bottom side of the map, hoping desperately his team could have fought a little bit harder in that one.
It's one of the risks of forcing these fights early, but it's G2 that end up coming out on top, navigating the fight beautifully. Hans Sama and his positioning was just ruthless. The instant cleanse that came out from him as well to then reset and continue to dish out damage. Caps getting an extra cast of his ultimate. Alvaro is hovering around. It looks like that there's not going to be another fight to kick this one off, but Alvaro getting caught at the start, not really having that good engage is what I think made things very difficult for MKOI.
I think it also, again, is just kind of showing the value of this Senna. You get this lockup in this little choke point, which kind of keeps Alvaro in position. Then you get the Dawning Shadow across so many members getting the damage and the shields off. And then you end up very separated as MKOI, as G2 are able to play the fight back and forth over the wall with Skewmon and Cap. So it ends up just being a very spread out fight. And that's not even to start on the conversation of, do you really have the damage on a Smolder right now to be taking fights like this?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Dagda. Just watching that center in that fight, Hans Sama felt completely untouchable. He got 2 roots off. He was healing. His shield also, like, he was just doing so much work for his team in that fight. And it was G2 that ends up coming out ahead. Now the Dragon is alive, and naturally G2 will set their sights on the objective. Jojo will have first move from the top side of the map. Want to make clear his TP... Actually, I might be the one who's wrong. I am. His TP is up.
As is Caps, but doesn't look like MKOI are going to fight this because they got the second Drake. This isn't soul point or anything for G2, so they can delay. Infernal Dragon going over to G2. About a 3,000, 2,000 gold lead for them right now as Mirwin maybe caught out a little bit. Skewmon's on the chase. There's a Hex Ultimatum to lock Mirwin up. Skewmon comes in. Public execution through the Cyclone goes unstoppable, but the chase continues and Broken Blade finds his man.
Yeah, a good pick from G2, but we might have an answer on the top side as Alvaro actually has to run away. LeBron with a good reset and move to the top side to keep Cap safe on the counterplay.
Now with the Herald coming down in bot lane, G2 looking to get their second tower of the game. MKOI unable to take one as of yet. Ooh, where are we driving? Okay, Skewmon. It's Monaco, the streets are narrow. Don't do an album and delay everyone behind you. Always going to mid. Picks up a Cinder. Okay, this is less exciting now.
He's got camps to clear, and he's a man on a mission. He's set his sights on the Krugs. This window, MKOI used to get some deep vision, so they will spot Skewmon out, but ultimately it's G2 that's increasing the pace of the game. They built up just short of a 4K gold lead, and look at how strong Caps is right now. 2 fully completed items, a 2.2K gold lead individually over Jojo.
and we talked about it coming into draft. The analyst desk talked about it as well. Caps in playoffs form. He's a scary player. And in the side lane, he is going to be a serious threat that Koi will have to find a way to deal with.
I think that battle between Jojo and Caps was something we really wanted to focus on in this series because yesterday, Jojo really popped off. He had incredible plays on the Ari, some great charms. His Leo was superb as well. And Caps, after having a very disappointing spring from his standards, began to show us that playoffs form again.
He's definitely been putting the hurt onto Jojo thus far. The early plays towards mid, making sure that Jojo very uncomfortable in that mid lane. And now he kind of gets to run the map. You can see he's already going for the reset, working up towards his third item. But I think in this sort of position, G2 just, it's so easy for them to continue with the pressure that they have on the map. Your side lanes are strong enough that you're not really worried about a 1v1 between Jojo and Caps. Same when you look at Broken Blade, is now kind of starting to crest the two items, which is really where this Camille starts to come online. It kind of feels like MKOI have to find some way to make a pick to get control back of this game.
But they have the tools to do so. We've already talked about it. Realm Warp and the Grand Starfall, perfect tools to make picks in side lane. The issue becomes, if you don't control your own jungle, it's very hard to make those picks be surprise picks rather than picks that were tracked as you walk through your jungle. For the moment, G2 focusing a lot of pressure on getting this mid lane tower down. They're also looking to make sure that Broken Blade can step up safely and push out those waves on the bot side. Artican actually just begun here by them. MKOI either unaware or unfazed by the fact G2 want to take this.
Seems that they are a bit of both, perhaps. They don't really have much vision on that side of the map, but their priorities are on securing what towers they can, getting a bit of map control back in their favor. Alvaro going to be hovering around the top side. Caps needs to be careful because there are a large number of MKOI members on the top side of the map, and that tower will be secured.
You have to be so careful there as G2 moving into that top side, because either you try and make the play onto Jojo and suddenly you can have the Grand Starfall towards him, or you can have the Realm Warp from Jojo in towards Oyoya, who was kind of fishing for LeBrob a little bit in that top side jungle. But honestly, if you're G2, you're going to be more than happy. Picking up that early Artican is fantastic for you, let alone now a minute and a half until you get that next objective coming through. You're seeing, you know, Black Cleaver is now completed for Hansama. He's going to be an absolute menace. Caps is huge. Like, it's really difficult for MKOI, it feels like, to fight at the moment, because yes, Motor's hitting that 2-2-5 spot, but he just doesn't really have the items to be a massive menace in these fights yet.
Hook's going to land. Jojo couldn't immediately walking out. Alioya's caught up in the midst of 4 members of G2. And he is slain. G2 with good vision control. Catch Alioya wanting in his own jungle. Jojo puts some damage back into Skewmon, but at the moment, G2 just run the map.
It feels as though Koi, I mean, they feel very invisible right now. G2 is the one.
Ooh, Magnustorm goes in. Super's on his way across here as well. Super's going to start sneezing on them. Flashes forward, looking for LeBrob here as well. Realm Warp coming out as Alvaro and Super will follow it. Caps, though, has the Spirit Rush. Flash Room Prison. Can Caps get away? No, pull back. MKOI find 2.
This is the play we wanted to see from MKOI. A fantastic engage from Alvaro. Connects onto 4 members of G2, and it gives Koi an opportunity to force a fight. Super picks up a bunch of kills. Jojo gets one for himself. And they just barely keep that. Oh, never mind. MKOI, though, with a fantastic fight.
Huge fight for MKOI, and exactly what they needed, and to get a ton of gold onto key carries right before this upcoming fight as well. But great engage from Alvaro. The flash forward sets up perfectly. Jojo there to follow. Then the slow across multiple people as well here was just huge. And again, the Realm Warp usage from Jojo setting up then to pick off Caps as well. And now it's back to life, as you can see in the bottom left corner. Dragon going to be picked up here by MKOI thanks to that great engagement.
Skewmon doesn't have the Cyclone, and no flash on him or Caps would make it very difficult for them to fight around this Drake. It will be 2 apiece in terms of the Wyverns between these two teams. Only 1,000 gold in it now. And the question for G2 is this the turning of the tide?
Well, I think the fact that Super got so many of those kills was actually huge, because we were kind of saying, look, you're 2 items. It's a little bit tougher, the Smolder right now, but now you're accelerated to that rapid fire cannon, and suddenly it's a very different story, because you're going to be able to hit from so much further away. Your attack speed's insane. So honestly, I think that gold shift towards Super may have been just kind of that, maybe not full break in the momentum of G2, but certainly going to cause them to stumble a little bit at these upcoming fights.
The thing that I've wanted to see more of from Koi in this game is that side lane power that they have. the fact that they have a Rise and a Pantheon and they've not really been looking for picks in the side lane, I think is not how you should be utilizing this composition. But the one thing you can't underestimate KOI in is their ability to find fights. Alvaro is such a fantastic engage player, and he's someone that will not miss those windows to find a fight for his team, and this might be another one.
TP behind here as Mirwin's going deep. Broken Blade trying to trade with Jojo, as Lebrov is the one who's caught out first. Hans Summer next up. Alvaro going a little bit deep as Caps. TP is behind them, and MKOI are fighting a 3v4, and Caps is here to surprise them. G2 find 3 already. Mirwin trying to get his way out of here. Broken Blade still chasing forward. Mirwin had to flash the charm. Does not connect from Caps, but G2 will continue the pressure. Last embrace in. Jojo turns it around. Mirwin dives in with a public execution. Might be able to kill LeBron as well. Can't quite. G2 find 5 for 1.
MKOI thought they had the jump, but they were just a bit too far away. G2 collapse faster, and they get the kills they need.
Just as I was praising KOI's ability to find fights, they find a fight that they ultimately didn't want. You guys already highlighted that they didn't quite have the numbers, and G2 could just collapse faster. The TP comes in, but it's so far away, and this is just a 3v3 to start. G2 weathered the initial engage, and then Caps arrives, turning it into a favorable fight.
Yeah, I notice the fact that Broken Blade is able to 1v1 Jojo just completely takes him out. You're still waiting on Mirwin to show up, so G2 decimate the 3-man unit of MKOI that's there. And now this is a little bit of an over extension from Caps, but I think it ends up working out because you get those kills that you need, and it means that with those deaths on the MKOI side, you manage to crack that bottom turret as well.
Take the inhibitor tower down. Skumond jumping in there with the decoy to try and see if he could steal away the blue. It's now a 5,000 gold lead for G2. Baron is up 2.5 minutes before the Infernal Drake would be the third for either of these two teams. Super well over the 225 threshold, almost cusping 250 now. Hans Summer did hit 60 before the 20-minute mark, now at 84. Remember, every 20 stacks on the Senna gives you another bonus.
G2 in a commanding position right now. The Baron going to be their main focus as they leave Broken Blade off in the side lane.
Who deals with him now?
Well, I mean, it's funny to think that Broken Blade played the opposite side of this matchup, and before it was all those resources that he was getting from Skumond to shut down the Camille. This is what the matchup looks like when you get given all those resources. Alvaro, he's hesitant, he gets charmed.
Charmed through the wall. Alvaro pulled back, good shadowing strike. Jumps in with Magnus Storm, doing a shadow out there for the shield as well. Mirwin dives onto the back line, and Hans Summer's already dead. LeBron follows suit. Super's found 2, he's looking to make it 3. And Skumond's next on the menu. Jojo will secure that one, but the Hexa Golden Maiden from Broken Blade chases Super through his flash over the wall. In the end, a 3 for 2.
I mean, it looks like a good engage from G2, but Alvaro uses it as an opportunity to force a fight. MKOI are very quick to react, and taking out G2's bot lane would have been disaster for them if it weren't for Broken Blade being able to trade it for Super. A very close fight ends up just barely going in MKOI's favor.
And I love the snap decision from Alvaro, because you've got so much damage from Super in these clumped up engagements, like the ultimate, the follow with the Q is going to do a ton of work, but just the fact that you end up with Broken Blade being able to get access towards Super here is huge. Plus, Mirwin getting locked up by Skumond for a good amount means that he's just not really able to follow. Caps is putting a ton of pressure down, and the speed that Broken Blade has in these fights to avoid that follow-up from MKOI is great.
Yeah, I was going to say, the follow-up from Mirwin there, I didn't notice it in the initial fight, but the fact that he ultied straight onto Hans Summer into the backline, just really good target selection from him. It ends up being awkward when he's now stuck in the middle of the G2 roster, but he made it work, and kind of what set things up for success for MKOI. The gold, of course, still in favor of G2, but KOI showing that they still have some of the bite of the old Lions. The ability to fight back is something that they've demonstrated extremely well so far in this playoffs, and I definitely don't think this game is over just yet.
Yeah, and Mirwin has definitely gone for this build, which is, hey, I want to try and one-shot Hans Summer, or one-shot someone that has that, or is on the back line. And,
flash hook onto Alvaro, goes in with the Magnus Storm. Hans Summer immediately flashes away. Mom's called down, Broken Blade chasing Super out of the back of the fight, but there's good stun onto him from Elioya. Super still down, Caps now dancing forward. Broken Blade will fall. Jojo gets a massive shutdown from that, but it might be too little too late. It's a trip up for Skumond. Only Mirwin left alive. G2 wipe him away.
There's just not enough enough on MKOI to stop the dive from G2. Broken Blade, Skirmishes and Caps have one target in sight, and it's Super.
I mean, look at how ruthless they are. They find out where Super is. First, Hansama flashes away to safety, then Broken Blade says, I found Super, let's go. The ulti comes in from Hansama. Caps and Skirmishes are right behind Broken Blade, and then it just becomes a clean-up fight. They end up losing Broken Blade, but the trade is worth it as they find themselves an ace and a Baron.
And now they're pushing forward for another inhibitor tower. It's Caps on his lonesome. The rest of G2 are back in base, apart from Hansama, who's just clearing out some vision around mid, it seems. Second inhibitor tower down, 21 kills to 11. It's a 32 kill game in 29 minutes. G2 in the regular season, average combined kills a minute of about 0.6 or so. In playoffs, they're averaging 1 combined kill a minute across their 2 series so far. Obviously, whatever practice they were doing during the regular season that Dylan Falco talked about is coming to the fore right now. MKOI, no slouches themselves, but in this game, just seem to have struggled to find too much purchase.
I think it's just been great. Like the way G2 have set things up has been great. Caps with that early play towards mid, shutting down Jojo, and we've kind of talked about how the Pantheon Rise was one of the big combos that we were looking at. So being able to disrupt that, put Jojo behind, stop him from being able to interact on either of the side lanes has really just set G2 up for success. And again, I think just Senna with these bruiser dive compositions just works so incredibly well at keeping these bruisers alive no matter how deep they go into a fight.
I think what's cool about the G2 composition is how well this Senna supports the sheer amount of dive that they have. That ultimate being able to provide that shield, potentially that extra bit of damage as well, as you've got Skirmishes, Caps and Broken Blade just finding their way into the backline. And how obnoxious is it to deal with? You've got Broken Blade that can jump over walls, you've got Caps who can jump over walls, and you've got Skirmishes who can also jump over walls. Like, there's very few obstacles that really stand in their way.
Right now, G2 pushing in 3 different lanes. Caps is up in the top side. Broken Blade will be stopped by Mirwin down towards that bottom side. Remember, no inhibitor tower down there. Inhibitor in the mid lane will fall as Caps uses the minions to take the inhib tower in top. Inhib in bot falls, and MKOI getting down to the last dregs of hope in this game. Really have to force an engage at some point.
Yeah, I think it's just becoming too difficult. They can try with some of the wave clear, but barred up, it makes it very, very difficult, and you still got another 2 waves that are going to come barreling through before you can even deal with them. So I think at this stage, it's just going to be a rogue charm that might catch out MKOI and end it all.
Baron buff on the minions down towards the bot side. Super minion about where the tier 1 would usually stand in mid. G2 might use that as their chance to push forward. Baron expiring after this wave. You have 30 seconds left before that Baron buff does go down. Obviously double super minions in the next few waves as Caps goes in with the Spirit Rush, lands the charm only onto Elioya. Doesn't get much out of it. Was looking for Jojo. Doesn't have his flash right now. Hook's gonna go in. Jojo puts some big damage down onto Caps, but he's able to Spirit Rush away. Alvaro already down, and now G2 trying to push in with a man advantage. The Nexus tower is their target. Broken Blade steps in with that precision protocol, does so much damage to the tower. No minions left for G2 though. Another hook going in from LeBron, but immediately he's burst down. A 4 for 4 now as MKOI hold on to their base. Or at least their Nexus towers. Caps looking for another charm. G2 will retreat.
Elioya had the ultimate if he wanted to follow, but I think he would have left Super a little bit on his lonesome if that was the case. Although, still wandering into his jungle, needs to be a little careful.
G2, I mean, it's understandable that they would just continue to pressure on the enemy Nexus. There's no objective on the map for them really to play for. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and all they really needed was Caps to connect onto a charm, and that first charm follow-up meant that they were able to get that 1 pick, but then Lebrov didn't quite connect the hook, forcing them to go back to base. So now MKOI get given 1 more opportunity, 1 more breath of life to find a fight that could potentially swing the game in their favor. Itemization-wise, the carries are in a great spot. If they can just lock down Hansama, maybe Caps. I mean, I wonder if it's really enough when you've got 4 damage threats on the side of G2, but really that's kind of your only hope.
I do think, though, the Seeker's arm guard for Super is going to be huge. It's so much dive from G2 that you alluded through. Even if they manage to jump over all those walls that he's golden, it'll help him survive that little bit longer. And maybe MKOI can mount some sort of defense. Barrier and flash available for him too, means that he can try and reposition, but TP from Broken Blade to the bottom side, that's a GA finish for him. So there's still a huge amount that you have to try and get through on the G2 side.
Super's got about 30 stacks in the last few moments on this Smolder. It's going to do a huge amount of damage. You can see Hans Sommer getting chipped a little bit. Jojo flashing forward. Hans with the cleanse. Hook coming out from the block to stop the Magnet Storm. Skewmon now chasing onto Jojo, but he has the Seraph's shield. Is it enough? Not quite. Cap's already got a double as Super, Elioya, and Mirwin retreat to the safety of their Nexus towers, but I'm not sure they'll be safe for much longer. Broken Blade flashes in. Mirwin caught out. Broken Blade still has that GA. Caps will get another. Grand Starfall back in from Elioya. Super pops the Seekers on his fountain, just trying to survive. He'll take out Caps, but now he's looking at a 1v4, and even he can't stand against it. G2 will open up the series 1-0.
An overall convincing game one from G2. I think what really set them up for success was the utilization of the TPs from Caps and Broken Blade and getting their two solo laners ahead. Good use of the side lanes, and we'll see how things change as we go to a quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Jojo. He's force low, 200 HP, has to flash, but Jojo's just dead. You knew LeBron was there!
Slowly. Shoot. I'm so strong. Yeah, I'll chase. Nice. That's flash, I think. That's flash. Well, let's go. Nice. Good job, guys. If you defend this, insane, okay? Nice. Really good, guys. Really good. I'm ulting. Get over to chase. Senna going. I'm looking here. Nice. Fucking good, guys. And then he's stacking down.
He's gonna burn me.
Nice, GG. Good job. Good shit, guys.
With Dylan here, 10 minutes into the game, first thoughts about going up against an MKOI who got 5 games where they could really see how they felt on this stage, and you had to kind of watch, but you also got a lot of info.
Yeah, you kind of get a lot of idea of the drafts that they're prepping. To be fair, we also played 2 days ago. I think they'll definitely be more comfortable with aggressive moments game 1, but I think we'll be good as the series progresses.
We were wondering if you actually scrimmed them, Koi, thinking that KC was going to be your opponent, and if there was any kind of trickiness about them being your opponents today.
Actually, we scrimmed both of them a ton. We were a bit surprised, actually, that KC ended up losing, but Koi played really, very well yesterday, for sure.
Okay, how do you feel about your team so far? How they arrived in playoffs comparatively to how they ended the regular split?
Yeah, people were writing us off, right? And we already top 3 in the split, and hopefully win today, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay, thank you, Dylan.
Lovely to hear from Dylan, and what a dominant victory it was for G2. And I would love to break down where that victory started, because the early game was pretty even, but it all happened in this Herald fight, and I'm going to tell you exactly how they won it, as we have the clip here behind us. I want to highlight this bush. We like to call this bush the banana bush, because it looks like a banana, nothing else. But crucially, I think that this is the bush they will end up fighting in. So you see Jojipun and Caps coming from the top side, and everyone is kind of piloting towards this bush. And when you have 2 engaged supports, kind of what usually happens is that whoever engages first is the team that wins. Because when the engaged support is engaged upon, it becomes really hard for you to get out your CC. As we roll the clip, I want you guys to see what happens to Alvaro. Labrov lands the hook, and then the Ari Charm comes into the Nautilus ult, into the Wukong Cyclone, and Alvaro could barely move until the moment he was dead. Here he gets his ult out, but it's a little bit too late. He falls, and now Caps gets the resets. When the Ari gets one of those early kills in these plays, it is just so easy for him to clean up. With all the Malignance procs, with all the damage from the Spirit Rush, and all the healing coming in, it is just an easy cleanup for G2. And I really enjoy that they know this concept that if you have 2 engaged supports in the game, it will usually favor you if you manage to engage on the enemy support first. And really nicely done by them. And now I would like to send it to the analyst desk to continue breaking down the game. Take it away.
If you have to engage support, but imagine if you have Caps on Ari with this performance. Wow.
I think Caps is quite clearly, for me, best Ari in Europe. However, from the games which I've seen, and I keep track of Ari players well, because it's my champion.
Yeah.
I genuinely think Caps could crest into about top 5 Ari in the world right now. I think that Knight, Chovy, I think that Rookie, and of course Faker are probably the top names I put up for that. But I think Caps is doing really well in this pick. When I look at Ari and the skill sets you need to provide from this champion to your team, you must accelerate the game. It's exactly what we see from these clips here. You want to get ahead of the game because Ari is a champion that, just as an identity, needs to snowball. You have plenty of ability to do that through lane, through side lane skirmishes. But Caps, beyond that point, also transferred that into game-winning team fights later. Honestly, this is a very comprehensive performance. He took his power and he just never stopped rolling with it.
And it's just the way that he did it, right? Like, if we're looking at the stats right now, they're looking great. But what I want to highlight as well is the fact that we had a little bit...
Should have taken the pointer back from him.
Yeah, I should have taken it back. But we had a little bit of top proximity going into this one. All Caps needed in this game was 1 gank from Labrov to get a lead against Jojo. And what he did with that was lane advantage into Shadow BB, into lane advantage, into TP on BB. He made his own leads. He didn't need the team to play around him. He was playing around the team and being the driving factor. And it's right, as you mentioned, Nymera, because every time they were fighting in the late game, either he was at the front, playing out a beautiful center composition where they had so much sustain in the back and they were just engaging ahead, or he had the perfect flank where he could make everything work.
Yeah, just coming out of that fog of war, just like a bat out of hell. Getting 1,000 DPM, by the way, is almost impossible on Ari when you're in this kind of comp. Normally expected, like you're just one-shotting people with the Vi Ari. Didn't even have the Vi Ari there. He's doing all of his own stunts. Honestly, fantastic game. Love to see this guy on the Ari. Sad don't get to see it again in the series.
Aww, but who knows? Maybe in the next series.
Maybe in another series.
Maybe not today. But either way, like when we're looking at Caps, I think we had a lot of questions as well at the start during regular split of like, okay, what's going on here? And I felt like the second we have entered playoffs, he has just been proving himself time and time again. And this is just the start. This is game one. So I'm looking forward to the performances in the next games and what we can be expecting as well.
Yeah, especially because I think that Jojo didn't get the chance to rise to the occasion this time around. No pun intended, actually.
I was literally going to ask.
Yeah, but I think that first gank he died to, when Laprov is just coming in, it's just a dry flash on towards him, he just dies. Same in topside as well when he's getting collapsed on. Unfortunate flash into his own ultimate. I think going into this game too, there's still so many champions available for Jojo where he can kind of get the momentum back into this one. I'm looking at the Taliyah specifically as one of his best champions. I hope that's a priority pick for MKOI going forward.
Yeah, so even yesterday when they did win, they still had a couple of those mistakes, but they're clutch team fighting later. We even saw bits of that in this game, so there's some hope there, but you cannot let players like Caps get onto the board in the way that he did in that kind of
even
game.
Alvaro on the rel with engage is
my God, so close to save it.
Right? And that is literally what they need, but it's like they've already proven it, right? They can do it. We've seen it. We've seen it yesterday. We've seen it here in game one. There are glimpses of what we can expect. So I'm expecting this to be playing out all the way to 5 games. MKOI, this is really their chance to be able to get back in the saddle. So we're ready to head into the second game of G2 going up against MKOI of this best of 5 Fearless. So guys, take it away.
For real this time.
For real, yeah, like actually for real. I think.
For real?
I think so.
For real.
Keep it 100 in the chat.
Oh my God, man.
W's, I don't know.
You're over 30.
We're all over 30.
Yeah, we're not allowed to use language like that
I'm
anymore.
in denial. You don't.
Look, you're on fleck. That's what they say.
I'm dying of cringe, and I'm
Let's get into draft, guys, for game 2 of this Fearless best of 5 between MKOI and G2. Warwick banned away immediately by MKOI, Maokai removed by G2. There's the Yone ban as well. It is interesting to see how the draft evolves. I think a lot of people are very happy that Camille, Ambessa, Senna, and Smolder will no longer be seen.
Well, I love those champs, though. They're fun to watch.
For one game.
Now we're going to get Azir, Corki, Maokai, Sejuani.
Oh, God. Oh, goodness.
You know how things go. When the draft gets deeper, you tend to simplify more than you do complicate.
But we're only in game 2.
True. So right now I'm expecting complicated, edgy stuff. Let's see what direction we go. Right now, a lot of the traditional quote-unquote safe picks are being taken away. This Warwick priority, I think, is super interesting, especially when we know that the Pantheon is already taken out of the pool.
And the Ambessa.
They're taking away the Jax once more. The Gwen has been left open, though, which makes me feel like...
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, so G2 recognizing that that power top pick is available. But yeah, the Varus... Taliyah is the big one for me.
Taliyah, Azir, I think you can go for the trade. So maybe you just go for Varus for Supra and you're happy to get the other side for Jojo. No? Okay, get the Azir.
Okay, Azir means that Taliyah is still available for Caps if he wants it. I'm a little surprised that MKOI didn't go for the Taliyah with how well Jojo's been playing on that, but obviously prioritizing the Azir. Question is where G2 will decide to go. It's Jojo's most played.
Broken Blades?
Yeah, but then Galio immediately into it, no?
Sure. I still think Rumble is insanely strong. Taliyah does make a ton of sense. Also, I just think that this is more Taliyah favored than the Azir for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Like, I just think she gets better push, her side lane threat is stronger, and obviously they're both very safe in a side lane, but...
Do you also want to guarantee the Zins out here for yourselves? Because you kind of want something that's a bit of a skirmishing bruiser in your jungle if you're going to be paired with the Taliyah.
I think it's fine, yeah. I would be aligned. I also think it's reasonable if they want to lock in their AD carry. It depends how much dive they want to go again. It looks like no dive. Instead, they'll just stick with the traditional Varus, one of Hansama's most played of the splits. But that's kind of true for all AD carries this split, I will admit.
Super good poke, really strong. Can go on hit or can go that lethality build. Super playing Ezreal into it wouldn't surprise me at all. That is his most played this split. Alongside it's going to be Leona into low mobility carries. It is a very good pick, especially into Taliyah, because a lot of people will be like, oh, you can't Zenith Blade in because you're just going to get CC'd. Solar Flare you can chuck out from a mile away and still connect with it. So I do like the Leona into Taliyah.
I think it also kind of forces the Alistar pick here, or at least that's something to answer for. Maybe even Nico, actually, but okay, yeah, it will be the Alistar pick here to make sure that you're going to be able to dissuade some of that engage in the bottom side of the map as well and keep this Varus safe. So it also means that then you're looking at, hey, maybe we can start to back away some of these jungle picks in this early rotation, things like the Xin Zhao, because I think for Elyoya, you're kind of happy to even go back towards something like the Maokai. You've set up, sorry, Maokai's gone, but one of these, like a Sejuani, which is just this engage tool for your squad, because you've already got a ton of DPS in your team, and Mirren can always fall back in towards something like a DPS champion that tops out as well.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a much more conventional draft here from MKOI. Not that game one was too unconventional, but a little bit more just like, hey, we're just going to teamfight well. We need a tank for our front line, whether it's from jungle or from top. Who knows? And maybe a little bit more damage from somewhere else.
I mean, Koi could just do the Sejuani plus Bruiser top lane, and then you've got the very traditional long-range front-to-back, the Nidalee ban, I think. I think worthwhile when directed towards Mirwin, especially when he is so comfortable on the pick. G2, though, I think with the Alistar, their engage is fine. They've got good follow-up with both the Taliyah and the Varus. They can be very flexible with what they want to do in jungle right now, whether they want to go for a tankier frontline or if they want a little bit more skirmish power.
I'm wondering if, just because the Poppy ban, they're actually setting up for a Jarvan pick here for Elyoya. You've got two fairly easy to lock down carries on the opposite side. Now with the Neferi locked in, it does make it a little bit more difficult because I think Neferi can very quickly clear your jungle and kind of make it a bit more of a issue. So maybe have to pivot here, but something to keep the eyes on.
We'll see where they decide to go. It does look like currently it's going to be the Sejuani. I like the Neferi from Skewmon. We haven't seen him bring it out so far this split though, so a little bit new. Does really rely on having pushing lanes, which Taliyah and Varus can give you at least in the early game, because you want to be invading. You want to be getting into that enemy jungle, being a nuisance. Ivan locked in for Elyoya.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think it's just, we talked about how already the composition was very front to back. Now it's very much hyper carry driven. You put Jojo and Super into the carry role where you give them all of the resources. They have a ton of protection.
Okay.
And you double down with a poke. Throw out a Jace in the top side of the map. I like what Koi have brought out.
Also, it's the poke and the double non-committal engage. Like we already talked about the solar flare, but even the Q from Ivern means you can just kind of fish for these plays without having to fully commit into a Taliyah or the Varus ultimate, and you can keep yourself kind of at arm's length. So I really like what MKOI brought to the table, and also just the Jace adding to something where you don't have a pushing top lane. So there's always that little bit of an issue if Skewmon tries to invade top side, that Mirren can just rally around Elyoya to keep him safe.
I will also say that in the past, I've seen Koi do this exact same comp, but they did it with a Braum instead of a Leona. And I've always taken issue because they always draft without any hard engage. So the poke lands, but then they can't actually convert it into a fight. So by prioritizing the Leona, I do just like this a lot more, because once that poke does connect, they at least have a tool to force the fight in Alvaro, who is very good at finding those fights. So overall, I'm a big fan of what Koi have drafted for themselves.
G2, on the other hand, round out their draft with a Scion. I was wondering if they needed a little bit more engage in this comp and a bit of tankiness, and that is exactly what they went for. They have some poke of their own, I will say. I think I edge it towards Azir and Ezreal as the game goes on in terms of good poke damage. If G2 get ahead in the early game, though, it might be tricky for MKOI to survive that onslaught.
I think the value of Scion is it gives you a much safer space control. In that Scion is happy to face check in toward this poke that's coming towards him. It's much easier to fight over things like the river, whether it be starting or just tanking up that poke for his team. I think it makes sense in the context, but you're right that we'll see how well G2 can actually close the gap between them and Koi.
Let's jump on into game two. G2 won the first in pretty dominating fashion. MKOI, though, coming off the back of a slog of a series yesterday versus Carmine Corp, will be wanting to answer back. The winner goes to the LEC finals in a couple of weeks' time, but also gets a ticket to Canada. A trip home for either Jojo or Dylan Falco.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
To the game. Level 1 wasn't a crazy big deal in the first game.
So Mirwin in the first game used a different emote and has now changed it to the same one that Broken Blade is using as his top lane emote.
As I was going to say, he wrote in chat, look. So definitely wanting to show his
just top lane things, guys. Like everyone else say, oh, I've got to get my right position for level 1. It's like, no, I must show him. I changed my emote.
This is what I wanted the emote meta game to become. You know, where pros are just using it for both BM, banter, and just overall having a good time. And I'm glad we're seeing the emote meta evolve.
Oh, we're going to hand it over to Shox, who's standing by with Melzet. I wonder if she could ask just about how this draft is changed from game one and why it's changed so much.
Well, I'll relay that immediately, Melzet. What were the biggest changes you felt like you had to make, knowing that in game one it didn't go your way?
More to be calm, because we knew that they are going to do traps on silent with the TPs and with the moves. And I think we didn't respect enough. Also, we should look more for river fights, that they are not that great, and they are better at transition fights or fights in the jungle. So it's more than draft or anything else, it's just the mindset.
Okay, thank you very much.
Around a little bit, look for river fights, which is, fights around objectives, around the Baron, around the Drake, rather than fights through that transition. Try and play around those side lanes effectively as well. Great to hear from Melzet. Thank you, Shox, as well as Alvaro goes in with the Xanath Blade, but a good pulverize from Labrov will stop him from getting that Shield of Daybreak stun.
Yeah, nicely done by Labrov, and that's kind of the way you need to play this matchup, is just make sure that you're keeping the Leona off you with those pulverizes. And at the moment, it's still decent though. Super being able to get some good damage down and trying to get control of this matchup, because again, when you're looking towards an Efiri, these are kind of the things that you need, is pushing lanes to try and look for invades. And oftentimes my favorite way G2 have played the game out is when Skewmon is on something like, not the Efiri, but like a Xin Zhao, where we get control with the Barts on bot side, we get that push thanks to the lethality, and then we just look for just trips into the enemy jungle, trying to play around Hansam and Labrov. And we'll have to see if they can try and get it working for them again as you start to get like Dirks and stuff coming through for Hansama, so we can actually get that push on the bottom side.
Very early TP comes through from Caps. Wants to get back to base so that he can secure that tier and start stacking that one up already. Full clear now completed for Elyoya before the Croaks. The Scuttle Crabs, my apologies, until they are on the Rift. It's just kind of what we've gotten used to with Ivan as a champion. You spend a lot of time just wandering around, which has both pros and cons, but the biggest pro being that it's very easy to support your laners when they need it. Right now, though, they're having a great old time. Bot lane has push, top lane things are going very well for Mewin, and overall quite pretty content with how the laning phase is going for now.
Elyoya and Skewmon, neither of them have the smite, but Skewmon will secure the Scuttle Crab and can walk up towards the top side to get a second for himself. Elyoya is spending a little bit of time around bot here, but there's a ward in the Tribush for Hansama and Labrov, so they should be fine. Mirwin needs to get this wave shoved in, knowing that his jungler's on the other side of the map, to make sure he can put a bit of vision down and spot out Skewmon.
Yeah, Elyoya is sticking around here because the wave is pushing out from Hansama and Labrov, but there's not really anything on the map that you can actually get here as Elyoya. Your camps haven't respawned, and you already knew the Skewmon had first moved to top side with pushing mid, so you kind of have to let that one go as well. So seeing if maybe you could get anything on the bottom side, but not, unfortunately, going to be much there for him.
It does stop Caps' recall in the mid lane. The issue, obviously, for Elyoya on the Ivan is the time to kill of your first camp is much slower than other junglers, because you have to set it up, you then run to the other side of the jungle, then you run back, and then you take your first camp. So his second jungle camp spawn is a lot later than Skewmon's. You can see Skewmon was already doing Razor Beaks, where Elyoya has only now prepped his Gromp to be taken.
Of course. Unfortunately for him, making the, I wouldn't say wrong guess, but the fact that Skewmon was there on the bot side of the map for the Scuttle Crab means that, as you guys already highlighted, the double Scuttle going in favor of Skewmon's. The clear now coming through from Elyoya, though. He's going to make quick work of those camps and likely close that CS gap that currently exists between the two junglers. The G2 bot lane looking to push in this wave so they can get a recall of their own. Super forced to stick around so that he can catch this wave, as Skewmon, he has been spotted.
Gonna try and sneak this away. Does have the smite. Elyoya with the root caller though comes in, immediately smites it. Doesn't even channel to secure that with the Friends of the Forest. Broken Blade on the wrong side of trades here with Mirwin, but deceptively tanky. Still has about 300 HP to work with, and that Soul Furnace, that shield he's got around him, obviously giving him extra health as well as he stacks up.
Also just popped the biscuit and the pot, so you can see immediately the health bar is shooting right the way back up, so he'll be fine. But I like the ideas here from Skewmon of, hey, is there any wiggle room that I can have? But push him mid.
Oh, Caps shuffled back, flashes away from Alvaro, who's still on the chase. The seismic shuffle will knock him back, but the Xanath Blade still connects with the root caller down. Jojo will be gifted first blood.
Nice gank from Koi as they set up Jojo for success. In the previous game, it was Jojo that fell prey to an early support gank, but Alvaro off to the races, finds a nice roam, and works nicely with Elyoya to find that pick onto Caps. So first blood in favor of MKOI.
Also, the fact that Caps ended up using that TP early means he's got no way of getting back to collect this wave, so it will be Skewmon who looks for it, but I'm also keeping my eye on Labrov as he will spot out both Supa and Jojo starting to move in towards River there. So he's a skedaddle back towards his AD carry.
A little bit of an issue for Super as that wave was frozen in the top side by Hans Summer, and it's going to be very hard for him to get back in here easily. Now that Alvaro's here, he can manage to work his way across, but he actually had about a 5 or 6 CS lead over Hans Summer, who has now got about a wave worth of advantage for himself.
He's trying to push what advantages he can, given the state of the lane right now. Ward going to be cleared out. Keeping my eyes on the junglers who have met each other in the river. And Broken Blades. Ooh.
Proxy?
I was about to say, a bit of a...
Nope.
Looks like he's not going to push his lack. All right, then. He's going to be playing safe for now.
I think after they saw Elioya up in that topside river, they didn't know where he went, and you can see he's currently hovering around mid, could have come down towards that bottom side, and as tanky as the Scion is, with Daisy, with the root collar chase, it's very risky for him to proxy.
I think Elioya's in trouble though. Supa's taking so much damage on top side that it's opened up Labrov now to move in towards here, with Caps having push in mid as well, so Supa kind of taking that early damage, putting some pressure now on towards Elioya as Jojo moves across to help.
And this is what we talked about with Neferi. It's what you want to happen. You get your waves pushed in, people can't respond easily. Ivan is a good pick into it though, because if there is the risk of you losing your camp, if you've set it up, you can always just smite it immediately and then take it away from the enemy jungler. Obviously, you only have a couple of smites to work with, as Mirwin continues to trade here onto Broken Blade.
So a quiet early game on the Rift.
Yeah.
Enjoying the spring sounds and the peaceful weather as we reach the 8-minute mark, and both neutral objectives are now available. Void Grubs and Dragon. Looks like the Void Grubs immediately going to be started off by Skewmont. Alvaro trying to get what information he can for his jungler. You'll notice on the minimap, Elioya is making his way across. Jojo will get the push in mid. A single grub will be secured, and Skewmont's like, all right, that'll do for me. Chooses to back away.
Seems like it's enough. Elioya coming across. Jojo, as you say, with that push in mid, means that MKOI have the man advantage. But Caps is on his way down towards the bottom side. We'll have the Weaver's Wall here. Mirwin is on the wrong side of the wall. Seismic shove won't knock him back. Good side steps from him. Does still have the flash, trying to get towards this wall to flash over it, and manages to escape. But the fancy peek from Mirwin gets him to safety.
Nicely played by Mirwin. I thought there was no way he was getting out of that one, but sidesteps and also just threatening the knockback on the Broken Blade, meaning he couldn't set up with the decimating smash and manages to get over the wall. Well played.
That's also just only good news for Jojo, because for every roam that Caps tries to make, it gives him an opportunity to free farm in the mid lane. Now, Hunt and Labrov have shown up to answer that push, but I think Jojo's sitting pretty comfortably, especially when we know that normally in this matchup, the Azir can sometimes be in a lot of danger, but Jojo's had a fantastic time so far in the first 10 minutes.
And the small issue for MKOI of this sequence was they lose a plate bot, they lose a few minions bot lane. Broken Blade was able to TP top straight away to catch that wave, and in the mid lane, Hansam is able to catch that wave. So overall, MKOI probably lost about 6 or 7 minions experience and gold throughout that sequence.
And that's the part I was surprised at, because I thought they'd just have Mirror and TP back bot to collect the wave. They then could rotate Supa in towards mid, but and you kind of just cede control over Dragon, because I don't think in this position anyway you're going to be able to do so, or get control there, and Jojo can just rotate up towards the top side. But it feels like they're still kind of half toying with the idea of trying to match some sort of play by G2 to Dragon, but even now you can see mid and jungle have reset, so they're kind of behind. So that's why I'm surprised that they didn't just use Mirwin immediately to that bottom side.
It's something we've seen G2 do a lot with their Scion drafts, where they deliberately move him into the difficult matchups to try and put things like the Jace behind. And I think that that's KOI's focus, is that they want to make sure that they're keeping Mirwin into that Scion matchup so that he can continue to build advantages. And right now, he doesn't have a kill, but he's got about a kills worth of gold over that of the Scion. So in terms of the matchup, it's going well, but you are right, Dagda, that there are some trade-offs going in favor of G2 as a result.
MKOI will be happy enough with the way this early game's gone. They scale incredibly well into this game with the Azir, with the Ezreal, and with the Jace. Get towards 2 items. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with. First Dragon of the game going over to G2. We've still got about 4 minutes before any more neutrals spawn, and neither team has really been able to find too much of a fight, except around those neutrals. Skewmon looking for Mirwin. No flash on him, remember. Neferi very good at diving towers. Immediate TP, and G2 are like, yep, that's cool. You can TP over here. It's only Elioya and Alvaro who are able to defend that mid lane tower, but should be able to stop Caps from getting too much.
Yeah, it's been a little bit difficult for MKOI as they're trying to match a lot of G2's movements around the map, and a lot of it has come from, again, like the fact that Hansama does now just get pushed with the Yomu's Ghostblade completed, opening up Labrov to make roams around the map. Caps as well, the Weaver's Wall just about to come back up off of cooldown, means he can start to roam around too. And you need to start looking as MKOI, trying to get some sort of vision in River, so then you can stop G2 from just being able to take these quick moves in towards the side lane, because they want to try and shut down Mirror.
Oh, Skumon's going for this. Hands Pursuit in. A Broken Blade looking at the unstoppable onslaught as well. Can't quite connect onto Mirwin, but remember, this chase has no flash. And Skumon and Broken Blade should be able to chase him down. The first kill of the game for G2 goes to Skumon.
I mean, the gank is very simple, and there's not much that MKOI can cross-map. Broken Blade provides the utility. Skumon provides the damage. And as you rightly said, Medic, G2 get themselves on the board.
And the thing is, when you have something like a Jace and you're trying to play into the side, and you need to play hyper-aggressive to get the value that you want. So traditionally, what you would like is to have some sort of plays on the top side, or waves on the top side, but LEI make them for the play.
Broken Blade shoves Daisy back, flashes away from the root caller.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what you can try and look for is like wards in towards the enemy jungle, like looking for one over here, we're looking for one in this bush as well, and just make sure that Jace is then safe to try and play hyper-aggressive on that top side. But because you're losing the push in mid when Caps is rotating, or even the push in mid when Hansama is situated there, you're not getting those opportunities to get those deep wards to let Mirren play safe. So he has to play aggressive with no flash and no vision, which inevitably sets him up for failure.
Hans having a field day so far through this early game. 600 gold ahead. Jojo was in the top side, able to pick up 2 plates for himself, it seems. Ooh, almost 2. I think the plate went down there and Jojo was just out of range to collect it, but Vedli obviously...
It's not gone yet.
No, it's not gone, yeah.
It is.
He's 2 HP higher than it needs to be. Well, that's nice from him. Emperor's Divide down from Jojo to keep Broken Blade at bay, but Caps is also looking for a flank position here. Jojo does still have his flash. Skumon invading the jungle alongside Caps. Mirren trying to come across as well. Will be a 3v2 in favor of MKOI, but they can't find an avenue into the fight. Skumon will steal away the blue, and G2 will walk out.
Again, this is what I love when G2 play this style is, hey, we're just going to try and enable Skumon. We're going to try and rotate in towards side lanes. Like Labrov and Skumon working together as this unit with either Caps or Hansama kind of filling that third part of the trio, because it's just so difficult to deal with. And it's something that G2 definitely lacked in winter and had lacked for a large part of spring, but it feels like every so often they get these comps that they just really understand how to get that jungle support working together.
Hans chasing in with the movement speed from Yumu's there. Solar Flare onto Caps. Puts down the Unraveled Earth. Seismic Shove will get Alvaro away. And Caps able to flash to safety. The Seraph's already complete on him, gives him the shield. After the fact, his Broken Blade continues to trade into Jojo. BB, predominantly armor on him, but Skumon has the damage to follow up, and BB has the health. Unstoppable Onslaught immediately in. Jojo does still have the flash here, but doesn't burn it early. Hound's Pursuit there for the follow-up. Jojo slides his way away, but the chase continues from Skumon.
I mean, this G2 top jungle duo is getting work done on the side lane. Their second kill of the game. They will also secure the first tower of the game for G2 as well. And it comes back to the side lanes. It was the story of game 1, it's becoming the story of game 2. And when we look at the minimap, we can see that, again, in terms of the lane assignments, it's G2 that's just that step ahead as Hansama continues that pressure on the bot side and secures another tower.
It's just because it's so difficult to try and keep pace, right? Like, Caps has just been sitting solo in mid to clear out waves, whereas Albro has been sticking around with Supa because he's worried about some sort of play happening on towards his AD carry, and if that's the case, you're just opening up multiple members to attack side lane. So even when Skumon goes top, the Brob can cover bot, and you're basically always in this 2v2 situation, even if things go awry for G2, so it just works out so well for them.
It's pretty interesting because normally in a Scion composition, you should be having your jungler shadow your AD carry, right? And so the Varus, Alistair, you'd want to have the jungler there, and then you work with the prio that they have to play towards these towers. But instead, Skumon is just ganking, and then Hans and Labrov are getting that pressure by themselves. Now, the Herald started. Let's see if G2 look for a fight.
I mean, Labrov's already stepping in. There's the TP as well from Broken Blade. Super down to half HP. Labrov, the first target. Unbreakable Will coming out from him. Broken Blade finishes the teleport. Daisy shoved back. Skumon on his way across after securing the second dragon. True Shot Barrage dodged there by Labrov. Emperor's Divide available for Jojo, but no flash to get that slide and glide in.
Overall, the health advantage in favor of KOI. The top wave pushed in, the bot wave pushed in. G2 controlling these waves, meaning that KOI, even though they had positioning on the Herald, and even though they did really good damage down onto G2, ultimately they don't secure the objective. they are losing farm on the side lanes, and while it's on a significant gain, G2 is kind of creating a lot of pressure for KOI to have to deal with on the map.
Exactly, and it's nearly a 3k gold lead now at 16 minutes into the game. Like, G2 have just been farming up where they need to in the side lanes. You've got the kills on towards Skewmont, and again, this control that they've offered off of the pushing waves has just set themselves up perfectly. And now, MKOI TPing in, they want the repeat performance.
I mean, Broken Blade's worked his way down towards bot side, does have that unstoppable onslaught. Skewmont can eviscerate out of the back of the pit here if needs be. There's the unstoppable onslaught from Broken Blade to try and join in. Lebrov jumps forward, no unbreakable will for him. Broken Blade a long way behind enemy lines here. Alvaro goes in with the Zenith Blade, but not real much follow-up from MKOI. Skewmont gets the Rift Herald as Alvaro falls down to 100 HP. Broken Blade still damn tanky. The Weaver's wall coming out as Cap separates the fight. Broken Blade on the wrong side of that wall. Lebrov jumps back in, and there's another as Jojo falls. Skewmont still chasing the Hounds. They're out for blood, they're out to party, and the other dashes away, but you can't escape the wolves. True Shot Barrage just not clipping the heels of Hans Summer. G2 clean up the fight, find the Herald, and MKOI are left all unaware.
MKOI thought they could take the fight because they saw Broken Blade moving down towards the bottom side, but having that ultimate to close the distance and set up perfectly for the fight for G2 was everything they needed.
It's interesting how the idea behind MKOI's comp is poke, and Lebrov goes in without his ultimate, but the poke just isn't really connecting. It's Hans Summer and Caps very safe on the back, focusing the support that's in front of them. Broken Blade now finds himself very deep, but they forced Alvaro back. So in the front-to-back fight, it's G2 that's already ahead. Then the fight literally becomes divided thanks to the Caps ultimate, converting it into another kill onto Jojo.
Also, Broken Blade getting incredibly lucky with that Caps ultimate because it knocked him over the blue pit wall, which then separated him from everyone else. But here we go.
Mirwin has the flash, will use it just in time to get away from the seismic shot, but the chase continues here. Lebrov with a headbutt pulverize into the trample stun, and Caps throws a rock at him, and Mirwin is done.
Lads, where the hell has this G2 been all year? What the hell is going on? Playoffs hits and suddenly G2. They look unstoppable.
It's really impressive to me the way in which they're just avoiding all of this poke. You're playing against Ezreal, Azir, Jace, and at no point does it feel like that their long-range threats are really that threatening.
Through the chicane, round, he gets it! And now he's in the middle of MKOI. I don't think he gives a damn. Merc Tread's already complete, has the Aegis as well. Super has to flash away. Lebrov on the backline now. Root Caller, Daisy will get a knock-up onto him. I don't really think he cares too much. True Shot Barrage comes out. He does pop the Unbreakable Will just to make sure that he survives through any more. Meanwhile, while all of this is happening, G2 take away the blue buff, they push in the top lane, they have a 6,500 gold lead with a minute 30 before their third Drake of the game.
And this is where it just becomes so difficult for MKOI to try and play out their composition. When you're behind as a poke comp, trying to contest base, trying to find windows to get into River to poke for anyone, honestly, because Broken Blade can be in a bush, Lebrov can be in a bush, Chains of Corruption come out of somewhere, a Seismic Shove could be there. There's so many tools on G2's side to prevent you taking access to those dark areas of map. It's just, I don't know how MKOI find the moments they need to bring it back.
Now, I will say, Broken Blade having a fantastic game, but we're yet to see a good death from him, okay? To really complete the full Scion
That's why
experience.
Caps played Gragas.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense now.
Dragon spawning in about 45 seconds. Typically, with a poke composition, you're actually fine with your opposition being on the objective first because it makes it that much easier to land that poke. And now your opponents have to deal with both the objective and the poke that's coming from long range. But this is the value of Scion that we talked about in the draft, that he can act as a wall. He can body block a lot of that poke coming in your direction. And it comes back to this question of how do they then close that gap and how do they connect that poke from the side of MKOI?
I wonder if we'll see MKOI trying to go for a trade. If G2 set up around the Drake, they sneak away an Artican towards the top side, play their vision around that. The risk, of course, is teleports exist. Skewmont's very quick through the jungle as well if he does try and react. Cap's looking for something down here in the bottom side, but Jojo respectfully backing away.
Yeah, he did go over a ward, and I saw Alvaro kind of change his trajectory from mid lane to skirting down towards the bottom side. I wasn't sure if they're going to look for something, but Dragon is there for G2, and I don't think MKOI are really in a position to try and contest this, so they will just pick up the waves as they can.
Jojo going back towards the top lane. Does have that Rylai's complete. We're seeing this a lot more after the AP item changes on 25.10. It's nowhere near as strong as he would like to be. Super stacking up that Mana Mune towards the Mura Mana is about 24 stacks away from having that completed.
Poke going to come through from Hansama, but not really going to connect. It's G2 that once again find themselves with full control over the game. The Sion continuing the push on top, and again, just look at the bot wave. Like, just look at the map state. Dagdo, if you can just highlight the mini-map for me, it's just, like, KOI often find themselves in this position where that bot wave is just permanently pushed in, and then you can see Mirwin looking to try and group with his team, and look, he's being indecisive right now. Do I group with the team? Do I go and catch the bot wave? He has the TP available. I think it makes sense for him to catch that wave. He's now going to be forced to, as that wave is underneath the tower. G2 just threatening the Arakan, fishing for a pick.
Oh, most missed skill shot in the game, 100% sure of it. Train of Corruption, you just can't hit it, you know?
It's a question of, did he overpredict?
Super didn't dodge at all, so he definitely overpredicted.
Yeah, so Hansama probably thought he was going to keep walking, and then Super's like, no, I'm not going to do that. In any case, you can see how hesitant MKOI are. They will gain some vision.
I mean, they're going to fight over this. Solar Flare, Hansama just walks away from it.
G2 is split up here. This could be a good angle for
4,000
KOI.
on the other gun. Never mind. Never mind. The wall has been built. It's not blue, but it still keeps MKOI away from the Artakan. G2 secure it. The Spirit Blossoms, the Petals, whatever, jump to 20 after being only 6 in the early game. And they'll continue to get 1 for every kill they get from here on out.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact you can get the big AoE slow as well, because a lot of MKOI are going to be trying to take space through their own jungle, and when you're moving through those corridors, that AoE slow is a bit of a pain. So I think G2 just in a very, very strong position, and now it becomes a case for MKOI. It's like, okay, well, what do we have in the tank for the next game? Because they kind of said, hey, look, they needed to change their priorities, try and get something that they could have some sort of effect on G2, but I haven't really seen it come to bear.
Yeah, the big things Melzat talked about were getting side lane pressure and playing around objective fights, or river fights as he called them. They have definitely not had side lane pressure, and they haven't even had a river fight because G2 have just kept them so pinned back. So maybe if they can find a river fight here, they can win out.
Medic, look at the minimap again. So Sion is once again pushing in bot wave. MKOI are grouped up as 5 on top. Mirwin has just kind of walked from bot lane up to his team. They haven't found anything, and now Sion can use this window to regroup with the team once more. He may even actually just stay here to try and keep the pressure up. I mean, right now, it's not all doom and gloom, of course, for... it's not, of course, all doom and gloom.
He's looking. He has the flash. Caps will try and flash away, but he doesn't escape. And as you say, it's not all doom and gloom at all as Caps is caught by MKOI. The shutdown goes over to Jojo.
And this is, again, what we needed to see from MKOI. Just pull the trigger. Don't let G2 play the map. Just try and force a pick. You have the tools to do it, and it's a really good pick to alleviate some of that pressure. Now they can reclaim some map control.
Great predicting, Jojo, as well on the flash to get that scoop. But now MKOI, at least, as you say, buy that space that they need. No one going to face check any of these brushes to make sure that they won't get caught out. But yeah, much needed time bought, and items on towards Jojo going to be kind of the big thing that MKOI are playing with. He's the guy that can be that late game carry, but they certainly need to get those resources into him.
He has no ultimate. He has no flash. The Wolves are on the hunt. He does have a teleport. Oh, for a second, I thought Hound's Pursuit was going to come out and Skewmon was going to fly into the enemy base, but wise enough not to do so. I think for G2...
I think that might be Baron, by the way.
It could be Baron. It could also be wait for a minute and then do Drake for G2.
Well, I mean, just look at the map state, though. You've got Sion pushed in extremely deep in the bot lane. Talia's just pushed in top. Hansama's pushed in another wave. And then they have the TP from the Sion, and Azir just showed up bot lane, who they know has no TP.
That's smart from G2. Immediately go towards the Baron.
This is how you play the map. Like, it's so flawlessly done. KOI don't have an answer. There isn't one.
And you even got LeBron just playing bouncer in every bush along the way as well. G2 setting up very well.
Oh, they're going for the fight afterwards. Weaver's wall going in. Super's going to have to jump the wall here. Alvaro the first to be caught outside, being shoved back towards Skewmon. Alvaro flashes over, will escape for now. Good damage coming out from Super. Daisy in as well. LeBron looks for the knockback. Jojo with the Emperor's Divide. Broken Blade falling lower. The Redemption coming out as well, but it can't save Jojo. LeBron taken out. 1-for-1 so far in the exchange. Broken Blade flashes away and will get to safety. Importantly, though, with Ocean Drake up, G2 won't be able to fight over Soul.
That play was nearly it from Jojo, but as he goes in, the invulnerability comes through from Skewmon. We'll see it here. As you get the setup, it's Alvaro ends up getting the stun then onto Skewmon, so there's not really a huge amount of follow-up onto Alvaro for the beginning, and Super getting to free hood over the wall, whereas there's not much play back. And here, as he goes in, the invulnerability from Skirmishes means that he doesn't get hit. Broken Blade, the only one shoved in, so MKOI actually able to get some decent damage back as the fight was relatively split from G2.
I think Elyoya just provided so much value in that fight. Not only was the Daisy just so obnoxious for G2 to deal with on the backline, but the utility that he was providing made it very difficult for G2 to really lock down a kill. Of course, at the Baron, G2 immediately back out onto the map, but MKOI demonstrated right there that their team fighting is still very strong, and a large part of why G2 have been motivated to avoid fighting them at all.
Makes sense from G2. Their side lane play has been exceptional this game. Broken Blade pushing in, but forced away from Jojo for the moment, at least for the time being. Wave and bot a long way away from getting towards that inhibitor tower. G2 will just group up towards this top side. A minute 30 on the Baron means they have 3 more waves to play with. Probably 2, because the first wave is not quite with them yet.
I really do think that KOI still have ways of winning this game just because their composition on paper it scales still very well. It's got a lot of range, it's got a lot of potential damage, and these sieges are where G2 is probably at the greatest risk because the poke, like, it's much harder to dodge. You can see Broken Blade doing his best to try and tank some of the poke that's coming through. Super is getting pretty low on mana, but this siege is not an easy one for G2.
G2 also don't have a huge amount of ability to hit towers from range.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just keeping the cannon minion as alive as possible. You can see Broken Blade just tanking up all the poke coming out from Super. But they have to wait for the next wave, and it looks like MKOI will back away. G2 will crack the tier 2, 30 seconds left. It's the last wave with which they can really push in towards the base. Broken Blade still very healthy, very tanky. Seismic shove knocks Daisy back. Double cannons here.
Maybe trying desperate to get the Demolish proc with those 2 cannons might be enough to take it down. Now he steps in.
He'll get the Demolish proc. Look at the damage onto the tower. G2 will crack through the inhibitor tower line. Mirwin still looking for that flank, looking for the poke. Will take down a couple of the dogs, but not too much more. G2 rains an inhibitor to the ground, and now will retreat. Can use the last seconds of their caps, and Labrov recalled too late. They don't get the empowered recalls.
Still, they get an inhibitor, but to me, that really exemplified why KOI's comp still has an avenue to win this game. Just because it is a difficult composition to siege with, it means that G2 will likely need either a very one-sided fight or another Baron to actually close out this game. So KOI still have a few opportunities left to find a fight to potentially turn the game in their favor.
I do like the pickups, though, of the Serpent's Fangs coming through from G2.
100%.
Just trying to set up for, because there's so many shields that are coming through. When you even look at, like, Ivern, obviously, but, like, the Locket that's there, all these other shields that come through as well. It's just, it means that at least you can get through some of them. But we already saw in some of these fights what Elyoya can do when he's just allowed to get all of his heals and shields off. So it definitely feels like you have... It's a battle, not so maybe uphill, but maybe like slightly inclined, you know?
Yeah.
In some situations.
Like a 4-degree incline from time to time, you know? Dawncore almost there for Elyoya as well, which will only buff up those shields, will only help them out. Skewon looking to try and steal away some of these camps where he can, but can't quite find any of them. Has a 3-level advantage over Elyoya, which is to be expected with how the jungle matchup has gone. A Flame Horizon as well for Skewmond, over 100 CS ahead on his lane opponent. G2 waiting out the next minute 30, just trying to push MKOI back as far as possible, because at that point, both the Baron and the Ocean Drake will have spawned.
Yeah, I think the issue for MKOI is that you're still kind of waiting on Jojo to kind of hit a 4th item before he's fully in position to just be like, cool, I can take over completely in these fights. And even if he wants to look at being that secondary engage tool for them, not having his Zhonya's means that he is a little bit vulnerable if he tries to go for some of these swoop and boop plays. So this is kind of where it's like, if they can buy enough time for Jojo to be relevant, great. But as you say, 50 seconds until Soul means that you're just ticking away on that time, and you kind of need to find maybe some sort of miracle steal or some sort of miracle play.
Will they be able to find it in this fight for an MSI berth? First team around the world qualified for MSI, the winner of this series. MKOI, as mad, have been a couple of times in the past. This would be their third, for G2, would be their 7th time going to MSI. Obviously, as we like to say here on the LEC, they won it back in 2019, no big deal, you know. It's the true shot, but Rush comes out. And as much as people meme on MAD as an organization at internationals, MSI has actually often been where they've thrived. Took D plus Kia to 5 games in the semi-finals back in 2021. G2 looking to set up around this Drake. MKOI trying to fight their way in, but they have no vision at all.
And MKOI are on a timer. Look at the top side. That wave, double super creeps about to hit the towers.
Drake already down. G2 can look for the engage. Caps on a flank position here. And they don't really need to do too much more. MKOI couldn't fight their way through the tankiness of Broken Blade. Super Minions in the base. Caps has a Weaver's Wall. He's just looking instead for the bot lane tier 3.
I mean, Koi, they just can't get through the wall of Broken Blade, can they? The poke, I guess, is connecting, but not really. And now that poke really isn't going to stick with the Ocean Soul secured by G2 as well. The Baron going to be started off by the two of them. Koi will know that it's happening, and it looks like they'll go for a last-ditch effort to try and take it away. Jojo's on his way from the bot lane.
It's not the quickest Baron we've ever seen, but MKOI have now decided they don't need to see anymore. It will be G2's 32 minutes in. Ocean Soul, 7,500 gold. Their lead will extend to about 8.5k as they take the Baron.
But we already saw Broken Blade was just happy to stand in front of the poke that was coming through from MKOI and stop them touching the wave. Now he's got an Ocean Soul, which means he cares even less.
Yep.
And you've now got the Baron again. I don't know how MKOI defend the base, and it feels like it's just kind of this slow, inevitable march from G2 towards the MKOI Nexus.
Definitely feels like you use this time to think about Game 3, because given how the game state is, it definitely feels like an uphill battle. Again,
Super was feeling blue there for a second.
I'm a little sad to not have seen more of what this comp is supposed to do. We got a glimpse of it in a few of the fights, but I mean, G2 have really just avoided any full-on 5v5s, and they've just been playing around the lanes masterfully, making it very difficult as Koi is constantly split apart, indecisive on how to manage the map pressure, and G2 have slowly but surely just taken full control.
Yeah, I really loved G2's early game lane assignments, because it really felt like MKOI just were dizzy afterwards, and I think this is something that's been missing from G2's game plan, but not anymore when it gets to playoffs.
Broken Blade just steps forward. Solar Flare hits onto Caps, but all the hits after is a Mystic shot from Super. Good job threading the needle, but the damage doesn't matter. Yeah, as you say, basically back to full with that Ocean Soul. Skewmond is pushing through on that mid wave. Only has one cannon minion here, and Jojo's doing a good enough job of keeping him at bay, but with the top lane inhibitor respawning, I wonder if G2 will transfer their pressure over towards that top side again.
Jojo can't even get through the shield of Broken Blade. And look, he's good now. He's just casually healing it all back up. Yep. It's like that it is just the simple, slow and painful death of MKOI here in Game 2. Like they'll look for one last miracle fight, because it's pretty much all they've got left.
Broken Blade taking a little bit of damage, but nothing too substantial. Skewmond is pushing in the wave in that top side. Obviously, very slippery if MKOI do engage on him as Jojo goes in, finds the flash out of Hans Sama. Chain of Crunch is going to land, but Hans is down already as Jojo finds one. Broken Blade trying to flash the wall. Unstoppable Onslaught slams into the base of Jojo. There's two for MKOI. Skewmond, Labrov, and Caps have to walk away, but that's the engage MKOI have been waiting for.
I can't believe Faker found Ruler in the mid lane like that. It's absolutely insane, but Jojo, huge play to catch out Hans Sama and actually set up for a bit of base defense, especially with the Rebel Baron power play. This was kind of the last-ditch effort that G2 had to make it work, but he finds them.
I love that Jojo's consistently looking for these plays where he can. He catches out Hans Sama, even though the flash comes through, he still connects the ultimate onto him, and then Hans Sama is just completely trapped. Same for Broken Blade. The wall positioning was fantastic, and it allows MKOI to, at the very least, get 2 more kills and buy themselves a little bit more time. They need to find another play like that if they want to turn this game around. A window where G2 is a little bit disconnected and they can find these picks.
But this is now where you've kind of got the Seeker's arm guard there. You can actually start to make some of these plays, and even going towards like a pretty defensive build in the grand scheme of things, like the Morello kind of there for the shred, but also the Merc threads, just to make sure that you can actually survive some of the CC that's coming through. It seems like Jojo has kind of said, right lads, let's get this into the backpack and see if we can carry this game forward with some of these big ultimates.
Hans Sama won't have his flash for the next 3 minutes or so, and Alvaro's Solar Flare looms large in the distance, especially with there being an Elder Dragon fight as a possibility in a minute 30. Skewmond incredibly strong. There's the Solar Flare. Caps able to dodge to the side of it. G2 still on the front foot, as to be expected with them having such a substantial gold lead. So MKOI have shown that they can land a few punches at least.
Elder spawning in a minute. Looks like G2 are just gonna patiently wait. As Koi gets given more time to farm up.
Yeah.
I feel a little bad for Super because I keep looking at his itemization. I feel like he's just been sitting on this itemization for so long.
He's had the tunneler for a long time.
Yeah.
Expectation is he'll go Spear next. Spear of Sojourn would be...
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay. The Spear is a really nice pickup on the Ezreal. I mean, like, he was already doing damage. The problem is, can he do damage to Broken Blade? Because you can see that ult. I think it healed Broken Blade. Like, it's...
I will say, though, at this stage, right, like, Skewmond isn't getting any stronger. He's, like, sure, he's got one item, but it's not going to be, like, Nefiri is going to be a massive late game threat in this position. Hans Sama is this poke forest, which is starting to teeter off a little bit as well. Still decent. Yes, Broken Blade is an issue, but I think MKOI are kind of hitting a bit of critical mass themselves, so I think G2 still need to be pretty careful.
They're definitely getting towards it. I think in 99 out of 100 fights, I would still take G2 in this position over MKOI, but I agree with you that MKOI are getting towards the position where it might be a little bit tricky for G2 to take the fights.
You're saying, but it's also like 5k is on this Skewmond.
Oh,
there's a base here.
Yeah,
MKOI have forgotten about the base. Is it the classic? Is it Elder for Nexus? Skewmond and Labrov are trying to keep MKOI around the Elder Drake. G2 don't really have a wave. Alvaro stunning Skewmond, who jumps into the pit and will not land the smite. It's Alioya who gets it. Broken Blade tanking up the tower. Mirwin back in base. Jojo with a good Emperor survival. Keep Broken Blade at bay. Hans Summer and Capstone trying to shepherd in the wave here, as the Nexus towers are their first target. Caps a little different mindset to Hans Summer and Broken Blade. MKOI get the Elder. They lose both their Nexus towers for it. Elioya on the chase here. Broken Blade doesn't have flash, will dodge the root caller and has a blast cone to get away.
This may have just changed the whole game. A massive TP coming through from Jojo to get back to base to act as a guardian for the Nexus means that G2 cannot trade the Elder for Nexus. The Elder goes in favor of MKOI, and now they can finally escape from their base.
And potentially fight for this Baron as well with the Elder Soul. Labrov tried desperately to interrupt Jojo's reset, or the TP, but wasn't able to do it. And now MKOI, they're on towards it. TP towards the top side from Caps though. G2 looking to potentially interrupt here, but I think they're too late.
I think Council Poke is heading, and that's about it. You can see Broken Blade and Hans Summer just catching the wave in mid, making sure that's pushed up. Inhibitor in the bot side has respawned for MKOI. Top side inhib up in 30 seconds time.
They also got bounty gold for that, which might not seem like a lot, but remember that there was an 8k gold difference between the two. We're so late into the game that the gold difference doesn't really matter, but for Koi, it means that itemization-wise, they've caught up significantly to the gap that existed between them and G2 before.
And that's what I was saying just before the Elder Dragon started. A huge amount of that gold difference was Skewmon to Elioya, but you're playing Ivern. Your items are cheaper. Also, you're just going to be a support role regardless. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a bit far behind, whereas when you look at people like Mirwin and Jojo who are actually doing pretty well and up there now, Jojo hitting full build, they are serious threats. So G2 definitely going to have to play this a little bit safer. I do think though the double spell shield's going to do work for some of these fights if Jojo tries to look for the big play.
I think they're thinking of using the Talia ult to try and end the game.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a quick look at Caps. Is he sitting on a blue pot? It looks like right now he doesn't have one equipped. Because if you get one of those, it really does help with doing any siege damage towards these structures. But you can see that they are hovering around, and Alvaro has snuffed this out. He is trying desperately to clear out what vision. G2 have got one deep ward into MKOI's jungle that hasn't been spotted out. Mirwin walking over it right now.
And Caps doesn't have TP, only Broken Blade has one. Alvaro now walking out of base. Let's see if he can clear anything away. We're going to step in that direction.
We've talked extensively about how, yes, G2 have played the map pretty well, but at the end of the day, their ability to siege against this comp has always been very difficult. They were very reliant on the Baron. And now they find themselves in a situation where this Ivern is going to offer an insane amount. I would argue even more than what this Nefaria is going to be able to offer in the team fights. And it becomes this range difference that we talked about at the very beginning of the draft, where can G2 close that gap against this MKOI comp?
And this is one of the games where it becomes very impactful that your Nexus turrets do respawn. Like, this is actually going to be the saving grace for
100%.
MKOI, in the fact that all you have to do is delay enough, and no objectives on the map to realistically draw you out of the base means that G2, they can try some funny business, but the timing window for that is going to be slipping away.
Well, the Baron expires in 40 seconds time. Elder up in 2.5. The Bob going in. Caps caught out by Super. Jojo slides forward, but Caps flashes across the wall. The Bob with the Unbreakable will keep himself alive for now. Alvaro, the first target here for G2, and they will take him down. MKOI look for a little bit of an engage, and they lose their support for it.
A very close fight that almost ends in Caps losing his life. He does have to lose his flash, but Alvaro committing to the fight. There was little that he could go. Koi wasn't prepared to follow up in that exchange, and now G2 had the numbers advantage.
Yeah, if they got Caps, maybe that could have been it, but now everyone on G2 starting to come through. You've even got Caps who can just use that ultimate to join up with the team once more.
Have to remember, G2 still have that Ocean Soul. It's going to do a lot of work for them throughout fights like this. Broken Blade caught with the Root Caller. Scumon's pushing through the top side. He's being met by Super. Elioya and Jojo trying to keep Hansama at bay down towards this bottom side. Scumon, though, using the Hounds effectively to block those Mystic shots. Jojo knocked up. Unstoppable Onslaught, Chain of Corruption, Stopwatch just in time to dodge the Decimating Smash as well. Caps on his way across. He's targeting the Inhibitor first. The Rob will go down and Alvaro's back alive. The Inhibitor goes out as Scumon now needs to eviscerate his way across the wall.
G2 jump onto Jojo, but they don't actually have a damage source behind them. It's a Sion and an Alistair with a Varus chucking some arrows that he can, but it means that Jojo's able to survive. And now Lebrov is down, but no objectives, as you say. It's still a minute away, so at least you get to push these waves back out with some time boss.
I mean, Koi, I admire their resilience. They've utilized this wave clear fantastically to keep their Nexus alive. And even at a numbers disadvantage, they remain strong with holding the line. The Elder spawns in 45 seconds. I wonder how G2 will respond this time. Will they look for the fight, or they look to try and trade the Elder for Nexus?
They don't really have any deep wards to go for like a double deep TP into the MKOI base. Super changing his itemization up a little bit here, going for the Blade of the Ruin King on the Ezreal to try and work his way through this Sion. Caps TP is in. Flashes up for most people. We see Jojo and Caps don't have theirs. Broken Blade doesn't have his either. MKOI are the first to gain control of the river, but they do need to be careful because their base is laid bare. Those Nexus towers, at least not respawned on the mini-map as far as I can see. Caps chunked out, the Elder now spawning.
You still have to be careful of that bottom wave, though. Super Creep's going to do work. Poke doing work as well here for G2.
Super jumps into the pit, Decimating Smash coming out from Broken Blade. He's stunned up by Alvaro. Scumon looking to jump into the back of it. Chain of Corruption hits onto Jojo, but the Emperor's Divide pushes Lebrov back. Broken Blade low as Super continues to open up. Caps diving onto Alvaro on the backside, and Scumon dives in. Jojo falling lower. Scumon able to take him out in time. Broken Blade surviving as well, and the Ocean Soul is doing so much work for G2. Super trying to hit Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, but there's nothing mystical about how damn tanky Broken Blade is. Elioya dies, G2 survive, and they TP into the base.
The health bars are just too much. There is not enough in the tank to take down the tank. And with Jojo gone, so are MKOI's chances.
Only Mirwin stands, he's knocked up, he's locked up, and he's shut out of the game. G2, for moments it looked like MKOI had found their miracle, but G2 aren't praying to the same god you are. They will go 2-0 up in the series.
A valiant defense from MKOI. They stalled the game out for so long, but in the final fight, they just couldn't bring it together. This series is heating up, and you won't want to miss it. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in a bit.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe outline. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the
Guys, they are so happy. They win. They feel the Messiah.
Guys, they don't think they can win versus because they're celebrating this much after game one.
The damage to follow up, and BB has the help. Unstoppable Onslaught immediately in. Jojo does still have the flash here, but doesn't burn it early. House Pursuit there for the follow-up. Jojo slides his way away, but the chase continues from Skuma.
Is it? Nice, slowly guys, slowly. Keep on slowly. Slowly. We win this. Slowly then, slowly.
Welcome back to the LEC 2-0 lead here for G2. Maybe Jojo cursing them by saying, yo, they celebrated so hard after game 1, they don't think they can win again. Sounds like you should have learned from that from yesterday.
I mean, it got pretty close. I'm just saying, that was a lot closer than our first game, somehow.
Somehow.
I mean, we saw what happened late game.
Yes, okay, we did. It was a little bit back and forth towards that late game, and MKOI was like so close to actually being able to turn this around, but they didn't. And one of the really important parts of this game specifically was Broken Blade, and just the fact that this guy always has friends. He's so popular.
Yeah, BB definitely has money in this game. Like, he got so much help, and I think it really highlights, for me, the fact that G2 can kind of pivot is like, oh my god.
Wait, Skirmishes has to be there somewhere too,
is in
right?
the bush behind
That's
him.
the scary thing. He's there, but you can't see him.
Yeah, but basically what happened in this game is that it was a strong side Sion. Usually when you see Sion pick, it's gonna be left alone and kind of never gonna get any help. But BB had so much help this game. Skewmon and Caps constantly used their timers to kind of help him and made either they burned a flash of the Jace,
I can be Caps for you, my top player. You see, I can just be like, just.
That is very uncomfortable.
No, maybe like we can get back.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, again, Talia, we saw it with Ari last game from Caps. We're seeing it right now from Talia. And, like, of course, that's how you're supposed to play the champions, but it generally feels like their main focus here is setting BB up for success.
And it's a whole team effort, right? Because we see it from Caps, we see it from Skewmon, we saw it from Labrov going into side lanes at points too. G2 were very active and very aware that Mirwin was not going to get the help that he needed to survive this kind of play. And if the Jace gets set up behind, it's always been the case with Jace. Jace hates playing from behind, and getting the Sion ahead means he can keep making plays like this.
Yeah, people say tanks can't carry it, but I see an Ocean Soul Sion with at least 15 billion HP walking up to me in a bush. I'm trying to hit him with all my 15 Sand Soldiers, but it doesn't take any damage. And I feel like it really came into fruition. They really got what they put into BB, and they really got their money's worth for all the attention they gave him.
Yeah, and looking at the proximity stats as well, 10.7% compared to the 5.8% average. G2, like, they're putting in the work.
Yeah, and so that's one of the stats. I believe we also have the proximity for top mid as well. So this is jungle going top, but then if you look at top mid, which is this one as well, it's 3 times like the LEC average as well. So this is how they got ahead of the game. It was just by completely dunking on whatever lane BB was in with him being able to force plays, and it really did help set them up for success. Now, of course, that wasn't the full story of the game, but this was a great way for them to get ahead both in this game and also the last one too. I mean, Caps was massively roaming in the Ahri as well. This seems to be the gameplay which G2 are bringing to this patch.
Yeah, and I feel like we're kind of back to this G2 where Caps and Broken Blade are just dominating every single side lane. It happened last year. They're just like so much better than the rest of the league at playing these side lanes, pressuring, making teams second think when to re-enter and take vision. Because the side lanes are always pushed so deep, it feels like you have to make so much work out of your every move.
Yeah, and even coming into today, G2 tweeted, oh, I cannot believe that this is my life. All I have to do to qualify for MSI is to go up against MKOI, smiling through it all. And you know what? He has been smiling through it all today.
I mean, he was for like the first 20 minutes of that game. I think most of G2 were, because as we might have mentioned a few times, and you might have seen a little bit later, it's this game. The snowball was great. That's not the end of the story here.
Let's start a conversation, okay? Like, let's see what happened in that end game, because this game was not a clean stop. It went to about 45 minutes, I think, and we had this Elder for almost Nexus trade. In the end, actually, MKOI got the Elder, killed this jungle and support of G2.
They were so back.
Yes, they were really back here, and I think for sure Jojo became a monster after this point. They held off this base defense, and they were so close to actually making the miracle comeback. Sadly, it just wasn't enough this time. I think G2 really had good discipline in the end. They kind of locked in and finished out the game as they should have.
This is 2 games in a row now where MKOI have fallen behind significantly and have still had good team fights to bring out late game. I think first Alvaro in game 1, fantastic on the realm. This kind of time, I think it was Jojo, pulling off the faker, catching out people with the flash ultimates, even though they flashed as well. I just need to see from now an early to mid game which stays even so they can use those fights on better footing.
Well, you know what? They haven't lost a series in, like, what, 5 series at this point? So, they're on a winning streak. Maybe they can make this happen. But either way, this is also really important for G2 because 3-0 here means you're going to MSI and you're going to the final. You have a 1-week break or, 1 week of scrimming. But either way, MKOI, this is do or die for them. And we have Shock standing by with some of their fans to give some words of encouragement just to highlight how important this next game is going to be.
Yes, indeed. The Karpas, they're always very, very loud, but what's going wrong?
Well, I think in the, especially in the second game, they had a very good macro in the early game. Yeah, KOI's not been playing that well those 2 games, but yesterday they played insane, and I don't see a reason why they can't reverse sweep. So I think KOI has the potential. KOI has been playing. KOI has been really playing good this entire split, stepping up huge from winter, and I see they have the potential. Jojo's playing good. Super has been playing very good yesterday, so I believe.
Okay, what's reverse sweep in Spanish?
Reverse sweep.
El reverse sweep. I love it. I see that you're shouting things to the players like Jojo this. What are the things you're shouting to make sure that they feel good?
Well, we're just trying to make them feel like more at home, because they were in the Madrid event. They were like, we want to stay here, and we were like, okay, if you can come, if you cannot come to Madrid, Madrid is going to come to you, like Spanish people. And we're just saying like, you can, you're the best. To Supas, like, cover yourself, because you're like, dude, there, like he's just today was great. So we're really proud of them.
Okay, I see. Un mensaje en español.
Que se puede y que somos KOI, lo vamos a conseguir. Vamos a ganar.
They can do it. They're KOI. They can win. Back to the casters.
Can they do it, though? That is the question.
Well, fans believe.
That yes, as they usually do. And often teams lose, even when their fans believe in them.
Fnatic fans would like to have a word with you, okay?
Look, there's probably 1 or 2 Fnatic fans that still have hope.
Surely,
you know?
just like them and the other KT fans, right?
True.
Why would you hurt Laura like that?
We're getting into game 3, and as everyone has highlighted, it is, well, I would say it is not entirely do or die, because they have the lower bracket in the event that MKOI do lose today, but they want to guarantee that spot to MSI and to the spring split finals. So we're going to be jumping into draft, and immediately we have to return our attention to things like the Yone that has been consistently banned, Gwen been taken away from Mirwin, Jace being off the table, Rumble, some of the big picks. Oh, well, Rumble actually still open. I stand corrected. Usually banned in the second phase. Perhaps this is something that KOI will look to prioritize.
It feels like you need to find some way to shut down the side lane potential from G2, and we even heard Melza talk about it after drafting, coming into game number 2, that is kind of the goal that they've had, but they haven't really been successful at it. And at least now with things like the Ahri being taken off the board and the Talia, these are kind of the 2 premier, I'll say, side lane players from the mid lane, or at least when it comes to control mages. So I'm curious if that helps MKOI a little bit, or whether Caps has something else up his sleeve.
So, Kalista, Nico, Lucian, Vi, and Maokai are first 5 bans. We'll see where Jisoo decide to round things out. Yone, the most obvious one, I think, that we have seen banned out in the majority of the series so far. Jisoo taking their time over this final ban, as they took their time in game 2. MKOI have shown us some really strong signs of life throughout this day, but haven't really been able to find that nail in the coffin moment, as G2 have been able to manufacture. Rakan, the final ban, so Yone is up and available. G2 kind of offering it out to MKOI, saying, hey, you want to take this, we know how we're going to answer.
Oh, the Kai'Sa immediate lock-in from KOI. Obviously, fantastic at dive, being able to outplay AD carries. Xayah, I think, immediately rises in priority for Hans Sama. A great self-defense AD carry that just typically does well into many dive champions. Xin Zhao, something that Dagda's been talking consistently about throughout the series, has been left open, and I wonder if this is something that KOI will look to try and prioritize.
I don't think the blind Braum is the way, though, because you can still end up opting in towards a lot of supportive chances on the bottom side. Yeah, because
apparently it's the way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, like, because a lot of the engaged champions are already taken off the board, right? You already got the 4 that were already played this, but Nico being gone as well, Rakan being taken off the board. It's a little surprising. It also means that then, to me, it says Broken Blade is more than likely going to be trying to go towards something like the Ornn, because you still want that engage tool. Unless we're looking at Caps going for something like a Galio in the mid lane, and Skewmon going to be on something that's a little bit more dive orientated. But even that is kind of taken off the board unless you're looking at a Jarvan.
Well, there is the Xayah that we saw Hans Sama have a great performance on a couple of days ago. Alongside the Braum, a lot of safety in that bot lane, but not a huge amount of engage. So G2 will be looking for that in other spots like the Ornn, as you said. Yone is still available. Obviously, with his most recent changes, the fact that you can CC him and it still connects when he snaps back is a little bit weaker than it once was, but Yone locked in now, expected for Jojo. Sejuani, as you say, a very good option to team up alongside it because of that melee synergy.
But I think Xayah already is just such a great pick into this, and the Rumble. Okay, like this is.
Yeah, it's a dive comp.
Like that's those are some power picks on the side of Koi. Yone, Rumble are champions that typically permaban away around the world. They're just champions that you do not want to be seeing on the Rift. And G2 is saying, you know what? I think we're fine. They're going to be trying to respond with a Gwen for Broken Blade in the top lane.
Gwen strong into the Rumble because when she got nerfed, it was her armor that was hit rather than the magic resist, so she can still do relatively well into the Rumble in that matchup. But I think if I'm looking at MKOI, I'd probably look for some sort of poppy ban, even if you want to send it towards Skewmon in the jungle. I think you end up with just so much utility from that with the amount of potential dive and potential dashes that are on MKOI's side. It does mean that your engage is slightly lacking, but MKOI already look like they're just going to be playing for a very heavy dive, and you're going to see the Sejuani taken off the board, that facilitator already gone.
You know, I was actually thinking that they were going to leave Sejuani open and then slam a Trundle.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Because I think Trundle is great into Yone as well. But also, I just think Trundle's been super impressive in our playoffs so far. But the Sejuani will be banned away, and I think it just, as a champion, synergizes really well with both Yone and Rumble. So it makes sense that G2 will want to take that one away. Akali going to be taken away from Caps. The Jarvan being banned by Skewmon is a little bit surprising. That was a champion I thought that they might go in the direction of, but they really just want to remove some of the hard engage options that Elyoya would consider.
MKOI looking for their final ban, can still focus it towards the mid lane to try and give Jojo a slightly easier matchup into Caps. Aurora is the choice. There's a lot of AP if you are going Aurora Gwen. I guess Xayah gives you enough physical damage. G2 likely to pick their jungle here. Can of course go mid and then leave jungle for last.
I think that they will go mid. I think they want to keep the Trundle option open. Also the Poppy that Dagda, or one of you two was talking about earlier.
Yeah, Rob was.
Yeah, I think,
Oh, they're just going to slam it. Maybe because Skarner was the next pick I was thinking of, they would be thinking of. So maybe they're just saying, go ahead, pick your Skarner. Because now, like, what dive, jungle, do you, like, Zhao maybe?
Yeah. Do you pivot into Zyra, and then you just go, hey, we're going to try and play at range here and look
Lilia.
for poke? Yeah, Lilia, even in Italy or something like that could work out as well, and just say, hey, we're not actually going to play into this more, because Kai'Sa can always kind of change shape into, hey, we're going to go for a bit more poke orientated. Rumble with that ultimate can do it. Lillian now too, so it's a bit of a pivot for MKOI. But
for Trundle?
Yeah, I was going to say it's not great, and also it's kind of hard for the only issue for MKOI is you are quite AP heavy.
Oh yeah.
But at least you have the Yone to try and facilitate some change in that.
They also have no engage. Are there any support? Because Rakan's banned.
Leona, Nautilus, Rel, Alistair are all gone.
Gragas?
Yeah. Renata, okay.
Renata is the pick.
So I wonder then if they are just going to go a ton of poke and just go, hey, even like if we do go AP Kai'Sa, there's no true tank on G2 side. So you can go like Spirit Visage second as Trundle, but it's not the best. And just trying to abuse the fact that everything is pretty short range on G2.
These comps are a bit weird.
They are.
They're very weird, yeah.
Some of the things that I would expect from Koi, normally when you have Kai'Sa Yone as your priority, you know, we were already talking a lot about the dive, and then Rumble also complements that they wanted to prioritize because they knew that G2 would ban it in the second phase. But then, of course, G2 pinched their engaged jungle options, and with all the supports being removed, Koi just kind of lack the necessary CC to successfully dive, I kind of feel, at least on paper.
Yeah, I agree.
Whereas G2, like, their engage also isn't the best. They've got a Braum, they've got Flash Annie. I think G2 have demonstrated that their side lane play has just been superior to Koi throughout this series. But when it comes to the 5v5s, I think the Koi have demonstrated that they can definitely go toe-to-toe with G2, even if it hasn't resulted in a win yet this series. I'm excited to see how things play out in this one, because blind picking a Trundle is very risky business. And I think the Lilia matchup can be very favorable for Elyoya, but will he be able to run away with a matchup like this?
Same could be said for blind picking a Braum. Renata into it can work incredibly well. MKOI, last chance to book a ticket straight to the finals into MSI for G2. One more win would be enough for them. Super running the Ghost here on the Kai'Sa. Instead of going for the cleanse, makes it a little tricky for him to survive if he does get CC'd. Obviously, you can go McHale's on Renata, but it's not the best.
I think the idea is that if he gets CC'd by Caps, he's dead already. There's just going to be so much damage, so he's like, look, if I can at least have the ability to ghost the play in and out of fights to try and avoid something, it'll be great as the spam starts. But,
please leave this lane, observers, please.
But I was trying to like run through my head, it's like, how do you get value from the Renata ultimate? It's like decent for lane, but it's like, if Labrov is back is using the Unbreakable to keep it.
Right?
Yeah, but even then, it's like, Hansam has gone for the cleanse as well, so even if you do end up with him getting clipped, it doesn't really matter. Even if he gets slept, it doesn't really matter. I think this is going to be a very...
as well.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a difficult game on both sides.
It'll be really interesting to see exactly how it goes down. I was about to say standard lanes to kick us off, but obviously, you know, lane swaps are very dead and buried until 4 minutes. There's still a small part of my brain that's like, ooh, they're playing 2v2 bot. Excellent. As Labrov and Hansama do not meet Super and Alvaro. Super and Alvaro sneak their way in towards the lane here. If you come from the top, what you can avoid is the initial bit of damage from Hansama and Labrov, meaning you actually get to the wave and then can try and chip them down as they try and get back behind their minions. And it's kind of what happened, you know. You see Alvaro and Super did take a little bit of a chunk. Guardian on Alvaro here as well. Starts with the Oracles and gets a small World Atlas stack there from ordering on to Hansama.
Also a nice ward coming through from G2 as well onto the Raptors, just to spot out exactly what Elyoya's path is going to be. So I think though for MKOI, they're going to be taking it relatively easy in the early stages. It's not like you have great setup for Elyoya to get into any of these lanes. I think you'd be more trying to facilitate them being aggressive in their own right, especially for bot side, just allowing them to try and push into the range versus melee support matchup.
Broken Blade forcing Mirwin back, takes the tower shot though, and that basically evens out the trade. Mirwin should be able to get most of these underneath his tower. Dings over to level 2. The only time I think Lilio is a little bit slower than Trundle in the jungle is on this first clear. After she starts to get a couple of items under her belt, she clears exceptionally quickly, as does Trundle, of course, but I think I would give that out to Lilio after the first item.
Yeah, single target DPS versus the Shillelagh swing.
Yeah.
Not going to exactly work out great.
Jojo going in. Caps gets the stun immediately, forces Jojo back, who's using that shield a little bit to tank up some of the damage, but Caps on the right side of those trades. You can see Jojo going for the Doran shield first as well. He knows where his bread is buttered in this lane.
You definitely need to do that against an Annie. She is quite good at trading, especially just because she's more than happy to keep throwing auto attacks out to harass you as well. My eyes on how these lanes are going, and dangerous spot for Broken Blades.
But Broken Blade doesn't have flash. He only has exhaust. Mirwin just needs an order, but he can't get in range. Oh, flash for exhaust the exchange. The problem for Mirwin here is that Skewmon is on the top side of the map, so he's just immediately going to back and then just TP back to the wave, but he is in a little bit of a precarious spot.
So Mirwin procs the phase rush, and he's thinking even through the exhaust. Oh, Skewmon set his sights on mid lane.
Actually put a ward around here as Jojo flashes away. Good pillar as well, Soul Seed from Elyoya, unable to connect.
But yeah, on the top side of the map, Mirwin had the... Why have I forgotten the name of it? The rune.
Phase Rush?
Phase Rush, thank you. The Phase Rush looked like it was actually going to get him in range, but then the exhaust kicks in, the Phase Rush wears off, and he then is slightly out of range. But you can see in these early trades, Rumble still very good at winning out on the 1 versus 1, and it's something that Broken Blade has to respect. The game, at a certain point, will likely swing in Broken Blade's favor, but until that point, he's just going to have to do what he can. But across the board, we kind of look at the bottom of our screen, and it's a very even affair, with the only real advantage being Skewmon securing the double scuttle.
You can see the pings though onto Elyoya on the map. G2 doing a decent job of tracking him. Skewmon kind of aware of, hey, top side is going to be respawning, so just be careful on this top half of the map. He's moving down to pick up his own bottom side, so I'm curious if we might get some sort of play towards Broken Blade if he continues to take a lot of damage from Mirren, especially as the wave, it looks like it's bouncing back out.
I mean, it's definitely a risk. I think if Skewmon expects that to happen, he can just rush the Drake, right? One of the things Trundle is so good at is taking those neutrals early on, so could just go for it immediately. Instead has gone Gromp into his Wolves, and then we'll path up towards his top side.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like with the way the comps are a little bit strange, I'll say, I feel like getting this early gold and getting that early control is going to be way more valuable than the early dragons.
Yeah.
Especially because if you can get these leads, like Mirren can now just continue to bully Broken Blade, or you can start to look for more, and even Elyoya is going to be looking for his own kind of CS advantages, because he just can't really interact with the lanes as easy as he would like. But if Broken Blade is super low, it becomes much easier to then continue putting pressure for Mirren, and it looks like taking this topside jungle is going to be the answer to this split map we're seeing from the junglers and putting pressure onto Broken Blade once more.
Yeah, Broken Blade's still half a level away from 6. Might just have to back away here. Mirren has 6 of his own. Elyoya is going to steal away the Krugs. Skewmon invades the other side to take away the Razorbeaks.
I love the plan here from MKOI, just because of how it splits up the map and keeps the pressure up on the top side, just as Dagda was saying. Really put this Gwen behind, especially with no flash, and giving Skewmon the freedom to secure the Drake for himself.
I think it's also nice because realistically, diving Super Alvaro just is incredibly tough. With the heal, the bailout as well, it's not really going to be very, and you've no ignite either, so trying to get that kill onto the bottom side if you look for any sort of dive is never really going to be a thing, and you're just a quicker clear, as we already kind of alluded to. So Elyoya gets 2 camps on the top side, and they're going to be able to move in to get his Krug, so it's just a good split map for Elyoya.
Yeah, so you're saying is that G2 can't respond?
Response,
yeah,
yes,
exactly.
yeah.
That makes sense here.
Skewmon will take away the Drake. Went 2 points in Frozen Domain early here, something we do quite often see Trundle players do. Sometimes you even put 3 in just for the extra clear time throughout your jungle. Bot side Scuttle has spawned for him, and he'll walk around, chomps it. Doesn't have Smite, whereas Elyoya does, but with Caps just around the corner. Well, looks like Elyoya might still poke his head in here to try and steal this away. Lanes have been swapped. Hansama going up towards the top side, with Broken Blade is down towards the bottom. Still only level 5. Could be a little bit of a precarious spot here for the G2 top laner and jungler, and they realize that and just give away the Scuttle Crab.
We'll see. Sorry, I mistook the supports for a second because I thought Alvaro had actually moved up towards the top side. Something he actually does a lot is covering for Mirwin, especially in these swaps, and kind of leaving Super to free farm. He has grouped up with his jungler and Elyoya, now demonstrating what Lilia can do in this matchup. Trundle loves melee champions, where he can just trade auto attacks. He loves to brawl, as demonstrated in our opening teaser from League of Legends at the start of the year. He just likes to fight, hit you in the face, steal your stance. But Lilia doesn't really let you do that.
Jojo misses the face shield here. Will get stunned up. Good handshake back onto Lebrov, but he should just be able to stand beside Caps. Might just flash the wall. Instead, Caps walks across. Lebrov jumps to Caps, gets put to sleep. Skewmon's here as well. It's a big ultimate use, does get the heal out. Super trading with Broken Blade. He flashes over. As Broken Blade won't be able to hit any more of these needlework, so Super expends both his cleanse and his flash to get away.
It's one of the things that is a little tough if you're a short-range AD carry trying to go against the Gwen. The fact you got the Hollow Shred and that skip and slash to very quickly close the distance without taking much damage from Jojo.
Caps immediately onto Jojo. Tibbers doesn't do too much by himself, but Caps is there with the Disintegrate to get the kill. Meanwhile, Alvaro's met up with Skewmon. Mirwin looking for the flank position here. Hansama working his way down from the top side. Alvaro not yet level 6. Frozen Domain down. He flashes over the wall. Hansama not going to flash to follow him. The Void Grub's taken by Elyoya, and he starts to walk out. Caps doesn't have that stun charged up. Lebrov on the Equalizer flashes over the wall. Should survive through that burn. Escape from Elyoya. Clean enough, as even the pillar can't stop him.
I mean, it ultimately results in a solo kill for Caps as 3 grubs go in favor of MKOI. A relatively even trade as every member of KOI is able to get away with their lives. But that was a very scary situation that KOI found themselves in.
Also a plate for Broken Blade in the bottom lane, able to pick up a little bit of gold to get himself back into this game. You can see he's only 50 behind Mirwin right now. Exhaust still on cooldown for him, obviously using that in the fight against Super earlier on, but he'll be very happy Mirwin didn't get anything out of that fighting around Void Grubs.
Still, it hasn't netted. Like, goal still relatively even. Yep. Very, very even actually, in fact. And it hasn't really broken out this game into any which way. When we looked at the last couple of games, it was kind of like G2 at least getting some control in the early stage of game number 2, but maybe a gank in the top side that might change that.
And Mirwin doesn't have flash. Skewmon, you know, he's poking his nose in there, he's sniffing if there's anything good to find, but unable to do so. Lebrov maybe caught out with the Swell Seed. Hansama able to walk away, does have that Feather Storm. Looting Lullaby up in 7 seconds time for Elyoya, so he's just waiting on that.
I do like the way MKOI are trying to play around Elyoya though, because one of the things, actually I think we ended up talking about on the desk yesterday, was how Elyoya used to be a player that his team would play around. Now he's kind of changed into a role of much more of a facilitator for his lanes, but looking like on the Lilia, like it's back to old ways. He looks great on it, like constantly calling for Jojo to move across, having Alvaro working with him, looking to get invades and just put pressure down and starting to open up a nice little lead for himself.
Hasn't had the best of time on the Lilia across the course of his career. 2 wins, 5 losses. But last time he played it was last year in the season finals. Before that, all the way back in 2021. So it's been a little while since we've seen consistent Lilia from Elioya. Jojo showing why Yone is still a very good champion. You can be stunned, just unbind your soul and then sprint at the enemy and hit a few auto attacks.
It's why Blade of the Ruin King is just so broken on him, because, I mean, I couldn't help but have a chuckle watching him just take the, like, I would see a short rotation from Caps. You know, he does the trade, gets the electric proc, and then you're kind of done. You know, that's kind of it. That's what you got. And then Yone's just like, I'm going to keep swinging my katanas at you. And best of luck. Caps, for now, seems fine in the matchup, but I don't think it's going to get easier as the game continues. It becomes a race of will he have enough damage to kind of near one-shot Jojo, which maybe on one item he will. I haven't watched enough Annie to be able to say so for sure. We'll see how things continue. For now, he goes back into the matchup. Oh, well, here we go.
Well, he's not able to kill off Jojo yet, but he gets him down to about half HP.
I mean, he didn't use tippers that time. I think one more rotation would actually be enough to kill Jojo, which is why Jojo now, yeah, he has to back. I think, so that's a good example of what I think you should see in that matchup. They basically trade HP, and then Cap says, well, if you're on 50%, I know I can one-shot you.
Well, pulled back with a handshake as Elioya is doing the Drake here. Teleport coming in from Jojo towards that top side, and as soon as G2 see it, they're thinking, well, can we take a fight around this Drake right now? Answer is not quite. Alvo clipped. Caps goes in with the sun. Overheat on Mirwin. Glacial Fisher down, but Mirwin able to escape at the luxury of his rocket belt.
And this is kind of what we're talking about. It's that it's very difficult for both these teams to find that engage fully. You need Caps to really be that tool, and he does get a stun onto Mirwin, but there's just little follow-up after there's no Glacial Bite that's there. So I think this is where you're going to have a little bit of an issue as G2. It's, I'd say, half easier for MKOI because you do have at least the Sporosity that you can try and connect with people if they're walking through choke points, but it's still not exactly the best of times to say.
It also feels like MKOI, when they hit the initial engage, whatever it is, they have a lot more follow-up, right? You have Fate Sealed, you've got Killer Instinct, you've got the Equalizer, you've got a bunch of stuff that you can lay on top of that. Whereas for G2, it's like, we've hit the initial engage, everyone run at this guy and try and kill him, right? And that could definitely work. Right, Trundle running in there, you can isolate someone really quickly with the pillar. As Broken Blade's a little bit isolated up towards the top side here. Only has that exhaust, gonna go drowsy. Even through the Hallow Mist, there's the Fate Sealed, and there's no real escape here for Broken Blade as Jojo chases him down. Even through the healing, it won't be enough. Elioya gets the first kill of the game for MKOI.
Nice pick indeed. Broken Blade with no flash means that there's very little room for him to escape. Koi are gonna forego the play on the top lane for now, but we find ourselves in an early game that is very neutral. Herald will be the next point of contention. As first items are getting closer to being completed, you can see Jojo, he's about 700 gold, 600, 700 off that Blade of the Ruin King. And as we mentioned already, that is a very nice spike for him. So far though, I really feel like Elioya is taking full control over the jungle matchup. Caps is doing fine in a side lane, but Jojo, once he gets that Blade, is going to be much scarier to deal with. The Rumble and the Kai'Sa are steadily getting up there, and right now we're just kind of waiting for that one moment that helps swing the game in either side's favor.
It really feels like a Rift Herald fight or a Dragon fight is going to decide this game, right? People having to face off for one of those objectives.
I think it's also just, at what point does Jojo start to move in towards like magic resist for the side lanes? Because you're either going up against Broken Blade or Caps, and I think when he gets to a point where, especially against Caps, he has like saying a Hex Drinker or even a Wit's End or something, it's going to make it difficult for Caps, I think, to win that 1v1 anymore. But here we go.
Wait, he can kill Jojo.
He can kill Jojo, and he does that, and then flashes away from the Blooming Bursts and escapes Elioya's clutches.
The only reason why I noticed that is because, like, I learned the lesson the last time he killed Jojo, and I was just like, Jojo, I feel like you need to learn the lesson. Like, well played there by Caps, recognizing the damage output. He gets the kill, and now he's sitting on both kills for G2, and this Annie is quickly ramping up as the bot lanes find a bit of a skirmish, but it's Huntama that falls short in the health department.
The fact that Jojo went down as well is not only bad for himself, but also the fact that Trundle now gets to do the Rift Herald off the back. It was kind of the counterpunch from MKOI, although looks like he might just leave it be as they all show up.
Lilia is still very speedy and moving across the map.
And Caps has TP and is about to finish his recall, so if G2 do want to fight it, they can TP him in, but he obviously doesn't have Tibbers, doesn't have his flash, doesn't really have that easy engage route, so MKOI should be able to take this Rift Herald without too much perturbation. Jojo waiting behind the tower in bot lane, seeing if perhaps he needs to move across, or at least not show on vision, because he doesn't have teleport. So as soon as he shows, G2 are like, oh, Jojo's not here, we can fight.
And you can see Caps was waiting in base as well. It was just like, look, if I need to TP, I can, but MKOI have to get the objective, which pretty big, especially after the little bit of a whoopsie that we had on the bottom side.
Right now, feels like the game state hasn't changed that much, even though Caps is a full level over Jojo in a side lane. Unfortunately, the really frustrating thing for Jojo is that he didn't have Blade on his deck, right? Because now that whole spike is delayed and he's just going to be that much later into the game. He should have it in time for the next Dragon, but Koi could argue that they just don't really need to fight it if they don't want to. I have a feeling that they will, but we'll hold our breath and see. For now, it's Mirwin with the push in the top lane. He's going to be able to get an early bait. It's a very nice trade from him.
Yeah, Broken Blade skip and slashing in right into the flames. Mirwin should be able to push out this wave. Does have the teleport as well if there is a fight around the dragon in 10 seconds time. Broken Blade gonna base. Alvaro caught out with a Winter's Bite, but Ayoya's coming across. Lebrov will stand beside his friend as Hans Summer goes in. Exhaust juiced in the top side as the needles come out from Broken Blade, but he doesn't connect onto Mirwin, who dodges away. TP as well from Broken Blade as he goes to top. Counter TP coming out from Caps. The equalizer dodged away from Jojo, will be able to get one, and he jumps out with the bait sealed. Rift Herald charging down the mid lane as well as Ayoya uses this moment to put it to work.
Oh, the pillar.
The pillar stops it in its tracks, and G2 won't lose their mid-tier 1.
It's interesting that G2 have learned all this tech for interrupting the Herald. They used the Horn Q before, now the Trundle Pillar as well. Koi, though, with a nice collapse on the top side of the map to get another kill onto Broken Blade. Ooh, Super, though, he's getting very low here. The thing is, it's left the Dragon completely exposed, and for Ayoya, this is a great situation. On the Lilia, he knows that he can easily solo this. Super is keeping the mid-wave contested, meaning there's going to be no challenge, but G2 aren't going to not do anything in response as they set their sights on the tier 1 in the top lane.
Trundle still does Trundle things when he's left alone in tower, so able to get Caps' help to take that one down, but looks like MKOI just going to set their sights on the mid lane. Lebrov only resetting now, and I don't really think Hans Sama can stick around on this turret if there's 3 members here.
It has the Feather Storm. There's a little bit of safety, but even with the Blade Call, it's going to be hard to clear this out. You can see he's down to about half HP, but in the end, MKOI don't want to push their luck any further. Haven't had a chance to reset since that slew of action earlier on. Super stepping in here. Blade Caller, only 2 blades coming back, so Hans Summer won't be able to get the root. Mirwin trying to get away from this with the Rocket Belt, but Lebrov and Skewmond are here quickly to collapse. The feats of warfare go over to G2, claiming their 3rd kill of the match.
Good collapse from G2, catching out Mirwin as he started to step up. No flash available, and now G2 starting to move into the jungle here. See if they can steal away a few of these camps, get that bot lane turret. Try and set up Broken Blade for a little bit more success, and what has not been the best of times for him in the matchup.
That's just a tempo-stopping Glacial Fisher right there. It's like, excuse me, Alvaro, you are not allowed to back. I see you're low on mana. We have Gwen pushing in the bot lane. We are going to keep this pressure up. Hans Sama catches the wave in mid. It might be a tier 2 on the bot side for G2. Meanwhile, Jojo pushing through top doesn't have the teleport available.
Yeah, I don't know if they can get the tower with the Frozen Domain already down from Skimon, actually. But no one really here. Yeah, it's just gone. Frozen Domain back, yeah.
The power of putting those extra points into the W. G2 get their tier 2, and with it about a 2,000 gold lead as Jojo answered with only 1 tower in response. Pings come out from MKOI though towards that mid lane turret, thinking that if they can get this wave in quickly enough, maybe they can crack through the tier 1 of G2.
So, of course, Jojo's been sitting on the blade for a little while now, but Caps just goes back to base and he picks himself up a Death Cap.
Yeah.
2nd item Death Cap for the Annie. If you thought that he was lethal before, I promise you he is lethal now.
He did this against Fnatic as well. Went Malignant's Deathcap Void Staff in that game where Humanoid got miles ahead of him in the early game.
We call this the Season 1 build.
Yeah.
Okay? You just...
But Malignant?
Okay, listen, guys. Can you just, you know what I
There's
mean?
another 1 in brackets beside that to say 11.
Yeah. It's the one-shot build, okay? It's all damage all the time.
It
No
would be a
utility.
Deathfire Grasp if it could be.
Exactly. There you go. It would have been a Deathfire Grasp. Now, of course, this damage is scary, but that's only if he can land it. And that's going to be the big question, because as we've talked extensively, G2 don't have the easiest engage tools. You've got a Trundle Pillar, you've got maybe a Flash Braum ult, and then of course there's Caps with his Flash available, providing that snap engage with the Flash ulti initiation. But connecting that onto the composition coming through from Koi is not going to be an easy thing to do, and I think that these objectives are why we're feeling a much slower game, because it's only really around these objectives that we are seeing these fights, unless it's a gank or a pick on a sideline.
Broken Blade continuing to push through bot side while Mirwin has grouped up with his team. Hans Summer equalized. I think Mirwin was hoping that Hans would just instantly pop the Featherstorm there. Hans holds onto it, knowing that there wasn't too much collapse coming out from the rest of MKOI.
It's the cleanse, flash, everything he kind of needed to, so even if it started to go a bit sideways, would have been fine, but still, you can kind of see G2 just using the fact that Broken Blade's going to be fine in the side lane to just keep putting the pressure. And I don't think there's really much else that they need to do right now. Just chill for Dragon.
Just trying to make sure that there's minimal vision for MKOI up towards this top side. Skewmon coming across as well. Ayoya on vision. Caps go. Oh, he's going all the way around. He's going all the way around the outside here. Mirwin's coming across as well. Oh, Caps now. Oh, how are you going to get out of this one? Good luck for Mirwin. They know exactly where Mirwin is here. There's the first stun into the disintegrate. Mirwin flashes away. No concussive blows landing onto him. He will escape. Caps didn't go all out that time, didn't summon the bear.
But it is getting these tools down with 50 seconds until Dragon. You notice the Caps didn't use the Tibbers on the play. He was just looking to burn a Summoner Spell, because now, at that next engagement, he has his target. Try and kill Mirwin, set up then for G2 to take the fight afterwards in a 4v5.
Yeah, you're completely right. I think that it's also just great awareness of his damage, because he realizes, I don't think that by myself I have enough to kill Mirwin, especially if he has his flash available. So it's fine, I'll take the Summoner Spell. And as you rightly said, it now sets them up beautifully for the Dragon, spawning in 20 seconds. We'll see if Koi even decide to contest it. There's still that Ada tower in the bot lane that I'm sure they'd love to get, but they haven't really put many resources towards the bot side of the map. A lot of their vision has actually been invested on the top side. Of course, Adakan is alive. Perhaps they're considering an exchange, Adakan for the Dragon.
Broken Blade has his teleport. MKOI trying to deny vision up towards this top side right now. Broken Blade's going to keep pushing in those waves. No tower in the mid lane for G2. So they have to step a little bit further back to defend this. Skewmon waiting around the corner here, down towards that bot side river. MKOI transitioning their pressure from top side to bot side.
Broken Blade going for the reset, though. It already shoved that wave in, so now going to TP back in. Actually, it's going to be Caps who's TP into the play, so Broken Blade going to slowly walk. But again, like, the lack of engage and kind of triggers to pull makes it difficult for kind of both sides to do anything. So Broken Blade just going to walk it back out. It'll be G2 start the Dragon.
There's a little bit of vision for G2 up towards the tri-bush in the top side. You can see a couple of pings coming out from MKOI, maybe thinking we can sneak away this Adakan while this happens. But Lebrov there, smart enough to realize that MKOI were making their way towards that top side. And we'll clear out the vision. Hits Alvaro with a Winter's Bite. Once again, the game slows down a little bit as the second Drake of the game has been secured by both teams.
It's also because both sides are relatively squishy, right? So when you're trying to move, apart from Lebrov, I'd say, but as you're trying to move in to get some sort of vision down, it's just very difficult to be able to force your way into that position, because if you do walk into a Yoya, he will tear through you, especially even with Skewmon going towards this more armor build. So you got to be very careful about how you do it. So everyone's
flash.
Ward is shallows.
For Mirwin again, they know their target, and Mirwin is locked up. The Flame Spitter not enough to burn through anyone on G2. Caps now 3-0.
Well, that's the payoff from getting the flash from earlier. As they catch him in the river with no means of escape, it opens up the Adakan. And it's an interesting game state just because there's so few engaged supports. The junglers aren't the best engaged tools. There's no tanky top lane to start the fights off. So this is what a lot of the game is. Finding picks, punishing summoner spells, and these small opportunities are how either side will be able to claim more on the map. good news for Jojo is he finally gets access to this bot tier 1, but it's still very healthy. He's not going to be able to take it just yet. He's going to need at least one more wave.
I think it's also crucial for G2 that you're finding these picks without needing to use key summoner spells like the flashes. Like Cap still has his up and available, which means in 330, if you're looking at a potential dragon fight, you can still get that big flash engage from Cap. Same if Labrov needs to look for some sort of flash play. Like a lot of G2's flashes are crucial to that engage, and whereas for MKOI, well, maybe trying to avoid it is handy, but they're less reliant on a flash play.
Haven't really seen MKOI find one of those big plays yet, right? They found a couple in the early game in that side lane, managing to catch out Broken Blade a couple of times, but apart from that, it's been very much a game played around vision, played around who can catch someone else out on a recall timer, on a positional mistake, and G2 have been the better team at that so far. However, for MKOI, their mid lane tier 1 still stands, and that gives them a lot more leeway on the map, makes it a lot easier for them to actually force G2 back. Jojo, yeah, he hid and he backed away.
It's a good point. I think that part of the reason why G2 can't find more picks is specifically because of this mid tower, but it's not like it's a similar situation to game 2 where their siege isn't the easiest, especially when playing into things like a Lilia and a Renata. The ability for them to just kind of turn your siege against you is a very scary prospect. So we find ourselves in a slow back and forth. Game 3. Reminder that the winner of this series will lock a spot at MSI representing Europe because they'll guarantee a top 2 finish. And of course, that means that you will be going to the LEC Spring Finals, which is ultimately what both of these teams are vying for. With G2 currently leading the series 2-0 up, Koi will have to find a reverse sweep and they'll need to start it here.
Oh, handshake onto Alvaro, onto Labrov from Alvaro. Rayseeker hitting as well. There's the noting lullaby. Mikhail's away from it by Labrov on himself. Skewmon tanky enough to survive through that short nap.
It's a good play though, because again, this is kind of the tools that MKOI have to try and start something, and they're going to rely now on Jojo to push in on this bottom side, look for the trade on the towers, but not really much that can happen.
Oh, Alvaro steps forward again, has to burn the flash, but the Tibbers is there to follow up. Equalizer out, TP coming in from Jojo as MKOI look for a little bit more, but I don't think they're going to find it. Second time we've seen Alvaro caught out just around that corner in this series. Skewmon able to dodge away from the Q3 out of Jojo. All this while, Broken Blade pushing in that top lane, has a wave crashing on the tier 2.
And this is what I was talking about. MKOI are so squishy. Trying to retake vision is incredibly dangerous for them with Broken Blade.
He's stayed around a long time here. Needlework dodges the fate seal, skip and slash, looking for the slows. Killer Instinct not going to come in quite yet, as there's the exhaust, but there's the Killer Instinct from Super. And BB just oversteps.
Completely agree, Medic. There was no need for him to try and hit the tower an additional time. He didn't respect MKOI's positioning in the topside jungle. With the Baron alive, I wonder if Koi will consider leveraging the numbers advantage to force this objective. That might be why G2 is still hovering around. Caps will have the Tibbers up very soon if it's not up already. And they're maintaining this mid-wave control.
Glacial Fissure. Oh. And Nat's Whisker between that and hitting Super. Doesn't connect. And because of that, G2 don't really have an avenue into the fight. Swalsey dodged to the side.
Crucially though, it let Jojo pick up a wave, reset, and pick up the QSS as well. So now he's going to be a little bit less vulnerable to that CC train from G2. Well, notably Caps as well, and give him the ability to snap back. So you're starting to see kind of key pickups on the items for MKOI, especially with 3 items now for Super start to come through.
MKOI in a good spot, let's be honest. 1,000 gold behind is nothing too substantial at this point. 3 items on Super. Jojo has a QSS for himself as well. You've got the Cosmic Drive and the Liandry's already complete on Elioya. Yes, Mirwin's damage will fall off a little bit as the game goes on, but the rest of the team in a prime position to grasp this game out of G2's hands. Jojo dashing forward again. Gets away before the concussive blows connect.
MKOI need to start something though. Broken Blade again in the side lane has the TP available, and MKOI aren't really strong enough to just go into the pit and start it. That just sets you up for a big ol' Annie stun, so it kind of makes this push and pull very difficult for MKOI to deal with when Broken Blade has already got 2 items himself.
This is why in draft we said these are very weird comps.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
no one has hard engage.
It's very hard to do things, so a lot of this game is about wave management and, oh, this person's here, that means we can do this. and you have to be super aware of what you can and cannot do, and it's going to be those opportunities that ultimately decide the outcome of this game. Skewmon testing the waters in the river. The tower finally going to drop 30 minutes in. But G2 will finally take down that structure. All the while, Broken Blade has been left isolated in a side lane. The farm is even, but it's Broken Blade that is 1.3k gold ahead. He likely has a pretty nice base. Yep, there's a needlessly large rod that he's going to go back to base and grab.
Well, that's the thing.
This changed it to a Seekers.
Yeah, but this is where you get to a point where you just start to take over the matchup as Broken Blade, and it becomes way more difficult for Mirren to go toe-to-toe as
Jojo looking for something. Tibbers coming out as they try and get onto Alvaro, but the hostile takeover is gonna change their minds. Fate sealed a takeover from MKOI. Broken Blade will get Alvaro on the backside. Skewmon looking for if he can get back and help his top laner. The Seekers already paying off for BB as he dives onto Super. But the moment of silence was not enough for Broken Blade. G2 lose 3 in the fight. MKOI turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Jojo really clutched up in that play, getting a 2-man knock-up into the ulti to then have Alvaro's ulti fly over the entire G2 roster. Skewmon fishing for a steal. He has the flash available.
As the control ward as well puts it into the pit right now. Elioya will clear that out as quickly as possible. Jojo jumps across the wall. Feathers fly from Hansama, and in flies Super. Skewmon flashes towards his red buff pit, but that pillar of filth is not filthy at all. MKOI, a delayed ace onto G2. They'll claim the Baron and they'll claim the gold lead.
it was a long, hard-fought game, but MKOI may have just broken it open. Betty called it the plays here from Jojo, but the engage onto Alvaro is so bizarre to me. It's the fact that you end up going onto the support where you don't really have the burst. Alvaro then is able to set up for this great ultimate across the top, thanks to Jojo being able to set him up. And sure, Broken Blade ends up getting Alvaro, but he's also gone so deep for this fight, and he's kind of hoping that maybe he can split up MKOI with Skewmon using the pillar, but it just doesn't really do very much.
What I loved about that play from Jojo as well is that he stacked the Q on Tibbers. And so it was the initial engage that I believe G2 thought that they could just one-shot Alvaro. They think he's a level 12 Renata, I'm a level 16 Annie, I've got 3 items completed, this should be an easy one-shot. But they actually didn't have enough damage to kill him instantly. Meaning that once they're in that position, once they've committed, there's no getting out, and MKOI find an amazing punish.
And it's also going to get more difficult to try and find those one-shot potentials, because you've got both the Locket and the Redemption now finished on towards Alvaro, which just helps to keep his team bolstered and keep them stocked up. And at this stage, it kind of feels like G2 are throwing everything in the kitchen sink, but they're just not finding what they need.
QSS already on Super, so he is very safe. Even if that Tibbers comes down, his ability to disengage for himself.
It's also the fact that it's now a Mountain Soul in a minute's time for MKOI. The burst potential just isn't really sticking for G2 alongside everything else we just talked about. So G2 desperately need to interrupt this Dragon stacking, and maybe Broken Blade in the side lane can draw enough people there, but it feels like still a bit of a long shot.
Trying to get that wave shoved in. MKOI with 5 members in the mid lane, and that bot side river. Broken Blade about to back, doesn't have the teleport right now. Jojo going towards that bot lane to push out the wave. Mirwin will complete his recall, gets himself a Bloodletter's Curse, which, although it was bugged a few patches ago, is now working fine as far as I can tell. Does the damage to all of the opponents that it hits. Pillar coming out from Skewmon for a little bit of vision. Jojo coming up through the river. Mirwin looking for a flank position, currently around the Razor Beaks, looking for the Electro Harpoons. Can't quite connect on them. Broken Blade now joins the Barney as G2 realize this is their moment to fight. Baron expires in 40 seconds time. The Drake up in 1. Skewmon stepping forward through that frozen domain. Mirwin still looking for the equalizer. The Drake down to 9,000 HP as Alvaro's first target. Hostile takeover blocked by LeBrob. Dodges away from the needlework. The loading lullaby used as well. The Dragon still at 8,000. Redemption coming out as LeBrob is healed up. Handshaken back though and falls to the equalizer. G2 lose their support and can't find a way into the fight. Jojo dives forward and immediately locks up 2. Mirwin finds a double. Super finds a third. Skewmon next on the menu. Make it 4. The Tibbers chasing Super through the supercharge. Won't be enough. And now Caps is in a 1v1 versus Elioya. He doesn't need to kill him, he just needs to delay. The blooming burst across the wall. Elioya, watch out, Eep! Caps is down, an ace for MKOI. and the base in their eyes.
A perfectly played team fight from MKOI. The layering of the CC, the way that they just picked apart G2. MKOI looking to begin their reverse sweep.
In English, we say reverse sweep. In Spanish, we say reverse sweep, apparently, as MKOI will find a win in this series. Labrov trying to do everything he can to delay, but we are going to game 4 as MKOI stands strong.
Jojo steps up huge on the Yone to catch out G2 and set them up to go to game number 4.
I'm going to go to a short break before we get back for the rest of this series. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing twine, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing twine, you're one of a kind. Stars shining.
You keep going?
Yeah.
Go mid, go mid.
I'm fighting.
Okay.
Go. I have W, yo.
I look.
You have W.
Anis out. Anis out.
I go for mid wave. You TP? Nice.
I mean, there is...
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
Run, Super!
Take that way fast, okay?
Welcome back to the LEC, where MKOI strikes back. I said it before we head into game, this was do or die for them to be able to keep this series alive. And my oh my, did they deliver? Specifically Supa, like, he popped off. Like, the fans are on point.
Yeah, what a game by Supapi, coming in with the Kai'Sa. Crazy damage in those late game teamfights, always diving in deep and really putting out those numbers.
Yeah, but I think as well for MKOI is really the fact that they could keep it so stable for such a long time. Yeah, they never really had a large gold lead, but they're able to make it into a point where then all that farm that we picked on the Yone, that we picked up on Super, we're finally able to take the fights against G2. And yeah, I mean, you get a nice guy like this. Even though the damage per minute wasn't the highest, he's playing Kai'Sa, couldn't really do it so throughout most of the game into Annie. But he did the damage when it mattered.
And he got the QSS eventually when it also mattered. But this fight specifically is that turning point where Annie wasn't able to get that engage, even though...
Such a good fight from Jojo.
Yeah, Jojo had a great fight. Crucially, the Annie ult went into the shield of the Renata, and when you use all your burst on the Renata, it's just such a nice fight. All the carries were kind of unlocked because the threat of that Annie was really, really kind of like gone from the beginning of the fight.
But it's also just, you know, G2 so disconnected. Broken Blade's just so late to the play, and the moment that MKOI comes back, they're first on the objective, it becomes so much easier. And this fight, this was pure beauty. This sleep, layered upon with the equalizer, which doesn't proc the sleep, into then you can finally fight the pick. You're getting this soul at the same time. I mean, this was the best fight I've seen from MKOI in today's series.
They're like multitasking, they're getting everything.
Yeah, and I think this also kind of highlights the issue with G2's comp is that they don't really have that go button. With the Braum support, it's more of a peeling support, and with the Trundle, it's hard to really engage those fights. If Annie's not really finding that Tibbers engage, it becomes kind of hard to really take those zones when MKOI has already set them up.
It also speaks about the mental of MKOI, because this is like that one game that would have knocked you into that lower bracket if you lost it. You're able to hold on even though you don't actually manage to secure that early. And it goes back to maybe Elyoya's point where he's like, you know, if I can play scrims with Jojo, then I can do anything.
Oh, okay, absolutely. I'd love to highlight the PGB or the post-game breakdown as well, because you actually see, like, from the goal graph, yeah, G2 are taking out the turrets and they're making plays, but they're never in a position where they exponentially grow it, right? So I think it goes back to what you said with the draft as well, Finn. It's hard to find those picks if you're not playing around the Annie. So in a spread map state, it required G2 to move around as a unit, and if they weren't, well, they just couldn't get anything.
Feels bad though, like you're on 24k damage, most damage in the game, and, you know, that's that.
I mean, it happens, you know, yeah, it happens. I mean, Caps has had a monster performance, and throughout this entire series, he's the mid laner to watch. But MKOI as a team here, they were just the one rally together.
And they've really stepped up in this game, and this is exactly what we needed from them. The stamina also not really something that we questioned, because they did play 5 games against KC yesterday as well, and they were back and forth. So I'm looking forward to the next one, because again, the stakes here are incredibly high. You go to the finals, you have a week, but you also lock MSI, so it just adds a little bit more pressure here too.
Yeah, and I wonder how kind of they're going to adapt in coming into this game 4, because now it's when you really start to feel that fearless factor in the draft stage. As we see the bracket behind us, you really don't want to be down there, but I really wonder what they're going to do about this fourth game, because all the power picks are kind of gone. Sure, you have the Sejuani, but most of the core champions are out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for mid lane, but there's so many that's still available. Like, if you're looking at the carry department, because we had Smolder and Senna in the beginning, like Kalista still available, Hansama with a potential Draven, you know, there's things that can kind of break the mold down here. In the jungle, Maokai, Sejuani, right? Still power picks that we can play around that we usually see on the ban table. I think going into blue side, you have an easy avenue of overloading the draft, meaning that you're not actually banning out most of the priority picks. Maybe you're letting a few slip through, so you have a good angle for that first pick.
And what I'm excited about is going to be Mirren's first red side game this series. And as we are in game 4, this is where Mirren can kind of really show why we have this man as like this pinnacle of creativity right now.
But it's against BB,
it is against
top
BB.
father.
But the issue with top lane is that blind picking top lane in these later games in Fearless becomes so difficult, because all the kind of meta picks, the Rumbles, the Jays, the Ambessas, they're out. All the strong champions in the top lane that are kind of safe to blind, they're already out, which means that Broken Blade's blind pick is going to be more vulnerable, which allows Mirren to really come into that factor.
Top laner.
And yeah, but like, even speaking of those blind picks, right? We've been talking about not just the lane matchup, but also how much is required of you if you're playing these tanks in terms of map movement, right? And I think in Merwin's series yesterday, when he was playing some of the tanks, map movement and connecting with his team in the right way wasn't always his biggest strength. Sure, they managed to find some really good fights later on, but it's definitely not what you would highlight as the highlight.
But then map movement as well, when we were looking today at G2 for Cap, specifically on the Arya and Talia, really was what allowed them to snowball the games. But then you have the Annie, they didn't really have that much map movement. So would you want the same thing from Caps too?
Well, I feel like Caps is in his element. I think he's playing out of his mind in series.
Absolutely.
He's playing so good. He has so much impact. 2 solo kills on Georgia Pion. I feel like if Caps was not in this game would look very different. We would not talk about a comeback. We would talk about a stomp for MKOI.
And like even looking at champions, right? Majority of Jojo's champion pool is really getting thinned out here. He's played a bit of a Kali as well, but not just something that you blind pick. Silas, for me, big one open. Victor, big one open, right? But you still have pairings that you can make work if the ban is too overloaded, right? Silas at Johnny if you want to play around a 2v2, right? Something where you can easily find from some skirmish potential. Which for G2, with Skewman and Caps together, has been a huge strength, especially in today's series.
Especially as well allowing them to set up BB for more success, because like remember that first Camille game where he didn't necessarily have too hot of a laning phase, being able to get build out, being able to get some of these early on picks with the mid laner, with the jungler. So I think for G2, there's always a lot of options, and if anything, like Dylan have mentioned it a couple of times, when it comes to the philosophy of the best of 5 Fearless, they're approaching it a little differently this time around.
Yeah. And I wonder how we're going to see in the jungle department as well, because when I think about Skewmoon, I don't think about a jungler that's that confident on these tank junglers. I don't think he plays the facilitator that good yet. Usually we see that kind of develop as a jungle player. So I would love to see them kind of play for his strengths now as the kind of draft goes into this kind of darker phase. We don't know what's happening.
Oh yeah, the big one's Vi as well. I said this at Juani as well, but I feel like the Vi is just between these two junglers. You say setup, sure, but I feel like for Elyoya, if he could get his hands on that, that's like almost a free win. He's been so good on that champion this split in general, and I feel like it makes it so much easier for MKOI to play the game when Elyoya is on a champion that kind of just rallies his team together, where he can link up. Rakan for Alvaro is also the big one I'm looking at, where there has to be a contested pick in this game.
And also when we're looking specifically at MKOI here, would you say that this is the win that they needed to be able to reset so they can actually start a reverse sweep?
I mean, definitely, you do need that win, but I really feel like MKOI coming into this game for the momentum is, the wind is going in their favor, the momentum is on their side, and I think they really need to snowball this momentum and kind of keep it going all the way through.
5-game winning streak for MKOI right now. 2 games needed. Yeah, 5 series, you're right.
5 series.
2 more games needed, and they can qualify for that grand final and MSI, but it has to start here.
And Jojo can go home. But before we actually even dive into that, we're ready to head over to Shocked, who is standing by with Supa ahead of their 4th game here in the series against G2.
Supa, about to get into game 4. You're still in it. How do you reflect on the ADC performance that you're able to give on Kai'Sa? Because in the first 2 games, I was like, oh my god, I want to see more from you.
I mean, I think G2 tried to don't fight the first 2 games because obviously, as I said yesterday, when the enemy ADC play 3 million fights before the game, it's really hard. So I think G2 is trying to fight, but you can't avoid it.
You can't avoid it. What do you have to say about the possible reverse sweep?
I mean, I think G2 has summer finals winner bracket memories.
Okay, I like it. Have fun.
Some memories from the season finals winners bracket where Mad won 3-2 versus G2. Was a reverse sweep, if I recall correctly. If Super recalls correctly. He was there, so he probably does.
I'm sure one of us was also there, but...
Probably all 3 of us, let's be honest.
We're jumping into game 4.
Okay.
And a lot of champions are gone, guys. It makes predicting picks really hard.
Here's the thing. You take A through D.
Yeah.
Rob can take E through H.
Aatrox.
Yeah, possibly. Anivia.
Anivia. Yeah.
Aurelion Soul.
Aurelion Soul. Yeah, none of these champions begin with A.
But they do. They all begin with A.
You know what? I would say Aphelios, Ashe, Aurelion
I meant the ones that have been banned.
You know,
none of them have beginners with A.
Okay, Nidalee ban, Vi ban, Lucian ban. For G2, the opportunity to bounce back and make it a 3-1, get themselves into that final and on to MSI. For MKOI, 2 games away from another reverse sweep versus G2. Jack's banned out, no surprises there. Broken Blade is 6-0 on that champion in spring. We've seen the Lucian ban a few times. He's risen to priority recently. It doesn't even need the Braum to pair with. I'm really interested in support pool, guys. I'm going to be like, you talk about other pools being pinched. What engaged supports do we have left?
It's just Rakan,
It's
right?
just Rakan.
Gragas, Nico.
A Maokai support.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like G2 are setting up for the Maokai jungle pick, just with the Nidalee ban, the Vibe ban, and now Poppy also gone. It feels like Maokai becomes very, very top priority, but we'll have to see. Like
Sejuani still up?
Sejuani is still open as well. And if you're looking for supports, I mean, Blitzcrank still up and available. And Mumu, if you're feeling feisty, maybe in a Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, I mean, you could do Fiddle. We saw him a few weeks ago. Hasn't really made as much of a statement on the league as...
Didn't it? But did get nerfed.
Did get slightly nerfed, yeah. But
there's the Maokai.
There's the Maokai. Good prediction there. Dagda. As we see G2 taking a little bit of time, but most expectedly going to pick this one up. MKOI, how do you answer? Don't need to pick jungle before 3. Otherwise, your pool really begins to slim down. Nico and...
Oh, actually, I was going to say, I think you could have gone for the Sejuani Silas and kind of opened up, because I feel like Silas, there isn't really a huge amount that can really deal with him in the mid lane with the current pool taken out. Plus, you then also get access to the Maokai ultimate. So, but it looks like they just want to try and hard force their bot lane. And Nico, a very strong pick, and probably the premier support pick that is left open.
It might be Sivir Rakan.
Could be Sivir Rakan. I was looking at Caitlyn as well as a possibility.
There's the Blitz.
Okay, it's Blitz.
Okay, so it's not...
Caitlyn Blitz, maybe?
So one of the problems with Blitzcrank is you never want to hook a Nico into your team.
So I don't fully agree with that.
You rarely want to hook a Nico into your team.
Yeah, there are certain situations, because the...
Okay.
Sama's
Draven. Okay.
I mean, for those that don't know, this is an old school classic for Hans Sama. He's always been known as a carry player, which might seem odd me saying that as for an AD carry, but he loves hyper-aggressive champions, or he traditionally did, with the Kalista, Lucian, and Draven being his main go-to champs. Very few teams would actually afford to give it to him, Fnatic being a core example of that in their last series, but he's going to get his hands on it, and Lebrov, back when he played on BDS, this was one of his go-to clutch picks. The Blitzcrank was something that he actually found a huge amount of success with, and it was another one of those picks that Fnatic really didn't want to allow them to have. So they're going to be locking in a comfort bot lane here in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think if you're G2, excuse me, sorry, I'd look towards banning things like that Silas, maybe the Akali, just try and get rid of some of the melee mid laners that can try and support this Sejuani. There goes the Silas. And even Mirren, I am curious what he wants to try and bring out into the top side, because this is where you can get a little bit funky. You heard Finn on the desk saying that R5 now really opens up Mirren to flex his champion pool around. So I imagine it will be Jojo being selected for mid lane on this next rotation, and Mirren getting to hold off in his.
I 100% agree with the sentiment. The problem is, I've just realized Renekton and Gnar are both available.
Yeah, I realized and then it said Gnar. I was like, oh, man, it's going to be Gnar.
Yeah, no, it would make a lot of sense. One of the last times Hans Sama actually played Draven was last year in that Game 5 versus MDK, which he lost. Mostly because Friskawi had an absolute stormer on Ari, went 7-1 and 9.
That's not Gnar.
That is not Gnar. So Cassante, very safe top lane pick.
When was the last time we saw Cassante?
Oh, Veddy, you're making me Google stuff.
Yeah, but it hasn't really been present at all. As far as I can tell, this is Mirren's first Cassante game of spring. Not that he's any stranger to the champion by any means, but I am surprised to see this come out. It really looks like they're going for a stock standard, relatively safe front to back.
I don't want to be contrarian. Oh, maybe this is back in winter. Yeah, okay. It might be his first of spring, you're right, but he did play it a lot in winter. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Veddy.
Oh, Trist mids. Okay, so they're going for the Trist plus Maokai, double AD carry, front to back themselves. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Gnar come through for Broken Blade.
Could be Vladimir, honestly, as well.
A bit of
magic damage, and okay,
Swain,
similar. Okay, Swain. And this was, again, you just can't really kill it. And honestly, you don't really have consistent DPS on MKOI either. It's very much the bullet time and bust at the moment. So I think Jojo are going to have to look for something that is a bit more DPS focused, but if you also want melee to function with Sejuani, they're not really good options together.
Victor?
You could. Victor, I think, is fine. It's pretty safe. At a certain point, you'll just one-shot the wave. You'll struggle early on, but it is a very stock standard front-to-back scathing sort of teamfight composition. The wombo combo is very clear. Chaos Storm plus bullet time.
That's the
one. I just all I thought of Curse of the Bullet Time, you know?
Yes, Curse of the Bullet Time, yeah.
But yeah, the idea is, but it's very similar for the side of G2 as well. Front to back, double AD carry, a bit of AP on the top side of the map with the Maokai likely building a few few AP items themselves. This is a bit of old school drafting for what we saw a lot of in winter. We'll see how things pan out.
It definitely is. I think the main issue that I see for MKOI here is that G2's map movements have been a little bit better than theirs throughout the game. And when you have double AD carry, it's very easy to get through towers quickly. So if MKOI were a little bit slow on some of those early game movements, they quite quickly could lose a lot of their standing towers.
It's also just straight up, how do you kill Broken? Like, he's going to be fine in lane. He's probably going to take grasp. He's going to be able to do the lifesteal that he needs to, get a ton of health. And then it's... Victor doesn't have consistent DPS. MF doesn't have consistent enough DPS to try and take him down. So I think it's just very hard for MKOI to actually try and play through these front-to-back fights.
A lot of it's going to come down to Super's performance. The AD carry had a good game 3, and he's going to have to step up once again for game 4 to make the reverse sweep happen. Medic said it earlier. Game 5, the last time that Hans Sommer brought out the Draven against MDK, he ended up falling short. We'll see how things pan out as it's Draven versus MF in the bot lane.
That it is. Lavrov as well on his Blitzcrank was something we saw him often clutch up with on BDS. Oh, Broken Blade broke the truce. He ordered Mirwin once. That's what happens when you play ranged tops, guys. You just become immediately cringe. Swain and Vayne, their names rhyme. Okay. They're both bad top laners to play. Hope you're listening, Broxer. Vayne top, don't do it in my games, man.
Do you want to let something out?
He went 0-10. I was trying my hardest to carry.
I know of top laners that have done that and have won titles before, I'm just saying. Maybe
let's not talk about Gimgoon.
Maybe his jungle was the problem.
I won't stand for Gimgoon hate here. How dare you?
So, talk to me about the early game, Lance. What are we expecting?
I mean, to be honest, it's just going to be looking at Broken Blade with push and top because he's, as he's, in your own words, a cringe range top laner. So it should be fine to just farm up, look for turret plates, be fine. Caps also will, after kind of the initial push, I believe, start to have control over that mid wave, and especially after that first reset. So a lot of it is just kind of MKOI trying to use kind of level 1 to 3 advantages to push waves, but after that it comes a little bit difficult. And even with Labrov looking for hooks on that bottom side, you just have to be careful.
I mean, already we've seen Jojo pop a pot in mid lane as Caps went for a super aggressive trades. Jojo starting with the Q makes a lot of sense. Caps going to pop the pot of his own, but the trade going to go in Caps' favor, forcing Jojo to use that second pot. Hook connects.
Onto Alvaro. Hans Sommer just trying to stack up that passive, catching all these axes. In case you've been living under a rock for the last 15 years or so, Draven, every time he catches one of those axes, gets an adoration stack, and then if he gets a kill, manages to cash in those stacks for gold.
And maybe looking for an early kill as well, because Cumon has gone for an aggressive pathing down towards his bottom side. Level 3 hit. And LeBron going to look for the hook.
Stepping forward. Good shape splitter. Flash into the knockup with the punch. Super flashes away! Right on the edge of landing that hook. Super no summoners left.
Credit to Alyoya, he was in the area to offer some support in the event that G2 went too deep, but Super still ended up burning both his summoner spells, the heal coming through from Alvaro as well. G2 leveraging the power of this Blitzcrank Draven. But credits to Alvaro creating the clone, navigating their way through the minion wave. The bot lane of MKOI played it well to make it as hard as possible for Labrov to find that pick.
Yeah, especially once they created that distance and you couldn't have Skimon flash follow-up. It works out well, but now, here we go.
Jojo, Vision of Empire coming down as well. The hook, Jojo flashed it after it grazed his behind, but don't really blame him for flashing that. Very close to connecting.
Yeah, I think it was more kind of saying, trying to play Jojo as a player versus the actual game there, saying, hey, look, Jojo probably going to try and sidestep this and I can look for the hook then, but Jojo ends up respecting it more, especially as this could be their, if they go down their last game here, but just flashing away. Still 2 summoner spells burnt on the MKOI side.
TP back into mid lane from Jojo. He's a little bit of a level down, but I thought he would use that health advantage to move into mid and work with Alyoya to contest the Scuttle Crab. He's not going to get it though. Skimon has definitely had the advantage over Alyoya in the early game when it comes to this Scuttle Crab control. Alyoya now making his way back to his Raptors. His early clear was actually red wolves Oh, it was either red-blue Gromp or it was red-wolves Gromp, and then he looked to immediately...
Blue, I think it was Gromp.
In either way, he pathed in a way to immediately cover his bot lane as quickly as he could. So now he's going to start clearing both the Raptors and the Krogs as a swap now comes through from Super and Alpha.
Yeah, Super going for the cull here as well, just trying to get up towards those 100 stacks, get his gold in his pockets, not expecting to need the upright damage of an extra longsword or something early on in the game. Broken Blade back and get himself 2 Ruby Crystals and TPing down towards the bottom side. So in the end, the lanes will be as they were, just reversed, with bot lanes up in the top side and the top lanes down in the bottom side.
The early Vamp Scepter for Hansama is great though. You have gone for the code for Super, so he's kind of like, okay, well, I'm going to just have to tank this one out, but it doesn't mean you can trade hyper-aggressive, and definitely as Draven, you get a ton of value from the lifesteal in the kit because of how hard you hit as Mirren. Doing some nice trades here.
Conqueror gets fully stacked, but at that point, Mirwen's decided he's had enough trading, gets a slight health advantage, and it won't be for a while, I'll say, that Broken Blade is kind of scary at all. Of course, you can see him just building health for the time being, so not much of a threat, at least for Mirwen. They're just going to continue to trade back and forth with nothing too scary happening as the Dragon gets kicked off.
MKOI are trying to get fancy with the way they're playing these lane assignments though. They swap Super up to the top side to kind of bait Hansama into going up there. Immediately look for the reset. They also send Alvaro towards the mid lane to try and defend Jojo Pyun because there's a bit nervous about Labrov coming in with the combo. And now off of that they're able to get the Dragon and escape away, plus avoiding the Super Hansama matchup, which is going to work out pretty well for them. So at least MKOI moving well to avoid some of the early harass G2 have put down.
Yeah, definitely getting out of that Blitzcrank Draven matchup, which seems to be what they want to do, at least throughout this early game. Super, as we said, just trying to farm up. Mid lane, Caps jumps in, immediately silenced by the Arcane Storm, will have to jump away as well. Gets the ultimate out of Jojo though.
To get all of the mana out of Jojo as well. Caps, realizing his HP, immediately sets his sight on some tasty berries to bring back that life total. And now supports make their way towards the mid lane. They need to be able to offer that cover, help get these waves pushed in. Alvaro can assist quite nicely, along with Caps, and now Jungler's making an appearance.
It's like some sort of weird party that has been called here in the mid lane, trying to get these waves pushed out. In the end, MKOI will be happy enough leaving the back to casters, and Caps will automatically shove this wave back in just because of the nature of Tristana as a champion. Labrov's flash has just come back off cooldown. We might be looking to see perhaps if he can catch Alvaro or Elyoya as they go in for these Razor Beaks. Labrov looking for the knock-up onto Elyoya. Gets him back with the hook, but they don't really have a huge amount of damage here to follow up. The Whirling Death flashed away by Elyoya.
He had to flash away because he knew that Caps was on his way as well. Jumping over the wall from the mid lane. As Jojo was resetting, put him in a very dangerous spot.
Oh, Alvaro flashing the wall, twisted advance immediately, and Hansama begins to open up. Alvaro with a bit of a shield coming out from Mirwin there. Jojo coming across from the side. He TP back in. Skirmishes gets the knockback. And in the end, G2's bot lane manages to escape. Skirmishes could just twisted advance to safety.
G2 stuck around that little bit too long, trying to steal away the red buff. Initially, I like the way G2 are playing it. They're trying to play hyper-aggressive off this. Blitzcrank look for trying to make plays on mid, especially as Jojo low on mana and no flash, but Broken Blade now going to catch out Super.
Demonic Ascension in from Broken Blade. Super flashes away. Manages to escape.
Nice idea there from Broken Blade, but doesn't quite connect the second half of the route. Will interrupt the base coming out from Super. But you can see that both teams are quite eager to fight, especially after we had quite a slow affair in Game 3. But no kills yet on the board, 8 minutes in. First blood yet to be drawn. Many people have gotten low, and you can see the Adoration stacks continuing to ramp up behind Hansama.
And for MKOI, they've kind of just sacrificed Mirren in this early game. They've said, look, we need Super to be able to farm up and kind of avoid this matchup against Hansama, so he's going to go down the bot lane. They've sent Alvaro to cover Jojo Pyun while his flash was down, so he's kind of just not been able to help out Mirren. So Broken Blade also finding a range matchup versus the AD carry, so it's been Mirren who's struggled to farm. He's been hiding in bushes to try and get CS, but it does mean he's a full level down now in Broken Blade, about 400 gold behind as well. So as this game starts to go on, he is massively going to struggle in the side lane against this wave.
This wave should also give Jojo his first upgrade of the game. About to tick over to 100 stacks. Means that now he'll be at the point where he just has so much more wave clear. It's a very nice thing to have on the Victor. So Mirren's being super annoying right now, proxying the wave a little bit.
G2 will be able to take away the grubs. So first two objectives exchanged between the two teams. MKOI obviously getting that dragon a few minutes ago. G2 getting the grubs, which will help with their push, especially with things like a Tristana, who's likely running the Demolish in that secondary tree.
It's also just very hard for MKOI to cross-map these plays. Like, what do you try and do? It's, do I just play for the Cassante on a dive onto a Swain? That doesn't really work out. And they can't really play around Jojo Pion either, because he's still trying to get to a point where he's scaling. So the early game is just kind of G2 having the run of being able to play through these strong lanes, and it's just making things difficult for MKOI now. Are the gold leads opening up massively? No, but at least getting like the early void grubs. Now also potentially looking at some plays on that top half of the map as MKOI try and take River back. This could be where G2 look to try and open the game with some early kills.
I mean, you've talked about it a decent amount, and I think that the swaps that MKOI have done in the early game have at least proven some benefits, mainly the way that they've avoided Hansama and Labrov trying to find any snowballs through potential dives or awkward situations. The next dragon going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and it's Koi that's using the Fog of War to look for a pick onto Hans. No flash available on the Draven.
I mean, G2 should just respect this though, right? Like, there's no reason to walk into that side of the map. There's no wave, there's no event. Just a bush that's just tempting me with his bushiness, apparently, but they do avoid it. Elioya looking up towards the top side to see perhaps if he can catch out Caps. The Drake has spawned down towards that bottom side, and MKOI not pathing towards it at all. Elioya still lying in wait for Caps, seeing perhaps if he uses that rocket jump a little bit early. Alvaro on his way across as well. There's the rocket jump, and you have to feel that's the go signal for Elioya. Jojo knocked away with the buster shot. Caps flashes away and gets the jump and escapes the battle. Labrov here to join in. The Whirling Death coming out, doesn't connect onto anyone. Labrov will use that Hex Flash across the wall. And won't find any more.
Just a nice escape from Caps. End up going a little bit wide with the ultimate from Elioya, but still, the jump into the flash gets him away. And a huge amount of the time invested from MKOI to try and make that play work.
I like the way that Caps just focused on the wave first, meaning that Elioya was forced to take a number of tower shots before he was even in range to make the play. Then to add insult to injury, the fact that he could reset by proccing a full combo onto Jojo and then knocking him away as well. Very well played by Caps, and it opens up this dragon for his team to be able to secure. Both teams will now be tied at 1 apiece as Broken Blade continues to scale up on the Swain. And this is the thing that we kind of come back to in draft. The reason why I don't really like Draven in general is that I don't think he's the best front-to-back AD carry, especially given that he's relatively short-ranged. You kind of have to concentrate on picking up a lot of your axes, and I think that against a lot of tanks, he tends to fall, especially into things like Cassante, faster than you can really get through the tanks, especially given the itemization that you normally go for as well. But when you complement it with things like a Swain and a Tristana, you generate a number of alternative threats that you can be mindful of, and the Blitzcrank can really change the dynamic, especially if you can hook on a squishier target. That's why Draven can then really melt the person in front of you. We'll see how things pan out for G2 as we continue, because again, Koi's composition is very similar in how they want to play the fight, mainly with Mirwin being that additional frontline rather than the support. Alvaro is going to be looking for plays of his own.
Hans will be pretty sad that he hasn't managed to get an adoration. His proc yet hasn't managed to get those stacks cashed in. Sitting on about 800 gold right now as Skumon caught out in trying to invade this red. Still stepping forward with the Rob coming in from the side as well. Super's going to be caught. Rocket punch, rocket grab. Hansama, we talk about adoration. He looks for the Whirling Death. He gets it. 700 gold alongside the kill into his pockets. Make it a double as he fills up his bank. 2-0 and 1.6k ahead.
The bot lane finally pops off here in Game 4 as they find an extremely valuable pick onto both Super and Alvaro.
Hansama hit with a Glacial Prison. Cleanse comes out. They'll still have the flash and gets 2 ultimates at the expense of his cleanse.
Yeah, MKOI just kind of feeling the pinch after that one, trying to make the play in mid, but it's great here. Labrov has that ward, spots out Super, gets the punch into stepping back for the hook, and even Hansama, with that execution damage off of the adoration, gets the extra little bit of DPS he needs. And just Alvaro there to boot as well. This Draven, very, very scary right now.
Back to base, picked up the BF sword with 2 daggers, and yeah, that is a 1.2k gold lead over Super now. Wave is going to be held by Labrov. Herald going to be spawning in 45 seconds. G2 should be able to easily get first control over that topside river. Wow, okay, that... We've all been there.
Range top laners, guys.
Very BM from Broken Blade, but also a nice tactic to delay those bases, make it harder for Koi to contest. And we talked about that first access into the topside river, and there we see it. Hansama and Labrov immediately moving into the jungle to set up some vision.
I mean, Mirwin might have to be a little bit careful here, because he's got double AD carries making a beeline for his top lane tower. It's already down to half HP, but as soon as Labrov and Hansama back away, it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem with the fact that you have like Tristana in a side lane now against the K'Sante, because he just doesn't get to clear the waves against anyone. Has to be underneath his own tower, and I think this is where it kind of comes down to who was going to have the cooler pocket picks in the top side. And even if you're saying it's cringe medic, it's still, this is a pocket pick.
Oh, it's a great pick, 100%.
It's been working out fantastically, and it's like, I think this is where I was disappointed to see Mirwin go for the R4 K'Sante, because I was really hoping we'd actually get like something like the Victor for Jojo on that first rotation, and then you unlock Mirwin to try and bring out some of his own picks that unfortunately we haven't really seen in this series, and now struggling against Broken Blade and into Caps. It's not great.
Labrov looking for the static field into Rocket Grab, doesn't land it. Mirwin's now on the other side of the wall, has the all out, and will bring Labrov back. G2 TP'd in Broken Blade, but I'm going to get anything out of it. Labrov just a bit deep chasing Alvaro.
Mirwin gets MKOI on the board at the very least. It's going to be a Herald traded for a kill. It's some much needed gold as well into the pocket of Mirwin. The tankier he gets, the harder of a time Broken Blade's going to have. Caps, it looks like he's in danger, but he's not really. He's got so many disengaged tools that he's going to be perfectly fine. I wonder if a reset's going to come through for him. No, instead Skumon's here to offer his assistance.
Oh, super barrier! Another Auto Hans needs another pop. Blossom takes him under the tower. He'll fall for it. Alvaro gets 640 gold alongside the bounty there. Meanwhile, in the top side, I think Skumon was looking for that Nature's Grasp. They force Jojo away. Another vision of Empire hitting, forcing him all the way back.
But it was done from the mid lane where Broken Blade is just pushing in and trying to make work happen on the tower. You've also got the Tristana now going to take that top lane turret as well. It's even if you end up trading 1-for-1, it's still working out for G2.
I was going to say that I didn't think the play from Hansama was really worth it just because of the shutdown gold, but I guess you can argue giving that shutdown gold over towards the support rather than someone else is better than nothing. And you also force Super to lose out even more. The gold gap between the two AD carries has grown even greater. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, that top tower going down opens up the map for Caps to continue his split pushing ways.
It's also the fact that Hansama is just level 11, nearly level 12 to the level 10 of Super. So for this next fight, Ultimate should be up in just a little few moments. Although G2 look, they should be able to get the Dragon uncontested, but it's just having access to level 2 Ultimate so crucial for G2.
Yeah, no TP on Jojo with him answering the top wave. I don't think MKOI would really want to challenge this. You see a few Ghost Sejuanis walking in, but it's just Alvaro trying to spot out what G2 are doing. Caps waking his way back towards top, so he will answer this wave that's been pushed out by Jojo anyway.
Take a breather.
We can.
Just enjoying
the atmosphere.
Right now, we kind of return to a neutral state as no objectives really on the map to play for. Ideally, for Koi, they would be setting their sights on these adder towers, these side lane towers, overcommitting on one side in order to try and get G2 to exchange on the other. But the problem is G2's already gained the upper hand, which means that it's much easier now for G2 to defend these adder towers, as Caps can just push out that top side of the map. You'll notice that Jojo has to go and respond, and this then gives Caps a window where he can regroup with his team, and they can set their sights on things like the mid tower, or instead he can catch the mid wave while the rest of G2 turn their attention towards bot. And it's Koi that constantly find themselves playing on the defense.
It's also just even trying to play defense for Super. You can see both Alvaro and Elyoye just trying to body block for any sort of brawl pokes that might be coming out of the darkness, but it does mean you're just constantly seeding ground in your own jungle. And there's this rotation that you were talking about, Betty. They push in mid, now they start to move back up towards Caps. It's just this push-pull constantly from G2.
Denying jungle camps as well all the way along. Skumon about 3 camps ahead of Elyoye right now. Heartsteel on Elioya finished, but no procs on it as of yet. Super has to back away. Does have the barrier and the flash, but again, Skewmod in the area to protect G2 if Elioya looks for the engage. There's the mid-tier 1 falling.
And it's clean. Doing it by the book there. And it's just, as Dagda was saying, the push and pull. You kind of move the enemy around the map, and eventually they're divided too thin, and it becomes an easy way to secure that objective. And now they convert that mid pressure into the bot, and they can set their sights on this last outer tower.
Yeah, check the Rift Tower down. Mirwin realizes immediately he has to ghost away. You look for the hook, but he always has that Pathfinder as well, which avoids the CC.
I think it's just really interesting to see, though, when you look at like start of Spring Split versus now, how regularly Lebrov and Skewmod are just on the same screen.
Yep.
Like, it wasn't exactly like they were terrible at the jungle support synergy. It's just, it was a little bit lacking, and then Lebrov get caught out trying to ward, or they wouldn't really set up for the team fights in the way that they wanted to, but this has been incredibly clean, and it is a lot of this like two-man unit kind of playing towards Caps. Okay, this is now set, cool, we're going to play towards Broken Blade in the bot side. Then we're going to move to Hansama, and it's just been this constant rotation that is making it really difficult for MKOI to play with. And it's not only just in this game, it's kind of been a series-long thing where they have been the focal point in the force for G2.
Artican being available topside means that G2 have another objective to play for. Might instead be a fight. They see Elioya here.
Skewmod looking for him. Glacial Prism going down. There's the bullet time into the Pop Blossom. A lot of damage going down onto Lebrov. The hook goes wide in the end, but Elioya falls second. It's Lebrov and Elioya down. MKOI able to back away. In the end, that bullet time, not enough damage from it.
Jungle for support down, and you could kind of see G2 a little uncertain as exactly where they wanted to put their efforts in afterwards. Artican was on that top side, but they're just getting it backing away for the plays. Just a good return pick from G2, and that was kind of the best you could have hoped for MKOI. Like, it was a good setup with the Nico and the MF, but just not onto the targets that you really wanted.
It was nice to see Koi try and force something, because I do feel like games 2 and games 3, my eyes were constantly on Jojo to find those plays, and he was doing a great job of finding them. He really kept the team alive, I think, in situations that should have been much worse. Caps able to get away. And here, though, we saw MKOI responding to the aggression from G2 and not really giving them easy access into their jungle. It did end up being a 1-for-1. But these are the type of plays I want to see more from Koi. Again, their composition is very much about that front to back. And I think the thing they're afraid of right now is Super yet to complete that second item. He's quite close to it. He needs a little bit more farm. But of course, while you're farming up, trying to get that second item, oh yeah, and there it is. So now I'm hoping that Koi should feel a little bit more confident to try and force a fight.
Dragon in a minute, I think we'll get one regardless. Third Dragon potentially going over towards G2, but I think it's still the pressure that you have from a double AD carry comp in these team fights is insane. Plus, you'll end up with the Leandri's Anguish finished for Broken Blade just before that fight, I believe, too. So I think he'll be in a position to just stand in the front line and not really worry about the damage.
Him and Skewmod just stand in front and hope that they can survive through while Caps and Hansama really open up. If Lebrov can find a hook, obviously it changes the outlook of a fight quite dramatically. Caps beginning to do some damage to Mirwin as well. Rocket jump forward, takes a short leap, just a short hop there as he continues to put the damage into Mirwin. That lethal tempo helping him out quite a lot. Jojo will take the tower on the bottom side. Whirling Death coming out, but that's a whirling whiff from Hansama as he was expecting Mirwin maybe to back underneath his tower. But look, Caps 5 seconds with a turret, it's already down below half HP.
I mean, Caps has always been known for being a monster Tristana player, especially with how he plays it on a side lane. He's found a number of solo kills in the past in the champion. It's been a little quiet this game, but oh, it's Jojo in trouble.
He has the flash, he doesn't use it. Flash forward, twisted advanced TPs coming out from MKOI as they try and defend their mid laner, but he's dead on arrival. Good Glacial Prison onto Broken Blade, keeps Mirwin from getting caught out in the middle of G2. Broken Blade a little deep here. Alvo could look for the Pop Blossom lands. Tangle Barbs, but doesn't follow up any further.
And Caps is still top. So there goes your tier 2, there goes your Dragon, and it's just Alpha with a nice pick on towards Jojo as they just move from that mid lane to catch him on the side.
The game is just falling apart now for Koi, and it hasn't even been due to a decisive fight. It's just been G2 finding picks across the board. They've been playing around these objectives very effectively, and when you compare the compositions, I mean, you said it in Draft Medic, AD carries are just good at taking towers.
Yeah. Double AP items as well for Skewmod on this Maokai. We talked about him being tanky He's trying to use those saplings and really chunk out MKOI before they can get anywhere. Importantly for MKOI, they do have the shape splitter. That's the Nico W. So she can check some of these bushes and get rid of some of the saplings. But if one of those connects on Super and Jojo, they're losing a substantial amount of HP.
I do think, though, it's kind of like Betty was saying, it's like all they want to do is just keep finding these picks. And it's not even just in this game. I feel like it has been a series-long thing where G2 have just gone for this, hey, avoid the big bad, which is the fight, and just continue to find plays on sides. And this is kind of what G2 were very good at last year. We haven't really seen it come to fruition this year. And it's kind of been, hey, we will rely on ease of access front-to-back fights for a lot of Spring Split and even Winter Split as well. So the fact they're kind of finding this style once more, at least bodes well for the G2 camp.
Wait, no, wait. Can Skirmishes solo Artican with this build? Because he's starting it. You can dodge a lot of the damage from Artican now as well.
I mean, yeah, he's even a good amount.
Yeah?
Solo it.
Okay, cool. He's going to have help, but he could have soloed it, and that's the important thing.
They all walk away.
Oh, jumps onto Jojo, but flashes away, gets the reset on the rocket jump. And that's the buster shot if I've ever seen it. Jojo said pack it back to the fountain. Artican into Baron, mayhaps? You got TP on Caps. G2 just explode the map.
And just like that, and all it takes is a single solo kill. Caps, he's going to go back to base. He has the TP available. This Baron getting very low.
Already down to 5,000. Elioya trying to get into the pit, but Lavrov is keeping him at bay. There's the Niche Cross as well. TP behind by Caps. Elioya rooted up. The Vision of Empire full. The follow-up. Pulled back with the never move. Elioya not given the chance to escape. And Caps has got the top laner too. Pops the Oracle's Pathfinder will find you nothing. The flash hook. Flash away from Alvaro. G2 finds so much in the last minute and a half.
That's supposed to be the tank that Caps just ripped through. There is nobody on MKOI that can stand against this Tristana, and it feels like MKOI just can't stand against G2 right now.
From a solo kill into a Baron after just soloing the Artican, I mean, G2 in such a narrow window blew this game so widely open in their favor. Another tower is going to fall as well. What was a 5K gold lead now has ballooned into...
It's going to be 10K.
That is a 10K gold lead.
Has anyone got that meme for Caps just knocking on the door as a Reaper, taking out all the all-pro mid laners? Because he has been doing a phenomenal job. And here, G2, good turn. We talked about Broken Blade being able to tank up everything, but Caps just tearing through Mirren on the top side. Even the sidestep on the Q3 here. So Mirren can't get the knock back into the all-out over the wall. Just really well played by Caps.
And now 27 minutes in, MKOI's backs well and truly against the ropes. They do have the lower bracket. They will play the... Well, they'll play in a week's time against whoever wins throughout all of those series. Is enough for them to be going on with. But for G2, another trip to MSI, their 7th throughout the course of this team's history. Another chance to prove they are the best of EU in the finals as well.
I mean, of course, even if MKOI do lose this series, they've guaranteed a top 3 spot. That's not going to be quite enough to lock MSI, but...
One series left for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold on. So far throughout today's best of 5, they have been very resilient and have made it difficult for G2 to close out a game. We'll see if they can do it again. Jojo steps up.
Broken Blade, Demonic Ascension. Takes a lot of damage out of Jojo, but doesn't take too much damage himself. He tanks them up for an absolute Ice Age. Caps pushing in the mid lane as well. That inhibits tower short to fall. G2 pushing in through the bottom side. Caps already on the inhib. Hansama steps up. Not to be outdone by his mid lane. He wants a bit of turret damage himself. They only have the cannon minion here. The wave on its way though. There's the inhib in mid. There's the inhibitor tower in top. And MKOI finally regrouped, trying to defend.
How do you kill them? A Broken Blade's TP back in, he's full health, he's going to escort the wave in with G2 and they're looking for the end.
Nature's Grass coming out, everyone stands behind Mirwin. Glacial Prison is going to connect onto Lavrov, but that's about it. They're looking for an Alvaro Shape Splitter, looking for an Alvaro Pop Blossom here, try and get into the back of the enemy team, but Alvaro doesn't have Flash and that makes it even more difficult.
G2 will be happy with the damage that was done. The Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds and on their way out, they'll look to grab another prize. That'll be the Soul. And all that's left standing are the Nexus Towers and that top lane tower and inhibitor. KOI are gonna have to find one crazy fight to turn this game around, but it's a 3.9k individual lead for both Caps and Hansama. Remember, Caps, he doesn't have any adoration stacks. He has just been dismantling the map with 313 CS at 29 minutes. The man has had a monster Game 4 performance.
He certainly has the adoration of G2 fans, though. You can hear them in the crowd. This guy, a lot of people doubted him.
He's looking to pick off Cassante. He is looking to try and pick off Mirwin.
He also hasn't spent his gold. He hasn't reset yet. His teleport is about to come off cooldown.
Okay.
He's sitting on 2.4k gold right now.
Who needs to spend? Add the pressure. He's still waiting. Seeing if Mirwin steps a little bit too far forward. G2 pushes to the top side now. He jumps onto Mirwin. Doesn't do as much damage as he'd hope. Only half of Mirwin's health. With not even using the buster shot. Oh, the flash hook. Jojo's down. Pop Blossom only landing onto Broken Blade, and now the chase begins onto Super. Capsup comes in from the side to clean things up. Looking for Mirwin as well. He finds his way into an early grave. G2 wipe away MKOI in Game 5.
They make it look easy. It's 3-1 will be the score, and G2, they're setting their sights on the spring finals.
Who else?
Finals and MSI.
Who else but G2 into the finals once again as they wait for their challengers. And MSI as well looms large in the distance, only a month away. There's just some, it's just playoffs G2. It's just playoffs G2.
It's just unfair. Like, they just seem to come alive. And again, it's Caps, the man on your screen there, absolutely insane in the Tristana. Broken Blade having a great series, pulling out that Swain at the end, but it's step-ups across the board. It's clean, it's clinical, it's G2 back to their old ways.
I mean, in winter, they went through the winner's bracket to the final, which is there where they fell short to KC, but congratulations to G2. They will be the first to qualify for MSI, and they will find themselves in the Spring Split Finals.
Yeah, and you can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series. Vote Skirmishes, Caps, and Hans Sommer are your three options. I think everyone on G2 had a pretty good day. I think Broken Blade probably the most muted, which is odd to say because often he is really good, but
I mean, his Sion game was
really good. His Gwen game left a little to be desired in my mind, right? Whereas everyone else, I think, played relatively well in all of the games. For MKOI, obviously the losers bracket awaits them. They're still third place. So we have like the Fnatic, KC, Heretics, and Giant X series to play. I can't remember exactly how they've been ordered out. Those will be played next weekend. And then we have the lower final, or the lower bracket round 3 match. I can't remember the exact nomenclature between MKOI and the winner, eventual winner of those series.
There's still a lot of league left to be played here in the LEC. And I mean, KOI, I think today I was just missing a bit of the bite that I'm used to seeing from them. Against KC, I felt like that they were ready to fight, they were ready to tussle, and today I feel like I only got to really see that from Jojo. I think he did make a lot of great hero plays today, but I expect them to very much bounce back the next time that we see them.
That's the hope. We're going to hand it over to Shox, who's standing by with Skirmishes and Romain to break down that series.
Indeed, you did remind me it's the two French ones. There's a couple more, of course. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in as G2 clinches the spring finals and MSI. And you're laughing so much, Romain. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just so happy.
I see.
I'm just so happy. You're gonna go to Canada. Yeah, it's really hype. I'm really hyped.
Yeah, I mean, Skirmishes, let's start with that then. You're going to MSI. This will be your very first international tournament. You told me already, really wanted to go to first stand. It didn't work out. So what are you going to show us there?
I mean, I just want to... some Nunu maybe, but I just want to show that I can play against the best junglers in the world. And I'm just like really glad that we made it. Like, we definitely didn't have the easiest split so far. And I think that we show some great resilience, and obviously now eyes on the final. But I'm obviously like really happy to go to Canada, so we will show to everyone that we can be a really good team.
Say, Romain, that is an interesting conundrum, right? They're going to the spring finals, you're going to the spring finals, you kind of have this week and a half where you got to scrim, but you then also have to already think about MSI. How does that work?
I'm so relieved and happy, like, because if you lose, the next time you play on this beautiful stage is the 3rd of August.
it's 2 full months. I was terrified about it. Now we qualified. I can start planning. I can start booking stuff. We're going to Canada. After we're even going to Riyadh and stuff. So it's going to be so many cool adventures with the boy. They deserved it so much. I'm so
Look at this.
The golden ticket.
Yes.
Yeah, the golden ticket, bro.
Yeah.
Oh
Amazing.
man.
Say, let's talk about the developments. I do want to actually spare a word also for your opponents, right? Because MKOI looked amazing yesterday. They beat KC. You could also see in the series, I feel like, Skewmont, that every minute that passed, they were more threatening, right? That's also why they won that game 3. So did you kind of feel like you had to stop them at this point?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think that we could have maybe ended the games a bit faster. I'm thinking about the second game. I'm really happy that we won, obviously, but they definitely made it really hard and they played really well on that Elder situation. And yeah, I mean, I think they are a really good team, right? Like they beat KC and today they showed also some great performance. But I think that Caps played really well today and it made the difference.
He absolutely did. He's ramping up, isn't he, Romain?
He is, but like I wanted to add some more praise on Koi because we had our internal vote to know who we were expecting to face today, and I was on Koi's side. That's all I'm gonna say. But we screamed a bit them, and we were having good results. We screamed a bit K-Corp, and we were having bad results. So we kind of thought, yeah, the day was gonna go one way. But I think K-Corp were extremely cocky the whole week leading before that and everything. So they got a bit of a they got unchecked, which is really good for them because then now they can fully develop, accelerate. They are an extremely good team, so I think they just needed that. And nothing is free. Nothing is free.
Listen, you've been there. You know nothing is free just in winter at the hands of KC. So can you tell me a little bit about how this team developed bouncing back from that and how perhaps also the road shows gave you kind of new momentum and new things to learn from coming into these playoffs?
I really like those road shows. I love them because it creates good team bonding. It allowed us to develop a lot of new stuff, and we lost a lot.
Yeah.
And everyone started to create those crazy narratives and like G2's out and those are the new champions, blah, blah, blah. Those were regular season games. They did not matter at all. What matters is content games here. What matters was to win yesterday and to win today. And now we can chill. Now we can go Canada. Now we can enjoy those stuff. Now we can wait 10 days, 12 days. We have a nice finals to play. To win this time?
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's go, huh?
Hopefully. So maybe that as a final note to you, Skewmont. We're really excited to see you at MSI, but we're also, and I'm sure the G2 fans are really excited to see you in those grand finals. So do you have anything to say to anyone you might be facing? And do you have a guess on who it could be?
To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, for sure, like the favorites would be like Fnatic, Koi, and KC. I'm not sure who will face, but doesn't matter the opponent. I think that this time will show a way different face than in the Winter Spirits final. And me, personally, I just really want to show better like performance because obviously like we lost. And I think that this time it will be different and we're gonna win.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations, our very first team to book their golden ticket to MSI and receive the spring finals. And we have some very special guests over on the other side with Ginny in PGL.
Thank you, Atheus, Skewmont, and Romain. PGL here with Ginny, Finn, and Caps. You know, Romain said you guys can relax now. What happened to the finals?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that because we already tried that strategy last split.
Didn't really work.
So I was thinking we'd go for more for like we keep grinding and stuff. But I guess if our manager says that we have to chill, then
He's the manager.
I mean, it's paying off right now because during the regular split it was a little wonky, but you guys are like coming back. This is G2 in peak form in playoffs. You're also playing incredibly well. So you got the Kia player of the series. Surprise! Yeah, happy about that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think this whole year we have been having some tough situations, like getting used to each other. But I would say like 2 or 3 weeks ago, we kind of identified like a big challenge for us and like why it was we were doing so many different things. And since then we've just been working on getting on the same page, making sure we're doing the same things, and it's really paying off. Like we didn't show it entirely in regular season, but we were getting a little bit better, and now like I feel very confident in our gameplay. It doesn't feel like like before it was maybe if we get like very far ahead in lanes and if we're just like getting ahead like slowly but surely. But now I feel confident taking like every fight with wherever we go, and I think huge shout out to all of my team. I think we worked really hard because it wasn't easy for us, but we have managed to get better. And of course, there's still like one more win to go, despite what Romain says.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me this series was that I feel like Skirmishes and Labro were always playing together the entire series. They were really, really on point this series. And I wonder, how do you help them as a mid laner to kind of find themselves? Because you played with so many different support jungles, from jungles, Mickey, all those like really good players. How can you kind of help them go to that level of those players?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, big shout out to both of them. I think they've been working super hard, right? We've been watching so many VODs. We've been talking a lot. Even like when we had our series against Fnatic, what is it called? Me, Skirmishes, and Labro had like a very big talk afterwards as well. Anyway, and we still had so much to improve because obviously that series wasn't great from us. And I think they're finding great times to sync up. They're finding great times to cover on the map. They're also finding plays all over the map, especially the Blitzcrank the last game.
That is a Lavrov classic, yeah. He's the goat of that champion.
Yeah, it was hard for them to play on that one.
You've mentioned specifically that you found like a really big pain point a couple of weeks ago, and you've been focusing on that. And we can really see that in terms of like how your match history has gone. I mean, I'm sure I don't have to remind you of it because you were in those games. But when it comes to fixing those things, is that more something that you do specifically in scrims as a team? I guess, Finn, you can also answer this one. Or is it more like things that you do outside the games, like doing activities together? Like, what would you say has helped G2 pinpoint it and then fix it?
I mean, I think definitely scrims were a big part and stage games were a big part. But the biggest thing we had was just like, I think it was the 3rd of May. I remember the date. It was like
in your calendar, like
yeah, the 3rd of May was the game changer for us for sure. Because I think we had like a big talk after that. We were very unhappy. I was also very unhappy with a lot of like how we were playing the game because it just didn't feel like we were playing like a team. We were just playing solo queue, right? Mm-hmm. And all of us were like a very good players. I have a lot of faith in everyone, but it felt like we were just playing our own game, you know? And I think after that, we started realizing, okay, maybe we actually need to make sure we do similar stuff. And after that, week after week, just trying to get on the same page. If someone wants to do something, let's go for it. Play with more confidence. We're confident taking every fight, you know? It's before that we were just like, oh, they're here, maybe we don't fight, but now we just go for it.
Yeah, I remember when I was a pro and we had those weeks that were like, feel like nothing is working. I remember especially in Excel 2022, it was Mickey actually that brought it from Perks. This was his idea, that after every single scrim day, we would sit together, only the 5 players, and just watch the scrims from the previous day. We would just go over the entire games again and we say like, without the emotional factor of the previous day, because after scrims you can be a bit heated sometimes. It's very invested emotionally. But we were just always watching those games together and there's kind of discussing of like, what is the correct thing to do on the map objectively? Like, what should we be doing here? Not what did we do? Is this something you're doing as well? Have you ever like this team-wide reviews?
Yeah, I think we've definitely been doing that, and obviously our staff has been doing an amazing job of like and guiding us and leading the way. But I think sometimes like us as the players are a bit too hesitant to like speak up, and I think situations like this where we can really just super dive into the game. We don't have to care about like we're about to play another scrim as well, because there's a lot of time restraints usually when you review scrims, and when we take an hour, we take 2 hours to just like really dive deep. What is going wrong in these games? Like, what do we need to actually improve on? And I think that helped us a bunch.
So for you individually, because you mentioned it as well, that you're feeling a lot more confident, we're also seeing it, like you have been really confident, you're going for engages, you're going for a lot of these roams. What was it for you individually that made you realize, okay, this is what I need to do to actually go back to like Cap's peak?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so just so much of it is the team aspect, to be honest, because I think I am making sure that I sound more confident. I think sometimes just how I speak as a person, I can speak like a bit like hesitant or a lot of like maybes and stuff like this. And I've just been trying to like really make it seem clear that if I want to do something, we should go for it, because I think that brought a lot of hesitation. Mm-hmm. And I was now saying it again, but basically just making sure we go straight to the point. And whenever we play with confidence, like I think we're very good. So.
Good enough to qualify to MSI. The first team actually that we have qualified for MSI is you guys from G2. So again, congratulations on that. When you're looking at the international, I know Romain said like take it easy, but you still have the finals. When you're looking at the bracket and the way that it played out, you guys were the lower seed going up against Fnatic. MKOI was the lower seed going up against KC. Was this expected from your end?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the lower seed has a lot of strength. Like we were also lower seed today as well. So the lower seed definitely has a lot of strength. And we will have to be a bit careful in the final, because now we will be like the side selection team. We will be coming in from the upper bracket. But like also jokes aside, I mean, I think regular season can always be a bit volatile. I think especially the spring split format where it's like 9 games. there was almost like a 5-way tiebreaker where like 2 or 3 people will make it out. So it was just a very volatile schedule. And I think at the end of the day, who wins playoffs is the champion, right?
That is literally true. It's the champion. Now, while we're at MSI, because this is going to be your 6th MSI. You've been to this tournament so many times, even won it one time. If we exclude the one that you won, because I assume that would be the answer, which is your most memorable MSI, and what is one memory you have from an MSI that you really like keep with you, if you have one?
I mean, it's hard to say actually because I feel like all of them have like brought so much impact on me. I think. Yeah, I mean, I think season 8 was great. I think season 10, I guess it got cancelled. Season 12 was
that
nice
was with
as well.
G2, yeah.
I think probably my favorite one, or like most memorable one, is like season 13 actually. Just because going into that MSI, we had just lost against Mad. Actually, it was a bit of a unique position where we came as like the 3rd or 4th seed, I think, but we still made it. Don't ask me, ask the format. But basically, we were going to that tournament and we were just getting destroyed by all the LPL teams, all the LCK teams. We were losing to the EU teams beforehand, right? But everyone put in so much work. As you were talking about earlier, we were reviewing games every single day. We were spamming like the solo queue, spamming scrims. We were doing like extra blocks. We were doing so much to improve. And the level we reached that MSI was like way higher than the level we came into. And going back to summer, it felt like very easy to play in Europe. And it's just whenever you have this like huge level up where everyone really puts in the effort, and it's like there's not a single guy who's holding something back or is like maybe not super focused, but we were all just really devoted to becoming the best we could. It was still not enough to win that MSI, but it was enough to really improve.
And I feel like this iteration of G2, you guys are not, scared of putting in the effort. So looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out in summer this year as well. We still have a couple more games, before we get to your opponent in the final. So if you can take a quick look at the bracket. From the teams that are on there, who would you like to face in the finals? And why is it KC?
No, I mean, for sure, KC would be fun to play against. I guess we didn't actually get to play against them yet this playoffs. And considering they beat us both in like the regular season and also last final, they were a team that I really wanted to play against today even. So I think going up against KC would be very fun. Obviously, playing against Fnatic would also just be super fun. And Mickey, right? Like, I think I would be very happy with any of those matchups. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm happy playing against everyone, but Fnatic and KC, I think, are the teams that I'm hoping will go with us to MSI.
Considering the lowest seed has been winning, Finn, do you think we're going to have a GX Heretics?
I mean, maybe it is the European Shine, European Seka, or whoever it was. I don't remember what we said about the TH solo laners, but I mean, it's exciting to see this lower round because both GX and the Heretics are coming in as massive underdogs. Like, everyone kind of knows that there's a clear top 4 in Europe right now, but that can also bring you so much strength coming in with no expectations on top of yourself. Both GX and the Heretics has the chance to really go far if, like, they make some miracle happen.
Yeah, I mean, also for sure, because they also haven't played yet, so they can get to see, like, actually both Fnatic and KC play. So maybe they come in with some cheese picks.
Yeah, they get to see one game from Fnatic. Wow. Anyways, that's all from us over here. Thank you, Caps, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
That's all from us. We're going to be seeing you again on Saturday. Games are going to be starting at 5 p.m. CST, so make sure you tune in. Same time, same place. Some more bangers, Fearless Draft, Best of 5. Maybe GX and Heretics actually continue the EU curse, maybe not. But either way, we're going to find out who's going to be breaking into the top 4 next weekend, so make sure you stick around and take care until then.
Jojo, his force low, 200 HP, has to flash, but Jojo's just dead. You knew LeBron was there!
Slowly. Shoot. I'm so strong. I'll chase. Nice. Flash, I think. Flash. Wait, let's go. Good job, guys. If you defend this, is same, okay? Nice. Good, guys, really good. I'm ulting. Get over the chase. Senna going. I'm looking around. Nice. Fucking good, guys. And then he's stacking. Gonna burn me. Nice, GG. Get a photo. Push you guys.
Guys, they are so happy. They win. They beat the Messiah.
They don't think they can win versus because they're celebrating.
The damage to follow up, and BB has the help. Unstoppable onslaught immediately in. Jojo does still have the flash here, but doesn't burn it early. Hounds pursuit there for the follow-up. Jojo slides his way away, but the chase continues from Skirmishes.
Is it? Nice, slowly. Nice, slowly. We win this. Slowly. Just facing up here. One you guys. Oh my god, I love how Iron was quiet. Oh my god. I was locked in to kill this guy. focus, yeah? Go. I look. You have W. Anisal. I go for mid-way touch. BTB. Yeah, it's good.
Rocket punch, rocket grab, Unsummer, we talk about adoration, he looks for the whirling death, he gets it, 700 gold, alongside the kill into his pockets, make it a double.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. So good, guys. Good job. Let's go. Hans, dodge this. Draven.
The perfect teammate, they take it all. In knockback, it's the combo punch. What? It's big part of my